Right. I want to see how this is actually going. Right, let's have a look. Right, there we go. Let's whack this on mute. Because you're going to get... There you go. You're going to get echo. Alright, hello, how are we all? Alright, won't let me put the link in the description, which is kind of annoying. I'll put it in the chat. Oh, no. Right, I'll put it in the chat. I guess that... There we go, that's the way around it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that does work. Right, I guess I can screen share on here. Let's have a look. Yes, I can. Right, it's going to look kind of weird because... It's going to look kind of weird at the minute because I'm on one screen. Let's go on to... I'll go on King James Bible Online. Yeah, I'm probably just going to read some Bible out. This bit rate's not great, is it? It's going to be lagging badly. Yeah, no, that's not great. It's not great. Okay, is it all running smoothly now? Yeah, it seems to be running fine, right. Yeah, I'm going to screen share now, see where we're at with that. They're going to share my... I don't know if that's going to share both screens, though. There we go. Let's get to share that. Right, there we go. I know that doesn't look exactly great. I don't know if you can read it. Maybe because my quality is on 480p. If I bump that up to 720, yeah, I could read that fine. I don't know if part of the screen is going to be cut off though. It's the annoying thing because if I go, oh no, you can see it all. Just because the Chrome window tab's not on full screen, but yeah, it's whatever. It's whatever. Right. Let's have a look then, shall we? I really don't know where to start. To be honest. Just read some Bible and just read, sort of read out loud to myself, I suppose. I mean, unless any of course anyone's welcome to join. Yeah, anyone's welcome to join, discuss whatever they want. I just thought I'd test this out. Pretty much see how it goes because I'm hoping this is going to be a regular thing. If anyone's, if anyone can let me know whether you can access the link in the chat, let me know because, it's not letting me post it in the description for whatever reason because I need to, prove I'm verified or something, which is stupid. I don't know. But I suppose because people are posting a lot of spam links, whatever else, people installing malware on the computer and getting scammed or whatever else. So, yeah, it's a sad state of affairs, the world we live in. That, they have to resort to those rules. Just because there's so many wicked people out there who are going to try and take your money, who are going to try and, install viruses on your computer. It's just really sad. But we're not going to be here much longer, Lord willing, so. But yeah, which reminds you how bad this world is. I haven't read through the Gospels in a while, in all honesty. We could start by going through John and Acts, I suppose. Well, I don't know how much we're actually going to read, because this is just a test. I'll probably only be on for an hour, if that. Just seeing how it goes. This is my first time sort of testing this on StreamYard. I don't expect big results, to be honest, but Lord willing, it goes well. I'll begin before I actually start reading with with prayer, with prayer to the Lord, that it all goes well, everything goes well, and because without him, I wouldn't have the opportunity to do this and share his words. So all glory and honor to the Lord Jesus Christ, So yeah, I thank him every day for his grace. Okay, let's see if anyone on Twitter. I'm on the wrong Twitter account. Right, I need to log into my Twitter account. I'll post a link. Right. Well, actually, okay, yeah, no, it does go into this link. Right, that works then. Right, yeah, I'm just starting prayer and, give thanks to Lord for this opportunity. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, I thank you so much for this opportunity to live stream and, just to speak about the truth. It's annoying bottling it up and, feeling like I don't want to talk about the truth just because I know I'm going to be persecuted for it in this world. And, it's very difficult when you're around a lot of people who just aren't interested in the truth or receiving salvation through your beloved Son who died on the cross, Lord. It's just a saddening world we live in, but not going to be much longer. But of course, I do pray for all my lost relatives, all my lost friends, that they would come to salvation, Lord, that they would realise that their sin is sending them to hell, and they need to call upon you, come to you, and put their trust in what the beloved Son did on the cross, Lord Jesus, how he died, buried, rose again the third day, according to the Scriptures. They need salvation through you, Lord. They need to come to you in repentance, having conviction over their sin, realising they need Saviour, Lord. And it's just saddening how they have the white love of their pride to accept that fact. I thank you for saving me, Lord, because I really don't deserve it, Lord. But I thank you for your grace and mercy every day, Lord, always. Obviously, just pray this opportunity goes well, reading through the Scriptures. And I just thank you for this opportunity to share this, and I just thank you for the opportunity to read through the Scriptures, Lord, and I pray that you just guide me through your Holy Spirit to into all truth, Lord, and you just help me open up your word to me, give you wisdom, and lead me into all understanding, and share some truth, some things that can help others in the walk, Lord. I know I'm not the best with words, but I pray you put the words in my mouth to say. And I just pray that, I pray that you put the words in my mouth to say, and I just pray that you can, you can just help edify the body of Christ, Lord, through this live stream, and help increase us all in wisdom, Lord. And just put the words in my mouth, Lord, and you do the talking for me. I can't do it myself. Just God through the Holy Spirit and all truth through the scriptures. Anyway, Lord, I pray for a good live stream. I pray that if someone joins, it'll be a fruitful conversation about spiritual things, Lord. And all's in your will, Lord, and hopefully this guys won't become a regular thing, so I can speak about the truth, get it out there. Amen. Alright, slightly long prayer there, but it's good just to get everything out to the Lord, get everything off your chest. He's always listening to us. He always wants to hear from his children, so very important, especially if we want the stream to go well. I do apologise for the noise in the background because there's loads of people in my house right now. Which is kind of not ideal for streaming, because there's going to be loads of background noise. But as long as you can hear me, that's all. That's what matters really, and you can see the scriptures that I'm reading off of my computer. But I'll get started in a minute. I'm just going to have a look. Right, let's get started. I don't think there's anything of any significance. There's definitely any significance, right? So let's get straight into it. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him. Without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. But this is interesting because, as we read, the Word, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. As we know, the Word is one of the three that makes up the Godhead. We have the body, soul, and spirit, makes up God. And we're made in God's image. We have a body, soul, and spirit. So, that definitely relates to that. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. Jesus Christ is our life, because without him, we're dead in trespasses and sins. The wages of sin is death, and he's the only one, because he knew no sin. He's the only one that can take sin away from the world. He's the only one who can cleanse our sins, because he died on the cross for us and rose again the third day. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. There was a man sent from God whose name was John the Baptist. This is the same came through witness to bear witness of the light, that all men through him might believe. As you can see here, he was not that light, but was sent to bear witness of that light. That was the true light, which lighteth every man that cometh into the world. He was not in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. He came unto his own, and his own received him not. That as many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of God, even to them that believe on his name. So yeah, that's interesting how we become the son. We become the son. We become God's children when we're saved through the Holy Spirit. How our old how we we're quickened with the Holy Spirit, and when we were previously dead in trespasses and sins, we receive salvation, and we become one of his children. We're adopted as one of his children, rather than just being a child of the devil, living after the flesh, and pining away in a sin towards death and towards hell eventually. Praise God that he saved us from that. As many as received him, to them he gave power to become the sons of God, even to them that believe on his name, which were born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh. That kind of just ties into what I just said, I think. Nor of the will of man, but of God. And the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us. And there we go. There's the proof that the Word is part of the Godhead. The Word is the body of the Godhead. The Word was made flesh. Jesus Christ walked the earth in the likeness of sinful flesh. No, his flesh wasn't sinful. I've heard that heresy go around. It was in the likeness. He walked on the earth in corruptible flesh, but in the likeness of sinful flesh. It wasn't actually. He didn't actually have sinful flesh. Not like we do as fallen men, because he knew no way of sin. Whosoever is born of God sinneth not. So, yeah, that heresy doesn't hold up. Where were we? I'm not going to speak on every verse, by the way, because I'll be here all night probably, which probably isn't a bad thing. But yeah. Yeah, I'll just speak when I feel like the Lord's willing to say something. I'm not just going to talk for the sake of talking, and I'm just going to lose my concentration and lose my place. Oh, hello, John. How are you doing, mate? I don't know if you can see the link, but you're more than welcome to join if you want. I saw Phil Rendon done a video. He literally just sent that. Yeah, I saw Phil Rendon done a video on you. I haven't actually watched that yet. I never even knew Phil Rendon made videos, to be honest. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what accusations he comes out with against you. Probably the standard, like for that specific group. But yeah, I'll put the link back in the chat again. I don't know if you want to join. That is, I'll probably need to find my headphones, to be fair, because I don't actually know where they are. It's going to be coming out of my telly, and it's going to be a bit of a mess because it's going to echo. Yeah, YouTube's not letting me put links in my description, so it's another thing. Oh, I've got some headphones. Oh no, are these my headphones? I don't actually know. I lost my headphones. Oh, that's annoying. Should have been better prepared. Oh, I should have been better prepared. Yeah, no, I don't actually know where my headphones are. Right, let's go and have a look. There's literally wires and stuff everywhere in my room. Aha. Right. There we go. Yeah, I can't actually see how many are actually watching, because I don't know. I've got this thing installed called YouTube Redux, and it brings back the old layout of YouTube, which I liked better anyway than the new layout of YouTube. But it's annoying how I can't post the link to the stream in the description, because it would have been much easier. But apparently I need to be verified or something, and it's a long process to get verified. I have to actually send in digital identification, which is a bunch of nonsense. And yeah, I suppose it's to stop. Well, it's for our own safety again, just like as me and John have discussed before, just like the Patriot Act in America, was supposedly brought in for our own safety to stop terrorists, where you have to borderline get touched up at the airport, and you can't go anywhere without borders. Oh, hello, John. I just need to untangle my headphones. It's been a bit of a nightmare. Right, let's get my headphones in. Right. Right, yeah. All right. I just need to change my speakers to my headphones.
Guess I'm running the show now. I want to make sure. Can I actually hear myself, though? Yeah, so good old Phil Rendon just made a couple months ago made a funny video about me, and just the typical arguments of kind of admitting that Brian Denlinger makes a lot of videos on Anderson and everything else, and it's okay. Basically, his little substance is that it's okay when Brian does it because Anderson is false, but if it's done to Brian, it's basically wrong. It's it's funny. Really, really scrapes the bottom of the barrel to try to find some kind of way to defend blatant hypocrisy from Brian. The funny thing is that Phil Rendon never actually goes through any of my videos on Brian and plays the whole thing. Just someone claims I cut up clips and everything else. No, I show the clips in context. They just don't like having their idol kicked. So it's comical to say the least, but it's the fruit of Denlingerism. It's no different than when I was part of the new IFB. Like how they treat dissenters is literally no different than the new IFB. It's if you go against the Pope, you're lost, essentially. Now they'll say, well, it's not because we're not saying you're lost because you spoke against Brian, but their grounds for questioning your salvation is because you've spoken against the man of God. That's really what it comes down to. Phil is essentially the fruit of Denlingerism. And of course he comes out with his own little videos mimicking all the basically the bitterness you see in his comments is just basically his videos and everything else.
I'm not muted. I don't know why it took me so long to figure that out.
Yeah,
this is my first time using this. I was like, I'm just going to set this up tonight and see whatever happens. And
yeah, I was giving a little monologue of the essence of his little
I saw that.
Rendon's. It's funny, his arguments so-called are really not. I mean, I don't know what point he was trying to make. It was just it was comical.
When did he actually upload that video?
It was back in May 1st of 2021. He doesn't actually mention my name. It is rather ironic how, you should, if you don't mention Brian Denlinger's name, it's somehow bad. But then he never mentions my name once. He just refers to me as that kid from Canada. It's and then my wicked buddy from England. That's what he said. That's his exact words.
Is that Bob? Yeah, I went on one of his streams like once. I remember. Yeah, I've spoken to him like briefly before.
Yeah. I mean, whenever I find I was watching that video he made of me. I was just laughing the whole time because it's like he really was scraping the bottom of the barrel. I mean, like it's just so funny how he never really deals. Like if you watch the video, he never actually deals with the point I made up of why is it okay for Brian to violate Titus 3:10, but then if somebody does it, when Brian's at the receiving end of it, it's somehow wrong. He really doesn't address it at all. He just says, well, Brian's rebuking a false prophet, so therefore it's okay apparently in that case. I mean, any course reads off. What was that?
My headphones are now working for now. I think I've got a dodgy port in my computer.
Yeah, technology is really fun when it works. When it doesn't,
it's such a pain. Yeah,
rage-inducing.
I saw the comment. Thanks for the KJ Bible playlist from T-Man65 channel. I was gutted when YouTube removed it. I assume that's what happened because I used to really like those audio books, the T-Man625s ones. I don't know if you ever listened to them before, but they're really good. The dramatized Bible audio. But yeah, YouTube I think took them down, so I re-uploaded a couple of them that were nowhere to be seen, and I put them all into a playlist. So so we still have them. I went back onto the Internet Archive and recovered a few of them. But I don't know why YouTube decided. Well, I know why YouTube decided to take them down, but
yeah, YouTube has never been real fond of any kind of freedom of expression, just like the Patriot Act. I mean, of course, you brought that up a little bit earlier. How in order to keep you safe, we have to take all. Or the way I put it is that the terrorists hate your freedom so much, so Bush will just take it away. So now they don't have to hate you anymore.
Yeah, it had 500 million views as well. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, we can't have that much truth having 500 million views.
I mean, you have like radical militant Catholics who say a lot of the conservative things, and they're. I mean, I'm not sure if you heard of like Matt Walsh. I mean,
I've heard his name.
Yeah. I mean, from a political standpoint, he says a lot of stuff that are very much.
Oh true. Yeah. I know Matt Walsh. Is he like with the Daily Wire a lot?
He's with the Daily Wire, and a lot of what he says on like political issues are very accurate. I mean, he just points out like a lot of just the insanity. Although he's a Roman Catholic, which there's that whole aspect of it.
Well, a lot of them are like big like Donald Trump supporters and stuff, and obviously he's a big Catholic as well. So that's not surprising.
Yeah, I remember when I used to be into the new IFB. I was really big into the Jews around the world and everything else, and there definitely are a lot of high level Jews in political power. But you look at like who they they obviously a lot of them have like papal knighthood and everything else. It's essentially that they have political power, but they wouldn't have that without the Pope. That's really goes on.
I think even Tony Blair over here. I think he like was a converted Catholic when he was Prime Minister. So it shows though, and Boris Johnson recently. I think his wife Carrie was a Catholic as well. So they all know where the power is.
Yeah, well, over here in Canada, our Parliament. I mean, never mind our wannabe Marxist, Catholic Prime Minister Trudeau. Our Parliament, we have a giant satanic idol known as the crucifix in our Parliament. Yeah. It's funny how the secular groups want to get rid of it, but they've never once been successful. Well, yeah, because they have no power. And over in America, Bush was supposedly, a born again Christian, which I guess is apparently why he claimed that he looks in the Pope's face and he's like, I saw God. Well, I agree. I actually do agree with them. He most certainly saw God, lowercase g, God of the world. That's who he saw.
Well, yeah, he saw Satan. Yeah,
Yeah, because the Pope is
he saw the Prince of the Air. Yeah,
yeah, he most certainly saw. It's the same thing when the Pope says, "Oh, Muslims and Catholics would have the same God." He's most certainly right.
Yeah. No, he's right. Yeah,
they are. They both do indeed worship Baal. So he's absolutely right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's funny too because the Jews run America. So I guess that's why when what's that? Who was that Nazi youth guy who Ratzinger, the guy who's in hell right now?
Oh,
yeah. So I mean, just his name kind of repulses me, Ratzinger. I mean, yeah, just what a fitting name for a Nazi. But essentially,
it does actually sound like a member of of Hitler's party, doesn't he?
Well, he sounds
like he fits in with like Joseph Goebbels and Göring and Heinrich Himmler, like them. Like,
yeah, just look at his smile. It gives me the creeps. It's like he would be the perfect like black metal album cover like photo. I am dead serious. Like just that name alone, it would be like a black metal album cover. But
I'm gonna have a look at. I'm gonna get his picture up now. What's his name?
Yeah. I mean, like that guy was just. I don't know. So, but anyway, when all the sexual abuse cases were popping up, and he was covering it up, and of course Obama was asked, what would he be like criminally liable in America because he's runs the Catholic Church, and Obama essentially said like he has complete diplomatic immunity. I can't do anything to him. Translation: he's my boss, and I serve him, and I can't touch him now.
Yeah,
that's pretty much what he's saying. Is essentially he's my boss, and I can't do anything to him. Now, I guarantee what's going to happen is probably someone's going to take that because I've had, of course, the Denlinger people, they always like to take me out of context. Someone's probably going to take that and make it seem like I'm referring to the Pope as my boss, which it's to be expected.
Well, you said recently, is that who you're talking about?
Yeah. I mean,
Pope Benedict. Yeah.
The guy who basically the Hitler Youth, basically pedophile enabling. I mean, look at him.
He looks so evil in the eyes, doesn't he? Like,
I'm serious. That would be the perfect like black metal album cover. Like
no, it would. Yeah.
You could just give him some corpse paint, and I mean, I'm trying to like something like a Ratzinger Morticia or something that's some kind of black metal band name. I mean, I don't know. It was funny too because you can go on Metallium, which is the metal encyclopedia. You'd be surprised how many Catholic black metal bands there are.
Oh yeah, there probably is. To be fair, like I haven't really looked into a lot of the black metal stuff.
I used to be into a lot of that.
Yeah, you used to listen to it, so
yeah. I mean, hence how I know of all these. Hence how I know of all these. Songs which are allowed on YouTube still.
Yeah,
apparently.
They're allowed to. Atheist black metal bands, they're allowed to glorify the killing of like Muslims and Catholics.
Yeah, and basically praise Hitler and everything else. And I guess because it's music, they can do it. So
yeah,
I mean,
but if we uploaded a video like even criticizing Islam or like your videos you did a series exposing Hinduism.
Yeah.
I don't even know. Are those videos still on YouTube? Because I remember you had to put them. I remember you putting them on Rumble. But
there are at least 50 Islam videos that are only on Rumble just because of the fact that
YouTube took them.
But like, think about it like this: if I were to just simply read the lyrics of these songs, I would be getting a hate speech strike for sure. Like, I mean, just the titles alone, like "Behead Muhammad" or "Annihilation of Islam," just the titles alone. If I were to just read the lyrics, you can bet I'd be getting that video taken down within an hour. But apparently, if I sing it, then apparently it's okay.
Yeah,
I mean, it's blatantly like calls for genocide. One of the songs was literally titled "Islamic Parasite."
Yeah,
I'm not. I mean, I guess because it's musical expression or something like that, or Yeah.
Yeah, which doesn't really make any sense. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense because no difference whether it's musical expression or not really. It's still the content of the lyrics is still the same as saying it really. So
yeah, I mean it's like different. I mean, especially since in a lot of European nations, like if someone gave a speech like that, they would probably be like arrested under terroristic. Could you imagine that in the UK, if somebody actually
well, someone got arrested for quoting Winston Churchill saying, "Islam in a man's like rabies in a dog." They said that in London, and they got arrested by the Met Police. So
Well, imagine someone singing the lyrics to the song called "In the Night the Mosque Burns Bright." Imagine someone just singing the lyrics to that, and seeing how quickly they get arrested.
Yeah,
and probably locked up and never see the light of day again.
Yeah, it was interesting. Recently, all the Palestine protesters were there climbing and desecrating war memorials, and the Met Police were like, "Oh, it's not a criminal offence, so we can't do anything about it." But yeah, someone left a bacon sandwich outside a mosque and got 2 years in jail and got killed in prison. So yeah, that's just.
Well, I heard about some. I mean, to be honest, the stuff I hear out of the UK, I mean, I'll be honest, it kind of, I mean, it puts Canada to shame. I'll just say, I mean, no offense, by the way, but it's kind of a shame because the UK used to be a very godly nation.
Yeah, so, no, it did, yeah.
I mean,
if you go back a couple hundred years, yeah.
A couple hundred years, something like this would have been like unthinkable. The idea of this being like anywhere near the UK.
Yeah,
but like I heard about one instance where a guy got arrested for waving a British flag. I mean,
recently,
I mean, terrible crime to wave your country's own flag in the country. Apparently,
because some people turned up with the English flag at a Palestine demonstration or something, and the Met Police said there was no issue with Muslims, Hamas supporters at a demonstration shouting for jihad, but two lads walked up with an English flag, and they pretty much said, if you say anything racist, you'll be arrested immediately. So apparently that's a bigger crime than calling for jihad on the streets. So
so apparently you can the people can go out and like I saw one video where they're chanting Heil Hitler, gas the Jews. So I mean that I guess well, here's why, because they're not white, so therefore
you can't arrest them because of systematic racism or whatever. I don't know.
So I mean, it's the kind of thing where, well, think about it like this: the Manchester bombing. Turns out some information had come out that security guard actually noticed the guy displaying suspicious behavior.
They did.
Yeah. So apparently, on a normal circumstance, he would have like questioned him and kind of seen what was going on. But apparently, he was afraid of being called racist, and of course, a few minutes later, his suspicions were confirmed as a big explosion goes off and everyone's running out.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and it's the exact same case with all of the rape jihad gangs up and down the towns and cities. Literally none of them are getting convicted because the police don't want to be called racist, so they're scared of it. Even though Islam's not even a race, but you're still called a racist for criticising Islam, which is
same thing when you say something about Judaism, you're automatically like
anti-Semitic.
Exactly. Like I've gotten that so many different times, and I've said that I think it's kind of what's called dual covenant theology slipping in, because it essentially says that it's what John Hagee promotes. I refer to it as like hyper Zionism, as in like just
supporting Israel blindly. They could support them. They could blow up a school, mass genocide, kill like millions of kids, and it's fine because it's Israel, and we've got to support Israel no matter what. Obviously we've got to support. As Romans 11 says, God still has a plan for Israel, and Israel is going to be restored to God eventually. But that doesn't mean we need to support everything that the Israeli government does. In terms of forcing 7 jabs into people's arms as well.
Or attempting to outlaw gospel preaching. I don't know if it passed or not, but and think about too this thing. Oh, Israel can do no wrong. Well, scripturally speaking, they're the exact opposite of perfect. Hence the time of Jacob's trouble. From a scriptural standpoint, they're the complete opposite.
That's why the time of Jacob's trouble is even happening.
If they can never do wrong, they could never do wrong. Then what's the opposite of the truth? They do wrong all the time. Just reading through the Talmud, just the extremely profane blasphemy against Jesus Christ. You can kind of see why there needs to be a time of Jacob's trouble.
Well, this is break it up. It's all right now. I don't know, but the stream's like buffering. I don't know why.
It's fine on my end, but probably not for long because I'm using a mobile data like hotspot, and it has a weird thing of like cutting in and out. So I pay $100 a month for this thing, and it's like garbage. It's like
like technology is so expensive to not even work half the time.
It's expensive. It's expensive for like low quality, and you know, it's like, hey, it's kind of like selling hundreds of dollars for your preaching, you know.
Oh yeah, what $300
Yeah, $300 for a hard drive. You know, apparently buy the truth and sell it not doesn't apply when, you know.
No, but I mean, he's rightly criticised people in the past for, you know, doing that clickbaiting videos, like,
Yeah.
you know, Robert Breaker with his rapture prediction videos. We don't know that much nonsense, but
Yeah.
but like, yeah, rightly criticising that. But when he's monetising his own videos on Rumble and then also selling hard drives for £300 and then selling merchandise as well, it doesn't make him any better than any of those people. So,
well, yeah, exactly. And like, it's not wrong for a minister to you know, receive money for what he does. I mean, that's not the main issue. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is when you have to just blast it all over the place and charge excessive amounts. At that point, it does become a problem because like, are you really trusting God at that point?
And when you're complaining that not enough people are donating.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of funny. That video was hilarious. I mean, so like at one point he's like kind of threatening to go get a secular job or something like that. Like,
I don't know why he doesn't have one anyway. But
well, it's funny because at one point there's a really earlier video where he says that, you know, this doesn't work out if God no longer supports me, then, you know, I'm gonna go get a secular job. Well, apparently he's not supporting you enough when you are below poverty, so maybe it's time to get a secular job. And he's like threatening to do that, but I mean, like, I am not kidding. He's actually threatening, like I may just have to get a secular job. It's like, okay.
Oh no.
I mean,
well, the rest of us have to do.
Yeah. Well, what are they gonna do all day? You know, I mean, and that was back in like January 2018. I mean, now it's just like, that's like,
that was when he started to make some like questionable videos because he did that, and then he did that like a Christian will not video that was pretty much just blatantly backloading works, and
it was literally no different than what you could hear from like any Lordship Salvationist who
and that's where a lot of the accusations came from, that he was backloading works. I think in a lot of his videos before that, he was accused of backloading works because he actually believed in conviction of sin to get saved.
Yeah.
Obviously, scriptural standpoint. But when he started, going on, oh yeah, if you're genuinely saved, you won't do this, whatever, judging salvation by the sins of the flesh. That is when those accusations come into full force, and it actually gave them some weight. And I think that turned some people away from some of the actual scriptural standpoints, and they actually started compromising some of their scriptural stances and, going over to certain crowds who, blatantly reject scripture in that area.
What's actually funny, because Phil Rendon claimed that I supposedly reject the idea of conviction at salvation. He's blatantly lying, because in my blog post, I actually clarify exactly, because he's referring to that blog post where I was refuting this idea of basically being totally wrecked and broken and having your life destroyed before coming to salvation, as if God won't accept you if your life is going like decently good. And I was basically refuting this idea and showing scriptures where people were having, decent lives and they still got born again. And he made it seem like I'm rejecting conviction altogether. I mean, what I was refuting was this idea that your life has to just be totally destroyed and in shambles in order for God to accept you. I mean, like, really, how is like that any different than works-based salvation? If your life must occur, like, it's not enough to have repentance and faith. This must occur before God will accept it. I mean, that's really like borderline Calvinism, really.
Yeah. Well, all you need to really know is that you're a sinner on the way to hell. You need to be saved, and then you come to God and go out to God and receive Jesus Christ as your Savior after He died, buried, and rose again the third day on the cross. Put your faith in that. That's sort of salvation.
Well, yeah, I mean, but apparently it's not enough, because I've now had my salvation revoked because I apparently have committed some kind of unpardonable sin by daring to voice any kind of
disagreement with Brian. You can't lose your salvation unless you question Brian. And that's it.
He'll send his Grand Inquisitor Jacob Thompson to apparently go up to heaven and take my name out of the Book of Life for apparently saying I don't agree with Brian, and actually saying it publicly, apparently.
Yeah, I don't know where. Well, this cult mentality started, as we said, around 2018. But none of them were like that before. Even Jacob Thompson, I remember some of his earlier videos. He made some pretty decent videos.
Yeah.
But he's become such a respectable person to.
Yeah, Brian. and not just that, but he's now also a news reporter.
Oh yeah.
In other words, constant focus on the things of this present evil world.
Yeah.
I mean, you go on his website. Yeah, his website is basically. Yeah, his website's no different than what you would see from any I used to do all these Illuminati exposed videos. I was mostly just copying the Vigilant Christian and a call for an uprising. What you have on JT's site is
I used to watch the call for an uprising like before I was saved. So
JT is literally no different. The only difference is he'll actually use a few Bible. I mean, call for an uprising doesn't really quote any verses at all.
No, I remember he did quite one once, and it was from like the Lexham English Bible or some like really weird version. I don't know.
Yeah, but one thing he does have in common is bitterness. I mean, call for an uprising is. I saw a thing where he got into this argument with the Vigilant Christian, and he definitely. I call for an uprising, and JT definitely have the same kind of just anger against anybody who says anything about them.
Yeah,
I mean, a call for an uprising is. I think this is always the problem. I would say about like constant focus on the things of the world.
Yeah,
it gets you very bitter after a while.
It does, it does, because there's so much anger,
Yeah, because you're always looking for something that like Satan, like essentially the Vigilant Christian even at one point called out some of these truthers and saying that like that it's not like godly to just constantly look for something that Satan's doing. It's like, and again, it's like, okay, we get it. Satan, is running Hollywood. Satan's doing this. We kind of get the fact that Satan has, a conspiracy against God. We don't need 7 videos a day or 20 articles a day talking about it,
No, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's good it's good to know your enemy, definitely, because you need to, we need to be able to, put on the whole armor of God, withstand the wiles of the devil. We need to know what the devil's tricks are, how it gets to fall and stumble into sin and that. But we don't need to constantly focus on everything that the devil's doing all the time, because that becomes unfruitful, and we're focusing, as you say, on the things of this present evil world rather than the hope that's to come when Christ returns and catches his bride out. Hopefully now.
Yeah. I mean, I think 20 articles a day is kind of a bit. I mean. Well, I mean, obviously he needs the money because that's why he has donation links splattered everywhere. It's like, it's. I mean, even the Vigilant Christian had this. The Vigilant Christian on his channel, big block letters, click here to donate. So I mean, it's clearly financially because it's very sensational. I mean, even my videos on the Illuminati, I've had some, 2 years ago, whatever else. Those got plenty of decent views. I mean, on Rumble they actually did make, because I am monetized on Rumble.
Yeah, I think that's why they make those videos, because they know that they're going to attract interest, even from the lost world, the like truther movement.
I mean, people look for truth in this fallen world. So, I mean, because that's the argument Brian says. Oh, if I wanted money, why would I say the things I do? Well, he has a pretty sizable following because there are a lot of people.
He has over 50,000 subscribers. So I mean,
there are plenty of
audience.
I mean, he's doing it full time, so obviously there's enough people who want truth, like controversial stuff. And the thing is, too, when is the last time he really has done his study? Now it's all just walking around the woods ranting about something now, it seems like.
Yeah, he doesn't really do. I remember he used to upload like 2-hour long videos of literally just reading the Bible, going through scriptures, and they were really fruitful, really good videos. But these days it's either that or just like screaming, provoking someone's salvation, and I find them really, really painful to sit through. Like that's why I literally don't watch any of his videos anymore. I
to be honest,
have playlists on my channel with his old videos, so I like to go back and watch them. And there's some good stuff in there. The Lord's using them.
What's funny, his video on independent fundamental Baptist Catholicism, it's very good. In fact, a lot of what he says are very true points. It's just a shame that he's now violating a lot of his own standards he said back then. I mean, I can take clips of his older sermons and show clips of him now where he's basically doing the exact thing he condemned.
Yeah, someone said a call for an uprising started me on my journey. I mean, same for me, really. Well, obviously my dad did, because I spoke to him about a lot of this stuff. But I watched a call for an uprising, and where I learned about the Freemasons and the Illuminati and everything. His discernment is inspiring. He may come across as angry, but I believe it's a genuine side of Christ. I mean, possibly. I mean, I don't know the guy, so I'm not going to say whether he's saved or not. But he doesn't. I know he doesn't have a standard in the King James Bible, which is a big problem, because last time I saw he quoted from like a Lexham English Bible or some modern version. That's obviously a big problem, but I don't know the guy personally, so I don't.
Well, neither do I. I don't know him personally. I can't say that he's law. I mean, I can't say that. See, here's the problem with the internet only ministry is that like, unless you know the guy in person, like calling him lost because of something they said online is like, you don't know it in person. So I mean, like,
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing too, is that the Denlinger Group, and this is really the problem with internet pastors in general, is that like, you never really know what they're like behind the camera. I mean, that's the thing too, is that I posted that video by this evangelist named Paul Schwank where he's basically rebuking Steven Anderson and saying that there's no. He's the guy that said, in all the Bible, and I double checked it. There's no internet pastors to be found, and he made up a good point. Well, that as amazing and advanced as the internet is, you're just not able to reach your fingers through that World Wide Web and truly know that guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Apparently, Call for an Uprising recently had 12 channels taken down overnight. So I doubt the money's important to him. He only talks to a couple thousand now. Some people can't fake genuine righteous anger, but I think there is a difference between genuine righteous anger about sin and just like complete railing and making up false accusations.
Well, if you want to see a good example of just ranting and raving, go watch JT's video on so-called leech ministry. He actually admits, I didn't really want to do this. I just saw this like he admits he just did it on the spot, just out of nowhere. So it wasn't really like any thought put into it. It was just basically a rant he did on the spot. Yeah. He actually admits it. So
I know he's very prone to that sort of things. I remember some of the texts like Tim showed in his video when Tim called him out on some of the stuff he was doing as being wrong, and he sent some like really, really, really like angry texts to him, and
on Skype when JT found out that I was excommunicated, he actually So I think he, of course, I blocked him on Skype after that. But some of the messages he sent me were, rather. I mean, calling him nasty would probably be an understatement. But it seems like, whenever you say something about a news ministry, it just sends him into outer space. It's hilarious.
Yeah, he tried to bring up the word because Watchman's an Old Testament word. He tried to bring that out, didn't he?
Yeah, and it's funny too because I you look at the verses that talk about a watchman. It has nothing to do with news. It just watching and keeping watch. It's mostly due to like military affairs. It had nothing to do with.
I thought like a watchman was someone like a security guard.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
A watchman is.
Yeah, and not just that, it had nothing to do with news, being a news reporter, and also there is no New Testament office of a watchman too. That's another thing he kind of overlooked. Again, when it's on the spot like that, he had to just scrape the bottom of the barrel to try to find some scriptural justification for fancying himself as a news reporter.
Yeah, I don't know. Like Jack Thompson's another one who's gone really off the rails.
Well, it's funny, his video on so-called leech. I mean, he actually attacked me in the video and said that and this is just how hot
about your glasses.
Yeah. I'm wearing blue light canceling glasses because maybe I don't like getting headaches from looking at the screen. And he made it seem like I'm copying him. I'm just thinking like, who does this little boy think he is? And he's my age physically, but mentally and spiritually, he acts like a toddler. Really, I mean, so.
Yeah, he does. He really can't. He really can't contain like his anger at all. It's just straight railing and just bitterness and just like everywhere.
Yeah, and and like Accountable KJV said, if you go against him, he'll just rub his accomplishments in your face. And it's funny too because he was doing that throughout the video. He was saying he got mad at Phil for apparently saying something about like some quote from his book and without giving JT credit. I mean, JT was treating it like the unpardonable sin. I mean, it's like, what you mean, my book, the book that I wrote? I mean, it was just like,
the book that he copied from Ruckman.
The book that he actually copied from. Yeah, I mean, of course, I would have commented that had it not been blocked from his channel, but
you're not allowed to comment on his channel anymore.
Well, that was back when his channel was still up, obviously. JT.
All right. Did he delete? Did he delete each channel?
I think he got taken. Well, maybe he did delete it. I just know it's not available. Well, he has another channel he just doesn't post on, so he can still, comment on Brian's videos. Because I
didn't even know he has another channel, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, he has another one. He commented on the video game sermon which, you know, saying it's not liberty, which, you know, I don't play video games. I mean, you know, I think I find it weird when grown men play video games, but
yeah,
like,
I don't really have time to play them. So
me personally, I mean, I mean, there were times where I occasionally would play Minecraft, but in all reality, I just, you know, as a 21-year-old, I just don't really have a desire to play a game that's
it is a bit of a waste of time.
Well,
I mean,
that's basically the target demographic is 9 to 14-year-olds. As a 21-year-old guy who's like basically growing a beard, I really don't have a desire to play the game. I mean, I enjoyed it as a kid, but as an adult, I just don't really have a desire to play it. I mean, you know.
No, I'm not one of those, you know, people who literally just sit there, play games all day and like get into like speed running and like like,
I mean,
get into speed running and like proper like competitive gaming. It's like, what are you doing with your life?
Yeah. I mean, the only time I've really opened up the app is, you know, maybe for a hit of nostalgia once in a while.
Yeah.
Maybe for like time.
Yeah, like I only like playing like older games like occasionally.
Yeah, just for nostalgia. Yeah, for nostalgia. I mean, but like. Even if it was liberty, I mean, I just don't really have an interest in you know, I mean, it's not, and I'm not even their demographic. I mean, I'm just, you know, that's the whole thing. I mean,
but the ironic thing is, it's apparently not liberty to play video games, but to celebrate Christmas is liberty. So I don't know what the
well, Halloween is bad. Halloween is bad, you know, and it's Catholic, which it is. But Christmas is okay, even though it's Catholic. I mean, Brian. I have a clip of Brian openly admitting that German Catholics in his area celebrate Christmas and are open about it. He also admitted that he has been rebuked by former Catholics about Christmas. But apparently that's okay because I guess if we just add Jesus to it, then it's okay. Well, I mean, if that's the case, then I guess we can. I mean, why are you condemning Halloween? We just got to add Jesus to it, and then therefore it's okay.
Yeah, and you could also technically celebrate Ramadan if you used the Romans 14 argument.
Well, you could just make up your own holiday and just add Jesus to it, and therefore apparently because they take esteem it unto the Lord, they don't realize that the context is dealing with Old Testament like observances, as in like you can do
like
it or
Sabbath
not.
Day and
it's not saying you can just take any holiday you want and add Jesus to it.
It refutes the people who believe that you've got to keep the Sabbath to stay saved, and like Sunday worship's the mark of the beast or whatever else.
Exactly.
Really, really crazy doctrine.
Yeah, exactly. Romans 14 is essentially a refutation of like essentially those who would say that you must observe the Sabbath and everything else. It's a refutation of the Judaizers. I mean, when you read it in context, obviously, when you just take that one verse and isolate it, then you get the impression that I can just basically celebrate any holiday I want, and just as long as I just add Jesus to it. Well, if that's the case, then why are you condemning Halloween? You know?
Yeah.
And there are now some Christians who do actually observe, who just, you know, they'll put gospel tracts in the candy baskets or whatever else. I mean, you know, and plus too, I mean, he condemns Halloween for being Catholic, which, you know, it is. But then Christmas is okay, even though he knows it's Catholic. It's not consistent.
But yeah, as you were saying to me before, you know, we were talking about it before. Christmas is actually a lot more deceptive than Halloween is because it's not openly satanic.
Exactly.
Satan disguises himself as a minister of righteousness. So
it's no different than how CCM is much more deceptive and evil than black metal, because the black metal musicians, they don't try to hide it. They'll gladly tell you that they basically love Satan and hate anything to do with God and everything else. They don't try to hide it, so it's easy to just see it because they put it in their band albums and everything else. But then the CCM, they come under the impression of Christian, so they're much more deceptive and much more easily used by Satan to dupe, you know, born again believers.
Yeah, and it's also why a lot of, you know, false sects of, you know, Christianity are much more deceptive than just plain Satanism. Why a lot more people fall into Roman Catholicism and, you know, whatever else.
And that's the other thing too is that like you know, you'll notice a lot of defenses of Christmas are all emotionally based. Oh, it makes me feel good. Oh, I enjoy it. It's always me. It's always about
you were in a group chat with a few people. I spoke to a couple of them briefly. I wasn't in that group chat.
What's funny? All I asked was like essentially, hey, could you show me a scripture where Jesus Christ ordained observing his birth? I can show you verses where we're ordained to, you know, remember his death. But I mean, show me any verses where the apostles.
But it's not by drinking wine and eating a wafer.
It's not about drinking wine. It's not about you know, it's not about me because it makes me. I mean, how is that any different than a drug? Really? I mean, if you're doing it because it makes you feel good, I mean, I mean, it's like, oh, we're doing it to the glory of God. I mean, it's like these Calvinists who smoke cigarettes to the glory of God. There are some Calvinists who actually do that. You know?
Yeah. Oh, James White.
Yeah, Jeff Durbin. They have a brewery in their church. I mean, yeah.
Oh yeah,
and James White.
You're right. To be fair, Jacob Thompson's channel's gone. I didn't even know.
Yeah,
it was up on the last check. When did it get taken down? Or he deleted it?
Yeah, but he doesn't really need a channel because I'm sure he's getting loads of money off that essentially Infowars light.
Website, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, not that I endorse
it. Call himself Alex Jones.
No, I mean, not that I endorse accountable KGB, but he did bring up a good point that that. I mean, it's all about the things of the world. I mean, that's all that it is. I mean, but I like when he's like, I hope you're getting loads of money because it's not going to mean anything at the judgment seat.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, I'm sure he is getting lots of money off that website with the donation links. Like,
we're told not to put up treasures on this earth and focus on heavenly things. But
I mean, if God is really behind you, then you'll be taken care of. I mean, he takes care of his saints, obviously, and if God's really put you in ministry, then he'll provide for you. But when you have to splatter donation links like on every single page, like giant block letters and everything else, then is it really a ministry or is it a business?
What do you reckon the likelihood of any of the Brian Group is of finding this stream? Because it's on a channel with 42 subs and they're probably never even don't even know who I am. But I guess I'm lost now because I publicly spoke against Brian. Yeah. But no, it's not even due to the fact that I don't like him because I love Brian. He's done a lot of good things for the Lord, but he's really, really, really gone off the rails, and I'm going to call him out for that because he's, come away from what the scriptures and the standard that he claimed to, claimed to be living.
And as somebody who was in the new IFB before, joining up with the Brian Group, how they treat their dissenters, and I speak from experience, from when I was in the new IFB, how they treat dissenters is no different whatsoever than how the new IFB does it. It's literally no different. I mean, if you, Phil Rendon even repeats a lot of their rhetoric. If you disagree with Stephen Anderson, you're basically a lost reprobate and you're going to bust hell wide open. Phil Rendon just basically says the exact same thing. I've spoken against Brian Denlinger, and now all of a sudden I'm a lost reprobate going to bust hell wide open, apparently.
No, Phil Rendon does upload videos. I didn't even know.
Yeah. Sure. Oh, and it's funny too because I have screenshots of comments from Andersonites and comments from Brian's followers. Basically, I could put them side by side, and you cannot even tell the difference. They basically parrot the exact same talking points, all the personal attacks, all the just basically kind of bitterness and anger. It's no different whatsoever.
Was it May 2021 he did this video?
It was May 1st, 2022 was I think the title was like rebuking a reprobate or something like that, which it's about me, but he never actually mentions my name, obviously.
I remember I was in the chat. I think I never actually joined the stream, but I remember when Accountable KJB did that video against you and Bob.
Accountable KJB has done I think at least 15 videos where he attacks myself and Bob throughout it. He just doesn't mention our names, but the way he talks, he'll say it, he'll word it very sly, but he'll word it in a way to where those of us who
I remember him referring to you as like Bob's pet monkey or something.
Well, he'll use very vague terms to where basically I know he's talking about me. He knows he's talking about me and Bob. For example, he'll refer to me as like he'll say something about Canada, like he'll mention Canada and mention someone attacking from Canada.
Could be anyone.
Anyone in Canada. Well, it's funny because he'll never actually say my name, but there are multiple times where he'll very, very subtle, he's very, very careful with his words. He'll use very vague terms that only those who are familiar with me or familiar with him or whatever else would actually know that he's referring to me. But the guy is very sneaky, and I'll just say this too, I don't know what to make of the guy, but he just has a smile he puts on the whole time, which is I don't know.
Yeah, this was it. May the 2nd, 2023. A sharp rebuke to a reprobate.
Yeah.
Comment from. Hold on. Let's. I'm gonna screen share the.
Yeah, it was comical. I was just laughing the whole time I was watching it because it's like, yeah.
All right. Let's get this up on
Just,
the screen.
you know,
Right,
pretty much he's upset that I kicked his idol. That's the whole crux of the matter.
A disagreement and attacking are not the same. Well, okay,
Yeah.
but a disagree. What? I mean, yeah, they're not. So yeah, technically he's right, but why does Brian see a disagreement as attacking him? Why does Phil Rendon see a disagreement with Brian as attacking him? Because I don't think in any videos you've even attacked him. You've just called him out according to where he's contradicted scripture.
And also I played clips. I played his clips of him and let him speak for himself.
You didn't even really talk much in the video.
Yeah, I barely talk at all. I mean, the only words I really say is watch this clip, and I just play the clip of Brian, and then play another clip right after of him basically saying the exact opposite. I mean, I'm not really attacking him. I'm just basically showing him condemning himself. Really, I mean, it's. Yeah. I mean, it's funny. Phil never actually deals with any of the videos I make. He's just upset that I've said something bad about his idol.
Yeah. I never understood why these levels are so obsessed with Brother Brian by making video after video after video about him, like he does about Stephen Anderson, which I mean, I don't have a problem with him. You know, he needs to warn against Stephen Anderson's false teachings because they're very dangerous, anti-scriptural false teachings. Around the Pre-Trib Rapture, but
I mean, I'll say this though. I mean, sorry to cut through, but I'll say this as somebody who's former new IFB. I have no problem with someone exposing Stephen Anderson. I've done a lot of my own stuff, so that's not an issue. I have no problem with that. I mean, I've done plenty of my own videos on Anderson. The guy does need to be exposed. He is now the new Westboro. The only difference is his movement is growing to a point where they need to be called out publicly. You know.
On top of and you can't contact Brian either because he doesn't know his contact him. So the only way you can, voice disagreements with his videos is by making a video response. But apparently, then that's attacking him. But you haven't.
That's exactly it. I mean, I actually asked Brian if I could add you on Skype, and he was hesitant, and then basically essentially said no. So, I mean, he won't take phone calls, won't let you. I mean, well, unless you're part of his little inner circle of, I guess.
You've got to have 1,000 subscribers plus.
Yeah, you got to have 1,000 subscribers.
You got to have a verification badge.
I mean, it's like, I guess you got to prove your loyalty to him or something like that. I mean, it sounds like some kind of fantasy sci-fi thing. I mean, you want to prove your loyalty to the I mean, it's
I don't need to prove my loyalty to anyone apart from the Word of God. That's the only thing we need to prove our loyalty to.
Yeah, and let me say this too. Brian Denlinger is not my pope, okay? I mean, he said, unless someone thinks I'm just falsely accusing him, which I'll make a video showing the clip where Brian admits I would like to be a pope. He said that's his.
Did he say this recently? I've not actually seen this.
Yeah, one of his live streams, somebody was asking him if he knew about this what was the channel called? Pope Brian and his cult.
Know
about this channel. The channel was on there among. So somebody asked Brian, "Do you know about this?" And Brian says, "He is like, yeah, I do know about this. I would like to be a pope." He admits it. Yeah. He would like to be called Holy Father, apparently, which is blasphemous.
I
guess it's okay when Brian does it.
It's gross.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't realize that when I say Jesus is my Pope, it's true because he is my Holy Father. Okay. I mean, that's there's nothing wrong with calling Jesus a Pope because that is.
And he is the rockest foundation of the church. So.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to unquestioning obedience and loyalty, there's nothing wrong with saying that Jesus Christ has my unquestioning obedience and loyalty because he does. He's God in the flesh.
But Brian doesn't. Is a man with errors.
Yeah. He's not infallible. Well, I'm sure. I mean, he kind of acts like he's infallible because, if I'm like he says, if I'm wrong, then correct me. But then when you do correct him,
you're lost apparently.
Yeah, you're lost. You're lost, and you're attacking. Or according to Phil, I'm attacking a man of God.
I know a lot of people will complain that we've spoke too much about Brian and his group and whatever else, but of course we're going to speak about that. It's because it's something we have a relatable experience in, I suppose. I mean, I wasn't as far in the group as you. I watched a few videos, interacted with a few people in comments, but I was never really properly in the group. And then I just realised that It was actually when I watched Tim's video. Actually, Lord really opened it up to me. Problems that Brian had that I was, really overlooking as well. When watching his videos, and I was like, actually, yeah, Tim has a very valid point. And I was quite hesitant to watch his video at first because of what Brian said about him in that video where he tries to prove his Spanish ancestry or something like that. That was so bad that he took it down.
Yeah, thankfully, some people have re-uploaded it so Brian can't. Just like how Brian, and on Tim's video too, that was also because I actually was seeing some issues with Brian that it was minor or whatever else. I was mostly a respecter of persons. That was my problem. Yeah. But Tim's video really helped to open my eyes at just how much Brian actually truly will just willfully tell lies. And then Brian comes out with his video about Tim Connant's ancestry, and then Tim does his response, further showing Brian just willfully lying on multiple occasions. And that really opened my eyes in the fact that, like, Brian Denlinger is just lying left and right when he's called out. And then Brian says, he's showing personal messages. Well, didn't you do the exact same thing? And then his excuse was, well, I wasn't showing emails. Okay. Yeah. So apparently it's like that was his exact excuse. So they show personal, I guess showing Google Hangout chats is somehow like not morally the same thing apparently.
Yeah, no, that is the same as it's still a personal message. So
yeah, you're still showing personal messages. It doesn't matter what method the message was sent; it's still showing personal messages. But so that really opened my eyes. And then also another big turning point for me was when he essentially implied that the new IFB deserved to have their kids, assaulted. That was another big thing. That that was like, that was wicked of what he said there. That
was horrible.
Yeah, and then eventually I came out with a live stream. Just essentially, I wasn't really attacking him. I was just simply stating I don't agree with him on this.
Yeah, but whatever else. When he was being manipulated and told to attack certain people who were voicing disagreements with Brian by, people in his inner circle at the time.
Yeah. Well, Aaron Deering said that. Well, if you don't know who Aaron Deering is, he was a Scottish guy who used to.
Yeah.
He's actually the guy who called me lost. First,
I know. Yeah, but he was being manipulated a lot by.
Yeah, well, he did a long live stream saying that he was essentially being psychologically and mentally abused by some of the elders, and he actually, if you don't know, he actually has PTSD now because of that. So.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and he's completely left. And I was saying to you, this is a trend. A lot of the people who have left, who were deep in the Brian Denlinger Group, have like completely left the internet now, and JT obviously did his video trying to, really private video celebrating the fact they've left. But I think it's more to do with the fact that they literally just won't leave them alone making railing accusations against them, and they just want to get away with it.
What's funny, Phil thinks I'm obsessed. Phil thinks I'm obsessed. Like, you should see how he just responds to every single person saying something nice about me. He just he'll go on my video, and every time someone says a nice comment, he'll respond to every single person leaving a comment. You want to talk about obsessed. And he's done that on multiple videos. He'll go on Brian's video and respond to every person that will say something about Brian. He'll attack me on multiple. I have so many different screenshots. So, he thinks I'm obsessed. When he told me that one time, stop attacking Brian, I'm like, okay, I'll stop attacking Brian. And I did exactly that. And then yet he keeps attacking me in the comment section. So, we don't want to talk about obsessed. This guy's the epitome of obsession. When you have to respond to every person leaving a nice comment on my videos, that is obsession, Yeah,
this guy in the comments said, on top of that, the videos they put out are horribly cut up. Well, they're not, because I've watched those videos. Anyone can go and watch those videos in their entirety, and they can see that they're not out of context.
Yeah, it's an easy cop out when you say, "Oh, they're out of context." No, just watch the video for yourself, and basically they just don't like the idea.
To say.
Yeah, and that's why Phil never actually dealt with my videos, is because I'm just letting Brian speak for himself. I'm showing the clip and then showing another clip where Brian says the exact opposite. How do you really like debunk that? I'm just letting Brian speak for himself.
Yeah, try to make him say things he never said. The little devil.
Apparently make him say things he never said.
Say, that's it. You question Brian. That's it. You can't get safe now.
Yeah, and it's funny too, because you look at there's a bite model for cults, the Stephen Hassan bite model. One of the red flags that's of a cult is when most of their critics were once supporters of the group. A lot of people don't realize that's actually one of the big signs of a cult, is when their biggest enemies were once the most biggest supporters. and who all have a similar experience of being wronged in some sort of way. I mean, and you look at most of the critics of Brian, even Brian himself admit they once thought I was great, and then I kicked their sin, and now all of a sudden they're stabbing me in the back, and it's well, really it's actually the opposite. Yeah, he actually stabbed us in the back after we kicked his sin.
Yeah. And we pointed out where he was completely contradicting the scripture and betraying his own stands on, certain things and, areas that he was wrong and we tried to correct him about. And, he's the one who started provoking our salvation and calling us lost. That's why we broke away because he wasn't displaying the Spirit.
Or if it's not him himself doing it, his followers will just do it for him, or he'll send his holy Grand Inquisitor Jacob Thompson to make a video yelling and ranting about
I don't even know if he still makes videos.
Well, he doesn't anymore, but
he did.
Yeah. Well, he sure loves to make. I'm sure he does. I mean, he'll probably just write a blog post about you that's like 50 pages long or something like that.
Yeah, which is no different to what Logical Wiki. Was it Rational Wiki?
Rational Wiki.
Yeah, that's no different to what they did. I remember against Brian they did a 100-page study against him. I remember that. But then when they were writing things like they said nothing.
But it's funny because even Rational Wiki points out. And they got maybe 5 pages on the basically the mass perverted cult leader Jack Hyles. They got basically maybe half a page on him. I mean the Pope. They have
Stephen Anderson. How much is on Stephen Anderson on Rational Wiki?
Well, I want to see how much they have on a. I'm trying to think of the black metal album title to give the Benedict character. I'm trying to think of a perfect black metal name just to call him.
He's just Palpatine's twin.
Yeah, I want to. Yeah, he's just basically Palpatine. Well, I mean, you see that picture where his arms are out like that? His arms are out. I mean, I don't know if he's trying to cosplay, but he's doing the best job at it unintentionally, obviously. Plus, I mean, he was a Nazi in his youth, so it's very fitting that he would essentially look like a space Nazi.
Yeah, he's just to come out with the "I love democracy, I love the republic."
Yeah, and the fact is too that well, I mean, he is basically like the Emperor. I mean, he basically controls all the nations, and all the guys come down, all the presidents, regardless if they're Republican or Democrat, will bow down to the Pope. That's why voting is pretty much pointless because either way the Pope wins.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Even the supposed small alternative parties, none of them are genuine. Even the ones over here, a lot of the patriotic parties, a lot of them, support a lot of Catholic ideas.
Yeah, and also too, a lot of them, and this has been a long-standing thing that Rome has done to beat people into submission is anybody with any character whatsoever won't. They'd be lucky if they maybe get into some local level, whatever else. But on the national level, there's no honesty there whatsoever. The most of these people have so many skeletons in their closet that they have to do what they're told. Otherwise, they have to do what they're told. Otherwise, they might end up and think about it like this. The Pope is the guy that can essentially walk into any nation whatsoever, and you can't do anything to him. You can't sue him. You can't do anything against him or whatever else. And if you try, well, you might just become suicidal and be ready to die sometime.
Yeah, you might be found dead in your bathtub.
Yeah, or your plane might crash, or you might just get into a car accident.
Yeah.
Or essentially the term is they decide that you don't want to live anymore, and you become suicided.
Yeah, I've had so many incidences of that happening.
Well, JFK went against the Pope, and
there you go.
We all know what happened to him, obviously.
Yeah, and I remember Kobe Bryant came out with basketball player. He came out. I think I remember seeing he did a tweet on Twitter or something saying, "Whatever you do, don't take the vax." This was in 2020 before all the COVID stuff, and then he died in a helicopter crash, magically.
Exactly. Those who try to go against the Pope, well, I mean, something just happens, or some celebrity who,
Yeah,
it's funny the Jews run Hollywood, so that's why all these Jewish celebrities go. I have like pictures of them meeting with the Pope in Rome, and I mean, for Anderson to come out and deny that they have any kind of control. Well, yeah, they're not openly burning people at the stake. I'm sure they would love to be doing that to us, but they can't do it, thankfully. But they say that they don't control. I mean, since when does if they don't have control, I guess that's why the Pope is able to just call meetings with the European Union and they just show up, apparently.
Yeah.
Or hang on a second, I'll be right back. 1 second.
All right. Yes. A bit of an interesting discussion so far on, multiple topics. As you can see, John is, really knowledgeable about a lot of stuff with the Lord's wisdom, obviously, not by our own, because without him and, without his, Holy Spirit within us, we wouldn't have any wisdom. We pray for the Lord to give us wisdom. The fear of the Lord is beginning of wisdom. There's a verse in James actually that I'd want to share about that. I'm sorry there hasn't been as much scripture as I would have wanted, but obviously, we've sort of been discussing a lot of topics that have been all over the place, but I have included references to scriptures, when I can think of them. I can't remember exactly what the verse is I'm trying to think of now. It's verse about
Yeah. All right, I'm back.
All right, yeah.
Cat and the dog were going at each other as usual.
Well,
the best of buddies. The dog will snap at the cat will fight back, and just having fun playing together.
That's good. That's good to hear that.
I mean, I was thinking about the whole thing with the Patriot Act. I did a video actually showing that it was a Jesuit who co-wrote it, and because you can control people with fear very, very easily. So they wrote the Patriot Act, and of course,
Well, that's what they did in COVID.
Yeah, exactly. But of course, in the age of the internet, it is a bit more difficult due to that. So
yeah. Well, that's there has been some pushback. The internet. I wonder if this stream will get taken down because I've mentioned it now.
Yeah, exactly. You can get taken down. The
channel's going to get deleted.
Yeah. Well, same thing with the 9/11 Commission. It was, any questioning of it. Well, you're suspected of sympathizing with,
with terrorists. Yeah, you're a terrorist.
Well, you can just go on TikTok, and you can now go on TikTok, and I'm not sure if you heard about that. I mean, everything weird.
I don't know. It's like a trend that's been going around the past couple of days, like this letter to Bin Laden thing.
It was Bin Laden's letter to America. I actually read it, and to be honest, and again, this is probably not going to be very popular, but he does bring up some valid points about like America's like warmongering and how America's warmongering, and also the fact he brings up like America's immorality. Talks about how like. One portion of the letter talks about like how America is like imports all like gambling and homosexuality and alcoholism everywhere, which it is true. I mean there is some truth there, and I mean he is definitely right. I mean I guarantee you someone's going to again take this and say, oh, he's now praising Osama, because I'll show you the comments I get on Gab where it's like if I say anything about Judaism, I'm automatically some kind of Hamas sympathizer. But the point is that like. He said something about how
I've been on Gab for about 2 years, I think. But when I
seldomly ever use it. It's
it's literally it's just the neo-Nazi platform.
Yeah, well, they at least actually allow freedom of speech, but it's like the problem is the Hegelian dialectic of you're either with this side or you're with this side. And then when you step back and see it from a third-party standpoint, it's like, no, both you guys are lost and need salvation.
I used to use Get quite a bit. when I was up, but Twitter has sort of held back on the censorship a bit more now.
Yeah, I mean, Twitter is at least, well, apparently X now, apparently
it's not as bad as it was, because I remember when you were active on there, and
I had three
really
accounts. I had like 3 different accounts taken down.
Yeah, because I remember, I don't remember. I think if you remember some of my posts, we had some like atheists or whatever going crazy.
Yeah.
And,
I mean,
didn't you say something about them and they were accused you of? I can't remember. It was something like, they accused you of like racism and homophobia or whatever, and I'm reporting you. And
that was funny. So I remember that. These atheists flooded my page.
Yeah, I got that all the time.
Me. Yeah, and I have my testimony. I mentioned how I was like very heavily into atheism in my early teen years, and the truth is that they only agree with the science when it suits them. Because I sent them multiple articles from .gov. It's not like some fringe right-wing site. It's from the government CDC, the government, all the government sites. I sent them all these articles about how, there is higher percentages of a lot of health risks and everything else about social isolation and all that stuff among,
that was around interracial marriage.
Yeah, I sent them that.
And they were like, "No, you're racist."
I sent them all these studies, and they pretty much just said, "Oh,
you're a racist."
They really didn't answer it properly. So I was saying, essentially, they don't really agree. They don't really want science. They only want science when it agrees with their political worldviews.
Yeah,
atheism is not based on science. It's only based on it when they agree with when science agrees with them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just there to suit their agenda. That's all it is.
Exactly. But you can show them studies about like the rates of like all these like hepatitis A and B and among sodomites, and they'll say, well, that study was from 1980, so therefore it makes it invalid because it was from a time where it was like more. They never actually bothered to read the study. They just say, well, it was from that time, so therefore because it was written in that time, then therefore it's like. Well, then you don't really believe in science. You only believe it when you want to, pretty much.
Yeah, you only believe it when scientists say what.
You only believe it when it agrees with your politics.
Yeah, I think the best way to get atheists to respond on Twitter instantly, just tweet like something like "evolution is a hoax" and the globe is a hoax.
Yeah, you have now
in 6 days and it's not 4 billion years old. I tweeted something like that and I got about 100 comments in about 2 minutes.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's actually hilarious. Well, I do some videos about atheism. Look at the comments; they flood the comments like you want. I mean, it is a religion. It is a religion. Like
they tried to deny that, but
they deny it. But their response is you have atheist apologist channels. If it's not a religion, why do you have to have apologetics for atheism? I mean, it's I mean, why do you have atheist advocacy groups if it's not a religion? I mean, if it's just non-belief in a god. If it's nothing more than that. Same thing with Hinduism. Well, Hinduism is not a religion; it's a philosophy. Even though the Hindus themselves will say things like
political system again, just like Islam is, and so is atheism, like communism, for example.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Atheism. Well, I mean, the fact that they try to deny it is ridiculous because, and even any historian who's honest will say that like communism is a very militantly atheist ideology, and they do force atheism on the territories they control. I mean, it is essentially an atheist theocracy. Any historian will tell you that. In fact, the only people who deny that are atheists.
Yeah.
But like any historian will tell you that the Soviet Union is, I mean, you can look at a Wikipedia about, theocracies, modern day theocracies. They list the Soviet Union as essentially an example because how it functions is that of a theocracy. It's a state ideology, and you must agree.
Who doesn't give up their religious beliefs and refuses to worship the state will be thrown in the death camp, pretty much.
Yeah, and they'll go to conquer other territories and enforce it on them as well. I mean, it's no different than any theocracy, but
yeah, it was really the same as as National Socialism, really, in regards to. National Socialism was more based on a racial standpoint, but compared to classical socialism, Marxist socialism, Stalinism, Leninism was more based on like an ideological perspective. Anyone who rejects their economic, their political system, their worldview, anyone who rejects that will be put in a death camp. With
Yeah.
Hitler, it was more based on
they'll put you
race,
they'll put
a death
they'll
camp
put you
based on race, basically.
yeah they'll put you in a camp and then go to see the Pope and get their papal blessing, because both communism and fascism, both of which
And
their
national,
hierarchs
yeah.
are with the Pope.
But
So,
you know,
they'll put you in the camp and then go receive their papal blessing for getting rid of another heretic.
Yeah, well, a lot of people don't realise there's differences between fascism and National Socialism. Fascism came out of Italy and wasn't actually racial ideology. It wasn't actually. Many of the fascist party of Italy were Jews, and Mussolini had a mistress who was Jewish.
Yeah.
So a lot of people don't realise that, but.
Well, a lot of people don't realize that National Socialism is not even really white supremacy per se. It's actually just German supremacy. Because I'm Slavic, and I'm Slavic.
Yeah.
They hated people like me. I'm Slavic. In fact, they caused, like, essentially, like, the stuff they did to other white Europeans, I mean, was pretty bad. I mean, it wasn't really white supremacists. It was just simply German supremacists.
Yeah, which is ironic considering Hitler was an Austrian. But
and he was an Austrian, and failed arts. I mean, he wanted to be an artist, and let me just say this too. I need to say this about Hitler. I mean, a lot of people think that he rounded up sodomites and put them in the camps. Well, he most certainly did that. But if you read into his private life, he was a pervert. I'll just. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, there's a documentary that talked about his secret private life. Like, he had this outward kind of facade of, like, this sober, clean living. He doesn't have alcohol. He would avoid all stimulants like nicotine and coffee and everything else, and just fully dedicated to the German state. But behind the scenes, like, he was
taking a lot of pills, weren't he?
He was like, what? I think it was 28 different pills he was taking, and some of which were like, I mean, the fact that if a doctor today prescribed it, it would be like essentially a criminal offense. But, like, which is kind of funny because the doctor who was giving him the pills was, like, fat and out of shape and clearly a quack. I mean, it was. Yeah. But
so a lot. When you look at our supposed doctors and nurses in our health system today, a lot of them look the same. A lot of them are overweight and don't look like fit and healthy people.
Yeah, and the modern day pharmacy industry is no different than witchcraft, because you go in, you go in, you have a problem. Well, here's here I'm having issues with this. Well, here's a pill for this. Well, I mean, how is that? I mean, like, let's go to, like, Uganda. Oh, I'm having a problem, and you go to the witch doctor. Well, here, I'll do this for you. I'll give you this concoction. That, I mean, it's not any different. The only difference is they have a white coat on and get paid much better.
Yeah.
I mean, people. There is a very real problem in our society of treating the medical industry like they're God and they just have all the answers and everything else, and But of course, I think post-COVID there is a lot more skepticism. I think.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, even like towards the end of COVID, you go into the comment section of things, and pretty much about 90% of it was all against the media narrative.
So, well, I mean, the thing is that even just researching the side effects of these vaccines should scare anybody into not taking them. I mean, some of these side effects are actually kind of scary. The fact that they're even legally allowed to be given to people. The fact that they could have side effects. I mean, even the flu vaccine. Looking at the side effects it's actually shocking that what it does to you. Essentially, like, it can actually make you pass out. It can cause paralysis in your eye muscles. It can cause like
I have a great uncle actually who he had about 5 COVID jabs or something, and he's ended up with is that your cat?
I'll let him out. He wants to get up.
Is that Boa?
Yeah, that's Boa.
It's Boa. But yeah, I had a great uncle who had 5 COVID jabs, and he ended up in hospital with a nervous system disorder for 6 months. Yeah,
I mean, it's like, I'm sure all these athletes who are young, healthy people who should be at the prime of their life.
Aguero had to retire because he had heart inflammation, and Christian Eriksen in the Euros went over because he had heart inflammation.
Yeah, I mean, if it was just one athlete, okay, whatever. But you have 100. I found a list of 120 different athletes. Young, healthy, fit people who should be at the who should be like
I can name loads of them.
They should be like the most immortal
Yeah.
out of anybody, and yet they get the COVID vaccine, and then a few days later, they're all of a sudden having these weird heart problems, or having these weird cardiac crashes and everything else, or some of them just drop dead all of a sudden, just randomly. So I mean, all within a few days getting the vaccine. I mean, okay, one time, whatever, but like 120 different times, and it's not, and we're made to believe it's some kind of coincidence.
Climate change.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's climate change, or well, I mean,
people voted to leave the EU. You got to blame it on that.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that even when climate change is solved, you'll still have Just Stop Oil blocking traffic for fun.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
I find it funny how they think that doing that is like not gonna turn people away from their cause, and then I've seen these videos of like over in Britain where the police just don't really do anything. From what I understand, it's a criminal offense to just block traffic like that, and the cops just don't really.
I agree with you.
The cops. If they actually were going to enforce the law, they would obviously drag them out of the streets and arrest them for impeding traffic like that. But apparently, they just stand there and not really. Hello, can you do your job? That kind of whole thing. Do what the taxpayers pay you to do.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't know if you. Oh, I don't know where John's gone. But yeah, actually, I did find the verse of James I was looking for earlier. Yeah, that was what I was looking for. I'll put this up on the screen real quick. Yeah, if any of you lack wisdom, let him ask. I'll do it in full context. If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask God that giveth to all men liberally, and upbraideth not, and it shall be given him. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So, yeah, all of the wisdom that that we have as Christians comes from God. When we ask him for it, he'll provide for us, and he'll make things clear to us, through his word, and that's how the Lord works, and it's a real blessing to have, as a Christian. Yeah, and I'm thankful for his wisdom every day, because I wouldn't be aware of all of the deceptions that are out there without it. I wouldn't be able to discern, truth from lies, but we can through his word, use it as a two-edged sword. We can divide light from darkness with it. I'm not sure where John's gone. His internet must have disconnected, but hey ho. We've actually been on for a relatively decent amount of time. Over an hour, I think. But we've had a good conversation. He's in the waiting room. Is he in the waiting room again? Right. How do I get him back in? How do we get him back in? I'm still getting used to this whole StreamYard thing. There we go. Yeah, no. There you go.
Sorry about that. They wonderful data, mobile, wonderful.
Yeah, I thought your internet cut out. I was thought.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm paying $100 a month, or no, sorry, $115 a month for, because I have to pay the extra 15 to.
Yeah,
So apparently, I get the first 4 gigabytes is fast, and then after that, it's basically slow. So
yeah. I've got a range extender plugged into an Ethernet cable from my computer, which actually makes it a bit better. So I think using an Ethernet cable is better than using like a Wi-Fi, like USB dongle, like I did before. It was really terrible.
Yeah. Well, according to Phil, not Phil. According to Phil Rendon, a lot of people named Phil seem to follow Brian, but according to Phil Rendon, I actually make lots of money from what I do. So I guess that's why I haven't, bought some kind of high speed internet apparently, because I just make so much money that I'm basically living from paycheck to paycheck.
I doubt you make more money than Brian makes.
Yeah. Well, I'd be surprised if Brian actually even is poor, considering the fact that his ministry headquarters is bigger than my house.
Yeah, no, I don't think. Well, and to live off grid like he does, and he was encouraging people to, obviously takes a lot of money and a lot of resources.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to live off grid if I could afford it. I mean,
it'd be great.
Physically speaking, I'm fine. Financially speaking, it's just not an option for me. I mean, I guess I'm apparently in sin now because I can't afford it.
Yeah. Yeah, and he was suggesting that you should get a divorce if your wife doesn't want to live off grid or something like that. Yeah, it's crazy stuff.
Yeah, and Phil, of course, got mad at me for. He commented back in 2021. He would comment. He had like multiple sock puppet channels as well. He would usually comment and but I'm the one that's obsessed apparently.
Yeah, and you're the one who supposedly had multiple channels, but I'm pretty sure a lot of them were old channels you don't even have access to anymore.
Yeah,
so.
and some of the other channels were stuff when I was lost. I mean, and Phil brings up stuff I did when I was lost. It's like, what? Okay, I mean, but then if I do that for Brian, then it's somehow like, or if I bring up things that Brian already repented of, I'm somehow bad. But he can bring up things I did when I was lost and still in high school and playing video games all the time and an atheist, and he brings up that,
Yeah. Yeah, that's. But yeah, but I remember trying to make out.
It's funny how he just has this weird.
I remember them trying to make out that that Tim was bringing up was calling Brian a sex pervert for something he did when he was lost with the interracial marriage or whatever. But the point he was trying to make was actually nothing about that. It was trying to prove that Brian had betrayed his own stance on interracial marriage and the whole Jacob Thompson thing.
Well, I mean, it won't be the first time Brian has betrayed his own stances, but
Oh no.
It's far from the first time. And again, it's like, typical Denlinger fashion. He never actually dealt with Tim's video. Because if you actually watch his video, it breaks up a lot of valid points. He won't actually, and there's a reason why, because I think he knows he's wrong. That's why he won't deal with it,
Yeah.
I mean, it has all the, but apparently because he's older, then we can't say anything about it. Even though he has no issue talking trash about Sam Gipp, who is decades older than him. It's okay when he does it to an elder, but then if you do it to him, you're questioning. I'm older than you, so you can't. I mean, because I was in Tim's video, he showed the emails where Brian was like constantly using his age, like, "Oh, you're buking an older man" and everything else. It's like, well, Brian has no issue talking trash about Sam Gipp, Sam Gipp is in his mid-70s. I mean, he's old enough to be Brian's elder.
Yeah.
He was saved before Brian was even born, from whatever.
Yeah. But I know he's done several videos against Sam Gipp, Brian, but who hasn't? It's funny. Brian always criticizes people like yourself and others for making videos on loads of different people, but who hasn't Brian made videos against at some point?
Yeah. And then heretic after the first and second admonition and reject. So I guess that's why Brian has. I mean, it's not just Anderson. He's done more than two on John MacArthur. I mean, and let
I
me
don't
just
have a
say
problem
this.
with him making videos on them people.
Well, and that's another thing too. It's not that we have a problem with it. I mean, we have no issue with him exposing a false prophet. I mean, nothing wrong with that. He just. And like I said, I've done like when it comes to Anderson, I've done hundreds of my own videos. I mean, there's nothing wrong. I have no issue with it whatsoever. But the problem is that when he's at the receiving end of it, it's all of a sudden now this horrible sin.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's like he'll clean up a sin in his life, and then now all of a sudden it's a salvation issue.
Yeah, like as you say, at one point he was addicted to video games and porn and stuff, and but apparently if you struggle with that now, apparently if you try to justify playing video games now, it means that you're lost. So
yeah, well, he actually admitted that it wasn't until he got married that he got that thing cleaned up. So that means he was actually in ministry while he was still struggling with that, because he didn't get married till like years into his ministry. But all of a sudden now it's a self. And I think part of the issue here is that like the attacks against him in 2018 really boosted up this kind of persecution complex. So because he was always being kind of he always 2017 2016 he did sort of have one, but 2018 when the attacks really increased, that was when you really see this like persecution complex that just go full speed ahead. To now the point is now anybody who says any kind of thing against them online, regardless of
he acts like they're like ISIS coming to like behead him or something like that, but they're just making a YouTube video against him and chatting a lot of rubbish behind the screen.
Well, it's essentially a thing that if the video has his name with something that isn't pro Brian, so essentially it's like if the video is not positive about Brian, then it's automatically an attack regardless of the actual content of the video. Because some of the videos against Brian are actually attacks. Like when atheists do videos about him, they are indeed attacks. They attack him personally. They go after him, all kinds of personal attacks.
That whole thing of when, was it his PayPal or whatever, or Patreon? I can't remember what it was, but didn't that get hacked or something? A load of money got robbed or something like that.
Well, I think with Patreon, he did private videos, and then some of the Denlinger crew, they apparently I think they snuck in, but they actually paid to be in there, so there was that whole side of things. But apparently they were sending, because with the unlisted videos, if you have the link, you can send it to other people and everything else, and they apparently were sending the links to, as Brian put it, they're sending the links to enemies of the ministry. It's like. And it's funny too, because when he gets kicked off, he brings up, Patreon, they're supportive of the sodomite agenda with the rainbow P. So, they're using, pro-sodomite people to persecute a Christian. Well, you seem to have no issue with the rainbow P when the money was coming in, but now all of a sudden,
it's like he had an issue with YouTube. When he decided it was a sin to continue on YouTube, he was going to only do videos on Rumble, and then now all of a sudden he's deleted that video and now back on YouTube. Yeah,
he's back on. I guess because.
But he never publicly said, I was wrong. I was being overly legalist about that.
I think on that video, people were saying, well, he can change his stances. Well, that's true, but he should at least come out in public and repent. If he did change his stance, well, we haven't known that. How does he know? How does the person know that? The person in the comments, how do they know that?
Yeah.
How do we know that? Maybe the fact that he's monetized, because when it comes to Rumble monetization, like they ask you for consent, so you have to willingly consent to let them put ads on your video, and you also have to, before that even becomes an option, you have to add your like how they pay you. You have to put either your PayPal or your bank. So it's if someone's monetized on Rumble, like if ads come up, they did it. They chose for that to happen. So the fact that there's ads on Brian's video means that he willfully monetized. But I guess that wasn't working out, so he had to come back to YouTube. I guess the money wasn't coming in enough.
Yeah.
So I guess it's only a sin to monetize on YouTube. So I guess it depends on the platform. I guess apparently.
Yeah, that does actually sound like the sort of excuse he'd probably come out with, though.
Well, it is. It's basically like anything to justify his actions. See, I wasn't showing personal emails. I was just showing personal Google Hangouts chat, as if it's somehow not more of the.
I wasn't monetizing on YouTube. I was monetizing on Rumble.
Yeah, I wasn't. It's like I wasn't. I don't know where I was going with that, but the point is that like, it's basically scraping the bottom of the barrel, just like how JT thinks that me wearing blue light glasses is somehow like leeching off him or something like that.
But wearing the same lumberjack jacket.
He's the guy that wears the same lumberjack hat, same beard, basically copies Ruckman word for word in parts of his book, even mimics his writing style, but somehow I'm the leech minister off him because I wore glasses in a video. Like, You know.
And
Also, JT got mad at me for daring to suggest that he shouldn't be attaching the name of Christ to a Catholic holiday like Christmas. But you know,
yeah.
I'm not being charitable. It's like, well, maybe you shouldn't be blaspheming the name of Christ by attaching his name to this pagan holiday. You know.
Oh dear.
I mean, people don't realize that, like so vehemently enemies of Rome, unless, you know, but apparently we have liberty to be Catholics for one day of the year, just for a day, you know?
Yeah, just for one day, but not for the other 364 days.
Yeah, I mean, Halloween's wrong because it's Catholic, which, amen. But Christmas is okay because it's not openly bad like Halloween, so therefore, I mean, that's the arguments I've heard, one of the arguments I've heard. I mean, again, it's all sensational. It's nothing, no scripturally based. It's all just, you know, I like it, therefore I do it. Well, that's great that you like it. It doesn't mean that God likes it, though.
I mean, it's okay. No, exactly.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean that God's okay with you liking it.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there are plenty of things that you like that aren't good. I mean, it's like these, again, the Apologia Church over in, you know, Arizona. You know, I mean, like to have a smoke break during the service. I mean,
yeah, he's not about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to struggle with cigarettes. It's another thing to have the pastorally sanctioned smoke session. Like, I mean, just imagine sitting in a church service and the pastor like pauses the sermon to go and say, "Oh, we're okay. It's time for a smoke break," and then, you know, like, wow, you know. That's a fruit of Calvinism for you, because people don't realize this too, that Charles Spurgeon, or it wasn't Charles Spurgeon, I think it was some of his followers, said that they'll just pray over the cigarette. You know, they'll treat it like it's food. You know, like how you pray to sanctify the food. We'll just pray over that cigarette and, you know, smoke to the glory of God. You know. Yeah, I mean,
it's like a it sounds like a reggae, like Bob Marley type thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's get together and like smoke weed or whatever else. That just sounds like it.
Yeah, well, yeah, you could, yeah. Well, I mean, essentially, it's like you might as well just say, hey, I'm going to give myself heart disease to the glory of God, because that's what you're doing when you have. Because people don't realize, just looking at the ingredients of a cigarette is like basically like chemicals. Like, you cough after a cigarette because your body knows poison when you're inhaling it. I mean, it's like, yeah, I'm just going to give myself, you know, lung cancer and give myself all these other stuff, give myself, you know, brain, you know, tumors and everything else. I mean, the amount of health risks from smoking are like endless. You know, I'm going to increase my risk of Alzheimer's to the glory of God. Yeah. That's what you might as well say.
But yeah, like sodomy is even more dangerous than smoking. It reduces your lifespan by 20 years, but doesn't have the same warnings that cigarette packets do on it.
Well, exactly. Well, I love how the cigarette packets will warn you about it. So I mean, smoke our cigarettes and give us your money, but we want to warn you that, you know, it could give you. They'll show you, they'll show you a picture of a guy who has like a breathing tube because he like destroyed his lungs or something like that. I mean,
but still give us your money.
Yeah, still give us your money. Side effects are you might just lose your life, but, you know, sort of side effects are you may shorten your life by every cigarette, but, you know, it's a small price to pay to feel high for once in a while.
Yeah, but yeah, sodomy. If it makes us money, it's not bothered.
Yeah, but when it comes to sodomy, the average lifespan of a sodomite is like, they'd be lucky if they probably see their late 40s. That's the average lifespan. Most sodomites, if they even see their 60s, they're like basically elderly at that point. So it's like, it's more dangerous than smoking because it shortens your life even quicker. I think it's like if you had a pack of cigarettes every day for a year, you would like shorten your life by a month or something like that. Well, with homosexuality, you basically shorten your life by 60 years.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. So I've got an aunt who's like you know, proper lesbian. She's like even like in a sodomite marriage. So and got kids by the method where they like make them in laboratories and stuff. So it's really crazy.
Yeah, the innocent alternate lifestyle is I mean, I guess it's why they're a very high consumer of antidepressants. You know what I mean? I mean, because after all, we're just living the dream.
Suicide rates are, you know, massively high amongst transgender people, like, especially.
Yeah, it's shocking. Like, you'd be surprised. And it's because of bullying and stigma. Really, in a country like Canada, where you can be arrested for speaking against them, they're stigmatized.
Yeah.
No, I mean, they're the ones doing the stigmatization of those who just disagree with them. I mean, it went from we'll do what we want in the bedroom to now you must. I mean, you like now people are being arrested.
Agree with us, or you'll be arrested.
Yeah, it's not even that like you can't say anything against us. Now it's getting to the point where you must actively participate in it, or else you're persecuting us.
Yeah.
I mean,
just a religion at this point.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, it's getting to the point, but of course, they're somehow they're being stigmatized. Even in a country where you can be arrested for not participating in their events. But it's funny too because it's like, well, not really funny. It's actually sad, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because they die and go to hell. That's not.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's.
I mean, it's only funny if you're it's only funny if you're Steven Anderson, but.
Yeah, but he believes they can't get saved anyway, and then he's put to death.
But he believes they can't be saved. Well, his problem is he doesn't believe in biblical repentance. So I mean, it makes sense why he thinks that way, because if you don't believe that the Holy Ghost can change somebody, well, I mean, of course you believe there's some who's just too far gone, and I guess the blood can't cover that.
Like that guy on Phil Render's video said that you were too far gone because you made a video against Brian.
apparently I've, well, I mean, it is like a papal inquisition. I've spoken against the holy man of God, so therefore
you're too far gone.
Yeah, I've not been.
That's not the reprobate doctrine within itself.
Yeah, it's no different whatsoever. That's why I say that, because of my past experiences in the new IFB, these guys are they're no different whatsoever in how they deal with their critics. If you've questioned Brian Denlinger, you've now questioned God. Remember, he's the holy man of God, and if you question him, well, you're done, you're finished, you're out. You're not just out of the club, but you're also out of the body of Christ now, apparently.
Yeah. And then they try and quote that verse.
They went out from us because they're not of us.
Yeah.
As if leaving their group is somehow like akin to leaving the body of Christ. It's like,
yeah.
I mean, and this is where they get accused of thinking that they're the only ones who are saved, because, I mean, they really act that way. If they're quoting that verse as if it's referring to their group leaving their group, well, you can kind of see why they get accused of thinking they're the only ones who are saved, because they act like that. If you leave their group, you're now lost.
Yeah, apparently, yeah.
Yeah. And it's the same thing where Brian's accused of being a sinless perfectionist because a Christian will not. Well, how is that any different than sinless perfection?
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, it's the kind of thing, and Tim brought that up, how it's like when you question someone's salvation based off sin they struggle with, it's like you don't know the person, you don't know that maybe they're just a babe in Christ, and this is exactly why he gets accused of, lordship salvation and backloading works, because like you're questioning someone's salvation based off something sin.
Or they can just be quenching the spirit and just caught up in the world.
Yeah. I mean, if being in sin makes you question someone's salvation, I mean, you are essentially a sinless perfectionist, whether, like subconsciously, essentially.
When you start, judging people's salvation based off of sins of the flesh and basically saying, oh, yeah, you're not safe because you did X, Y, Z, whatever else after salvation, you are practically leaning in towards sinless perfectionism.
Yeah. But remember, if you point out, Brian will point out your sin, but remember, if you point out his sin, it's funny. They'll come out and say, "Oh, he's not perfect. He never said he was perfect." They use all the same arguments that they would claim lost people use. It's.
Yeah, they're part of the. I remember his series, the what was it? The
Common Sayings of Lost People.
Lost People. Yeah. Funnily enough, they actually use a fair few of them now.
Yeah, they use quite a few of them when you call up Brian's wickedness.
So
and the thing is too is that when we call up Brian's sin, we're not talking about like just mild stuff that would be nitpicky. I'm talking about like blatant, hypocrisy, blatant, lying and everything else. It's not just something that's a light matter that can, just something he struggles with. No, it's blatant, willful hypocrisy and lying that we're calling out.
Yeah, and we shouldn't have respect for persons in that regard. So
I mean, it wasn't like Tim was nitpicking Brian's sin. Tim was busy showing where Brian was outright knowingly telling lies. Brian knew, or like with Phil Newton, Brian knew the truth and he just told a lie anyway. Or in my case, Brian blatantly being a hypocrite is not just some kind of light matter. It's stuff that should be called out, especially when you're in ministry. You should be held to a standard.
Yeah. And I think that, that's the reason why, he needs to be held to an even higher standard, because he's supposed to be a feeder of the flock. He's supposed to be, a leader within the body of Christ. And at the minute, he's not displaying, fruits of the spirit. He's displaying lust of the flesh and a lot of anger and bitterness, and he's
Yeah.
not feeding the flock. So
Yeah.
he really needs to be held accountable for it. And it's not because we hate him or we want to attack him. I'm not sitting here because I want to hate him or want to attack him. I just want him, and I do pray for him I've prayed for him several times before for him to realise that, he's in excessive pride and he needs to lower his pride and he needs to, repent of all of the wicked things that, he's been caught up in.
I don't think he's lost, man. I think some of his followers could be lost based on their actions. They have no fruit of the spirit whatsoever. I think some of them are lost, but he himself, he's stuck in pride, stuck in error, and it may eventually get to a point. Pride goes before destruction. Haughty spirit before a fall. It may get to a point where God will have to put him in his place. I mean, I hope it doesn't get to that, but I mean, it's the kind of thing where it's like, I mean, for Phil Rendon, I'm not just saying that because he's tit for tat. No, I actually do question the guy's salvation. The way he behaves is not that of a born again saint.
Yeah,
the way he behaves, he clearly has not been born again.
I haven't actually had that many interactions with him, so I mean, I don't know if I can really comment with that. But yeah,
I've watched a few of his
very
videos.
questionable comments.
Well, I watched a few of his videos, and he clearly is just repeating what he's been told by Brian. He clearly, he really is not like again, I haven't met the guy, but like how he acts, he's shown enough of himself, and just in the comment section, how he obsessively responds to everybody, and just you can clearly see that he's just being told, he's parroting what Brian says. It clearly is evident. The Holy Ghost is not showing him much of anything, and really just because Brian said it, and just the fact that like he's so rabid and everything else, and I do, and it's not because of some tit for tat because he called me out. No, I mean other people have noticed the same thing. I've seen other people who follow Brian.
Who are all these people that were joined now?
Yeah, other people who have followed Brian who said that I saw a guy in the comments of King's Table where he actually responded to Phil Rendon saying that like you clearly are not a saved man, the way you're acting, the way you've been acting around the way you're just so rabid against anybody. It's like so it's not just me who thinks that. There's other people who say that he clearly is not a saved man by the way he acts. So
But yeah, we've got a lot of people in the waiting room now. I don't actually know who they are.
Wow.
So I don't know whether to. I don't know whether
one guy's name is Ishmael Israel. Oh.
I don't know who any of these people are. They've not even said anything in the chat. So
one guy just typed my channel name.
Oh yeah, he's been just in the chat. I think I don't know whether that is actually him. If it is actually you, confirm in the chat and I'll let you in. But I don't want to just add random people into the thing because been a lot of problems. I know Bob was saying when I was on one of his streams once, been a lot of problems with like people who are like atheists coming in and like putting like porn, like screen sharing porn and stuff, and getting people's channels removed and stuff. So I don't really want to take any risks on that. So.
Well, it's funny. Speaking of, if you want to talk about like worldly content, you remember the guy named Uriah 1611, the other Denlinger?
Yeah.
Basically, again, the way he acts, he's like, look. When I say that some of his followers are lost, I'm referring to the guys who just clearly are filled with satanic hatred. They clearly are not saved by the way they act. I went on his channel. He actually has all these videos promoting sports, like sports idolatry on there, like this game and football and everything else. So he's gonna call me lost for I'm in all this sin. Meanwhile, he's promoting sports idolatry on his channel.
Yeah.
Boxing and
they're putting like just blatant porn in there. So
well, at one point he has something about like something about Comic-Con and everything else. It's like, but so I mean, I'm lost because I spoke against Brian, but you're saved as you essentially idolize sports and comics and everything else, and okay, sure, yeah, sure, buddy.
Yeah, they're all banned now. They were playing some very, very, very bad stuff. So
yeah.
I mean, they're all fake accounts.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with playing sports as like exercise, but I mean, me personally, why would I want to watch football when I can just play it?
I'm into like watching football and stuff, but I do agree that it can become like a big problem if it usurps authority over like.
Well, if you're the kind of person like that one Inside Edition report that was yelling at his TV so loud that apparently the neighbors thought it was a domestic dispute and the police showed up. I am not kidding. It was a news report. He was yelling at his TV so loud because his team was losing that the neighbors thought it was some kind of
No,
domestic
I'll never get like that.
Well, or you have the Stanley Cup riots where they essentially ransacked their own city because their team lost.
Oh yeah.
I was looking at like a video of the thing. I mean, it was basically a war zone. I mean, it was like the BLM riots, just the aftermath. It just totally destroyed over what? A hockey game. Your team lost a hockey game, so I mean, I'll put it like this: a guy has an oversized golf club and can hit a puck into a net better than somebody else, and that's the cause for just basically ransacking our own city, apparently.
Yeah,
I mean, I could say a whole lot of sports idolatry, just the absurdity of rioting over some guy. It's like they riot because apparently some guy can throw a ball into a basket better than somebody else can. So
Yeah, no. When it becomes an idol, it's a big problem.
And when you oversimplify it like that, it just shows how ridiculous it is. We're going to destroy a city. Why? Because he has a ball in his hand. That's why. Because he can run with the ball better than somebody else.
Yeah.
He can throw. He can take a puck and just poo into a net better than somebody else. And I mean, and then you got the hockey players fighting each other and everything else. And it means like, yeah. I mean, and I can see the players, getting aggressive, but the fans who are watching it, who really have the results have no effect in their life whatsoever. That's why I don't understand. I mean, like, okay, my team won. Okay, whatever, good for them. I'm gonna go home and just relax. I mean, why do I care if they won or lost? I'm just here to watch the game for fun.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm like. Although, sometimes you can get pulled into. You can get pulled into taking it, a bit too far, which is, obviously where it becomes a problem.
Yeah. Well, I mean, calling it a problem would probably be an understatement. I was going to quickly read this Wikipedia article on sports riots because they're actually nothing new. There was actually the first recorded sports riot was. I'm trying to find the article. This was in 532 in Rome. It was over a horse race. Basically, it says in the Wikipedia article, what is known to be one of the first forms of sports rioting, supporters of the chariot racing teams, the Greens and the Blues. So it's like green and blue. We're going to fight over it, green versus blue. It's ridiculous. So they revolted against the Byzantine Empire's leader, Justinian, and at least half of the empire's capital, Constantinople, was burned by the rioters, and 30,000 people were killed in the riot.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Over a horse race.
Yeah.
And that was in 532. Then I think that that was 532. Then the other example was in 1909 in Scotland, and it resulted in over 100 injuries. It goes on and on, but it's like
I know Celtic versus Rangers is like a bloodbath because that's like a Catholic versus Protestant thing as well being involved in
Well, I mean, it was already at the point. I think 532 would have been the part when the Catholic Church already was like growing in the Roman Empire, but. Then, of course, you have the Stanley Cup Vancouver riot, where the Wikipedia article on that says the 2011 Stanley Cup riot was a public disturbance in the downtown core of Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, on the evening of June 15, 2011. The riot broke out almost immediately after the conclusions of the Boston Bruins win over the Vancouver Canucks. I just love how that name sounds. In Game 7 of it's just the most Canadian sounding name ever, the Canucks, It says in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals, which won the Stanley Cup for Boston. I mean, look at a load of this. At least 140 people were injured during the incident, including one critically. At least 4 people were stabbed, 9 police officers were injured, and 101 people were arrested. In 2015, in 2015, 4 years after the riot, police finished their investigation. So it took them that long to finish their investigation because there were so many people involved in just the mayhem. Police finished their investigation and recommended the final charges against 2 suspects, bringing a total of 887 charges against 301 people. Over. Remember, it's all over a game, a hockey game. A guy can hit a puck into a net, and they're better at it than somebody else, and
Muslims and Hindus rioted in the UK last year over a game of cricket. I mean that was the headline, but I think there was actually a bit more to it than that because Muslims and Hindus in Leicester have been go at each other on a regular basis. From what I've heard, Leicester's only 45 minutes.
I look at it like this: I look at it like this as 2 forms of Satanism fighting each other, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where I've always kind of took issue with the whole, like, you already know about the whole counter jihad, where it's like anything against Islam is somehow good. Well, I mean, Islam is obviously of the devil without a doubt, but Hinduism is not any much better when you look at what their texts say about non-Hindus, and the fact that you can go on Hinduism watch and find clips of these people openly calling for like Hindu war against non-Hindus and turning India into a Hindu theocracy. They're no different than the Muslims whatsoever when it comes to ideology. But I just kind of see it as, I don't fall into the Hegelian dialectic. Both sides are basically need salvation. That's what it comes down to from a biblical standpoint.
And I've never understood why the counter jihad movement, tries to support Hinduism in order to score points against Islam. It's a strange one.
I mean, even when I was part of the new IFB, that whole thing, I always kind of cringed at this thing of like white knighting for Hindus, because it's like, even if Hinduism wasn't like terrorism, because the fact for someone to deny that Hindu terrorism exists is basically out of willful ignorance. I mean, I can show articles of Hindu people openly saying that those who insult the Hindu god should be beheaded. I mean, it's no different whatsoever. Yeah. I mean, if you insult Hinduism in India, you get the same kind of reaction as if you were to insult Muhammad in Pakistan. You have your life threatened. I mean, there's been so many people who've been killed for criticizing Hinduism. It's no different whatsoever. And then just like the Muslims, when they're the minority, while they're peaceful and everything else, then when they become the majority, they put your head on a pike for insulting any one of their gods.
I just read the private chat. It's interesting what those I don't know. There were clearly some like trolls who were like atheists or something. You see, I don't know if you've seen this private chat. I don't know if you can say it in a thing. Faithful servant of Jesus Christ, greetings by sword and book, servant Jesus, amen. Mm. And then they started playing like porn on their thing. So definitely Charles. I don't know. That's a weird one. They must have gone onto my Twitter account or something and gone onto the link, or but I don't know why they're bothering attacking their. What
threat do we pose? I mean, 42 subscribers, right? I mean,
I just decided to do a live stream because
we're just doing a live stream, having fun, and I mean, but see, here's a big difference though. We're not going to act like everyone who says something about us is somehow out to get us. I mean, just no. I mean, here's the thing about Brian doesn't understand. When you put yourself out on the internet like that, you're gonna just have attacks.
Oh yeah,
it's inevitable. I mean, it's just what happens when you grow, your channel grows. You will have people attacking you. It's just what happens when you're on the internet.
Yeah, that's just that's what I don't understand. Like a lot of these people, they complain like, "Oh, I'm being
persecuted because somebody made a video about me that wasn't nice. Therefore, I've." I mean, you probably have some guy from like a Christian from like, or a saint from Pakistan who's probably just like thinking like, dude, do you think that's persecution? I mean, persecution is when you basically have your house burned down with you in it because you basically said the gospel of Jesus Christ. That's what persecution is. Persecution is when you have a mob of Hindus barging into your private church meeting and beating you up and burning your Bible in front of you and kicking you out of your own village. For preaching. That's what persecution is. Persecution is not someone making a video saying something nasty about you. That's not persecution whatsoever.
No, that's just something that you've got.
I mean, somebody made a Facebook post about me. Therefore, I'm so persecuted. That's like, I like again, like any Christian from Pakistan would just laugh at that. Like you think that's persecution? Like, give me a break.
I mean, on the keyboard.
And it's so weird how secular YouTubers are more mature about it than Brian. I mean, I've seen secular YouTubers who. I saw one guy who had someone accuse him of being a pedophile.
That's happened.
I've seen a YouTuber, and he responded to the guy and just said, not real mature of you. And it's funny how he was a secular YouTuber and he wasn't crying persecution. He just took it with a grain of salt and said that's just what happens when you're online. It's inevitable. I mean, when you grow, especially when you say controversial things like Brian does, like. If you're not being attacked, that's what should be shocking to you, not being attacked.
Yeah.
I mean, Steven Anderson you should see the kind of, I mean, Anderson, I mean, he gets attacked left and right. I mean, some of the times he gets attacked, it's, for stuff he takes stances they take that are right. Other times he gets attacked for his heresies. But the bottom line is he gets attacked left and right. There's endless amounts of videos about him on YouTube. he hasn't. He's never even mentioned it once. The only time he actually mentioned it was when he was responding to Brian. You know, that was like one time he's ever mentioned it. I mean, it's funny how well. Okay, here's I think why, because of course Brian lives off the donations, so obviously he has to discredit those who expose him because it would affect his income. I think that's really what the issue is. Because I mean, if I were kicked off YouTube, okay, well, I'll just make a new channel and whatever else. I don't have to worry about my finances. When you live off donations, then it kind of affects your income. So
yeah, it does. Although I do think that you should have it should be your only source of income, literally just living off people's donations.
Well, that's why he feels the need to respond to this Flint Truth channel. I mean, a couple hundred subscribers. What threat does he pose? He feels the need to do a whole live stream, respond to the guy. He responds to somebody else who did a video on him.
A whole live stream responding to this.
It responds to like people who like I haven't even heard of the guy until Brian brought him up. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah. I mean, you know,
he did one on Shepherd's Ambassador. Didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, the guy is like he has less than 100 subscribers, and it's like, you know, and it's funny too. Brian like making fun of him, saying he talks like he's drunk. What he doesn't realize is that what is the? I think it's he has both fibromyalgia and arthritis, and what Brian doesn't seem to realize is that when you have certain advanced forms of fibromyalgia or arthritis, it can actually affect like even your cheekbones and your jawbones, which is what causes the slurred speech, because essentially talking is painful for him. So yeah, that's the slurred speech comes from is essentially that fact that the joint pain in the mouth is what makes talking painful. So it slurs your speech just because moving your mouth is painful. Yeah. So Brian says, "Oh, he's talking like he's drunk." It's like, you know, whatever happened to judge not according to appearance, but judge righteous judgment. You know, whatever happened with that. Exactly, it's like, I have skinny arms. It's like, yeah, what he doesn't realize is that I was addicted to a drug that robs your body of magnesium, which is essential for muscle building. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'd be lying if I said I'd watched anything from the Shepherd's Ambassador. To be honest, I don't really know that much about him. All I know is that Brian, you know, made a video.
The Shepherd's Ambassador made some stuff about me that, you know, the Fenningerites have done stuff about me, but mostly like back in 2021, that was kind of really what it went ahead. Now we kind of just leave each other alone, but like, it was mostly over the interracial marriage thing.
Yeah, they don't really like that, do they?
That was really the main thing they were attacking me over is the interracial marriage thing. Yeah. Well, one of the guys made a video saying he called it John Ku Klux Klan. So
yeah, that King's Table. I
mean, him and I are on good terms now in the sense of we're friendly to each other. We don't attack each other.
Yeah.
I mean, there's that whole thing. But like, you know, the interracial thing was, or one thing that he made a fuss about was, you know, back in 2021 was how I brought out like studies from government documents, and how I was saying how, you know, basically these government studies, and, you know, which, you know, looking back at that, the video was it was a bit amateurish, but, you know, that's usually what I get attacked over from those guys is the whole interracial marriage aspect, because I do believe it is a sin. I mean, there's.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree with you 100%.
I mean, it's the same thing.
That seemed to be a very popular opinion.
well, back in the 1960s, it was common doctrine. But I mean, here's the thing: as the end times approaches, you have widespread apostasy. Now, all of a sudden, it's unpopular. But 30 years ago, when we weren't in this widespread apostasy, it was just common knowledge that it was not acceptable to God. So, you know, I mean, it's the same reason why homosexuality is acceptable among a lot of professing Christians is because, well, we're in the end times apostasy.
Yeah, and when the modern versions walk down all the verses rebuking it. So yeah,
you know, it's like, you know, I mean, oh, there's no verse that talks about homosexuality. So Romans 1 where it talks about, you know, where it outright says men with men.
Yeah,
you know?
the last one talks about
Yeah, or you know, them that defile themselves with man.
Yeah, worketh that which is unseen. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing about homosexuality too. It's not. It's basically defiling yourself. You're harming your body. It's not love. It's lust. That's all that it is.
Yeah.
That's why they've had fight. That's why the average. That's why gay marriage. Gay marriages maybe last about a week before they have their next partner. They have maybe I think the average one has like 500 partners throughout their life.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
And then it's the just living my, you know, happy dream, innocent alternative lifestyle as they pop in their antidepressant.
Yeah, such a happy dream that they're about
popping,
6 times more as likely to suffer with depression and about 8 times more as likely to commit suicide.
They also have higher rates of mood disorders and psychiatric disorders like bipolar and schizophrenia. So living the dream as
it's funny because they'd accuse us of being schizophrenic because we believe the word of God.
Well, or we're the ones who are mentally ill when they're at, we're the ones who you're so mentally ill, and then as they pop in their antidepressant, pop in their mood stabilizer, pop in this and that, have some alcohol to ease the sorrows. It's like but then we're the ones who religious, which there's religion and then there's salvation, but Christians are they have no fun. Well, I wouldn't call living a life of antidepressants fun. That's not what I would call fun, but
no, I think it's much more fun, to walk in the spirit and, for God to give you wisdom every day than it is to live after the flesh and die anyway. So
well, smoking and smoking like nicotine and alcohol, it all it does is give you a temporary relief. If you want to feel good, if you get born again, you're going to feel pretty good.
Yeah. Anyway, so
you actually have real joy from the Holy Ghost, not a temporary high from a drug.
No, exactly. Yeah. I do get people, still struggle with addictions to, those sort of things after they get saved, but it's, you're not going to need it for the temporary high, but I guess for some people, if, like with a lot of things, a lot of sins would be like from, lost life. If you've been doing them for a long time to the point where it's become an addiction, even after you get saved, you're still going to, struggle with it a lot, but it's not going to be as hard as it was at one point.
Yeah, the Christian walk, the Holy Ghost will work on you and everything else. But like if you want to feel good, you don't need a bottle. You need to be born again, and because real joy comes from the Holy Ghost. So like if you get born again, you live a godly life, you're going to feel pretty good.
Yeah.
And the difference is it's real joy, not an artificial fake happiness. It's
Yeah, but it's all this Alistair Crowley type mentality. If it feels good, then it is good.
Yeah. Well, it may feel good. It may feel good. It'll feel good when it's in your system. Once it leaves your system, you feel worse than before.
That's why I've never understood the point of drinking at all, because you get drunk and you wake up in the morning and you would feel absolutely awful. You're not able to get out of bed and you're being sick everywhere. So,
and also the fact is too that even from a scientific standpoint, like people don't realize the fact that for like clinically speaking, alcohol is actually a central nervous depressant. It doesn't actually make you feel good. The euphoria you get is actually a side effect of it. The purpose of ethanol is actually it's a CNS depressant, which actually will lower your serotonin and lower your dopamine. So it won't actually make you feel better. It actually will long term deplete you of what actually does make you feel good, which is serotonin and dopamine.
Yeah. It's all just a temporary high and
it's a temporary high, but it may just I'd love it if they put it at the back, drink this and you'll feel better. It may just come at the cost of all your internal organs, though.
Yeah.
It may just come at the cost of increasing your risk of,
cirrhosis of the liver and
neurosis of the liver, alcoholic pancreatitis, stroke, heart attack, heart failure, high blood pressure, all of the bone marrow, decay and everything else. Increased risk of Alzheimer's and everything else. That's basically the side effects of it is increased risk of side effects may include, vision loss, potential vision loss. Side effects may include, damaged brain cells. Increased risk of pretty much cancer in all your internal organs. But if it makes you feel good, then
but it is good. Yeah, so just like you can go and murder somebody if it feels good, it is good. And he raped and murdered loads of children, and you can abuse, but it felt good, so it was good. So
you can smoke a cigarette and pump 20 different chemicals in your body, because after all, it makes you feel pretty good. So what's the point? The problem with it though is that as your body develops a tolerance to it, you have to have it more frequently to get that same buzz, and eventually you have it so much that you end up overdosing.
Yeah, Yeah.
That's the and people even coffee. People don't realize that coffee is essentially like medically speaking, it is classified as an addictive drug just due to the fact that it's not as hardcore as the cocaine or whatever else, but how it operates and why it's so addictive is because it can make you feel high. It can pump up your dopamine and
Yeah, drugs and that's why when people say drugs and alcohol, like I don't understand that saying because alcohol is a drug. So
well, even video games, because really the reason why people do it is because of the dopamine high. So really, there could be other sources that give you that same dopamine high that it is, by all standards, a drug. If it leads to, like, I think the C's of addiction, the 3 C's is like inability to control despite adverse consequences. I can think of video games being like that, where you spend hours, you lose sleep, you skip work, you skip obligations to play video games. Inability to control despite knowing the adverse consequences. That whole thing. Or watching porn or whatever else.
That's dopamine. Yeah,
and in many ways, that stuff is much more dangerous because of the fact that there's only so much alcohol or cigarettes you can have before you basically end up in a hospital bed. But with the internet stuff, you can be on there for hours, and you don't have any crashes, you don't have withdrawals and everything else, which is why quitting is much easier too, because you don't have withdrawals and everything else. But that's what makes it much more dangerous is you can be up all night doing it, and
But on the dopamine rush, that's why people play games like Grand Theft Auto. Was it Jack Smack 666 who Jack Smack 666 who was playing GTA on
he was playing GTA and blasting like death metal in the background. It's like I am not kidding. And then,
I remember seeing the video. I was like,
I did a video exposing that. I did a video exposing him. He gets on there and of course says I'm lost because I'm it's like anybody who disagrees with him is a work salvationist. I don't know what to make of that guy. I don't know if he's just like some troll who just does it for the fun of it. But like, I question whether he's really even serious about it, or he's just doing it just because he just is bored or whatever else.
Yeah, because he denies he's another one of them who pretty much deny Romans 10, asking God to save his work. Easy believism. There's no change life after salvation.
Yeah.
There's, what's the other thing that he likes to say?
He doesn't like Calvinism, which obviously.
Yeah, he's right about that.
He's right. He's right. Here's the thing. Ministers of Satan can speak truth. There's truth. As everyone knows, I've done a lot of videos on Calvinism. Calvinism is obviously. Anderson's exposed Calvinism. Satan's ministers. See, that's the thing people don't understand. Satanists are not Anton LaVey or all these other guys. Satanists are these people who are wolves in sheep's clothing. They may say some great stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, the Nazi Ratzinger, he took some stances that were correct. He was against, publicly. They have Eric Phelps talks about how they have the open, or sorry, I think it's like public but open and open but true but secret. I forget how they say it, but it's like they'll publicly take certain stances behind the scenes. They don't actually believe it, but publicly the Ratzinger guy, he publicly came out and opposed gay marriage and everything else and was against divorce. That's amen to that. He was against Islam, which I guess Pope Francis would now think it's hateful or something like that.
Because Islam is welcome in the Catholic Church now.
Yeah, well, Pope Francis, I actually did a video today. I was editing it. I haven't posted it yet, but he wants to have Muslims and Catholics for peace and unity. Peace and unity. Yeah, the two bloodiest killers throughout history want to have peace and unity.
Peace and unity.
I bring that up. Yeah, I bring that up in my video. It's like, Islam and Rome, like the two bloodiest killers throughout history, want to have peace and unity. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, maybe you should throw Hinduism in there as well.
Yeah, you could just throw Hindu. Well, they're all the same. They're all the same Antichrist spirit. In fact, I actually I haven't recorded it yet, but because I took a bit of a hiatus from posting anything, but I have some videos showing Jesuit priests praising Hinduism and Buddhism. Which it makes sense when you consider the fact that it's basically the same thing. I showed the idol. idol procession. You know, it's the Hindu shrines are basically like you go to a Catholic shrine, it's the same thing. I mean,
worship statues just like the Catholics do, so it's not really any different.
Well, baptismal regeneration. The Hindus have the Ganges River where they think washing yourself will like purify you of sin. Well, Rome has the same thing. You just go, you get baptized, and you're now born again. I mean, you know.
Yeah, but if the early church believe it, then
Well, because the church, because apparently some people who claim to be Christians believed it back then, therefore it must be true. Well, people believe all kinds of things back then doesn't mean it's true. I mean, just because they believed it back then, I mean, they basically act like heresy didn't exist back then.
Oh yeah, no, everyone was completely immune from heresy, but heresy's always been listed as a work of the flesh in Galatians.
Last time I checked, the holy infallible Pope Peter was actually rebuked for pushing Judaizer doctrine in Galatians chapter 2. I did a video showing examples where Peter was rebuked for error.
Very bad pope. Yeah, he wasn't a very good pope.
Yeah, I think I showed multiple examples. One of the examples I showed was when it was actually kind of a compilation where Jesus says, foretells that you will deny me, and Peter actually disagrees with Jesus, which was already error, saying no, I won't. Which why are you disagreeing with God? That was already another error in and of itself. But then he promises he won't do it, and then does it.
Yeah, he promised it.
Not even keeping to his promise,
no matter what. And
along with basically disagreeing with Jesus to his face. I mean, there's already two right there, errors right there from holy infallible Pope Peter, all of which is after Matthew 16, where he was supposedly becoming.
And he also cut off the. He cut off the high priest, and he also began to rebuke Christ before he was crucified, when he said that he's going to be taken, he's going to be crucified and rise again the third day.
He disagrees with God twice. Yeah, God in the flesh, God, like God's Son, talking to you, saying this is going to happen, and you basically disagree with him.
And God says, get behind me, Satan, because he's being used by Satan.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'd imagine some of these popes do think they're above God, but like Peter was wrong, and he was rebuked for it, and he accepted the rebuke for basically disagreeing with God's Son, and telling it to his face. I mean, like disagreeing with Brian is not the unpardonable sin. It's pretty bad when you basically disagree with God's Son to his face. That's pretty bad,
Yeah.
But Peter was, because he was still a human being. He was still fallible, and he can make mistakes. So he was not some kind of unshakable rock of the faith, but No, well, I don't know why John claimed that he was the rock, because it's obvious, the Bible's very clear that Christ. Well, Rome is it's a very man-centered doctrine.
Yeah.
I mean, you cannot read.
I mean, they might as well say Dwayne Johnson's the rock at this point.
Yeah, well, I mean, and I guess Jay-Z is Jehovah. That whole thing. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, and it's the kind of thing where it's like it's totally man-centered. I mean, you cannot read the Bible for yourself. You must have the priest tell you what it says. That's why you have the Catholic Bibles have pages of footnotes, because they can't just let you read it for yourself. Yeah. Because after all, they can't control you that way.
Yeah, I was discussing this actually with someone the other week. About the Apocrypha. Some of the Catholic Bible versions mix the Apocrypha in with the Old Testament, aren't they?
Yeah. Think about it like this.
Yeah.
When the Pope takes your salvation, well, the Bible says that in John chapter 10, where my soul is in the hand of God, and no man can pluck it out.
Yeah.
So I mean, the Pope's little anathemas don't scare me one bit, because my salvation was never his to take or give in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But of course, if I didn't know that verse, then I would basically have to do what he says, or else risk having my salvation taken away.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And that's how the Catholic kings would commit atrocities.
So whether we live or die, whether we live or die, therefore we're the Lord's. So we don't need to worry about being excommunicated.
Yeah.
Church.
Well, the Pope will just declare you innocent. I mean, it's like it was just funny. One of the popes even was called Pope Innocent the First, as if they're somehow innocent of what they do. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah. But he wants to have a Muslim unity only for peace.
Yeah. I mean, just like peace and safety, sudden destruction cometh upon them.
Yeah, it's funny too, because even during the Inquisition, when they would torture heretics. And here's the thing: some of the people that were heretics were heretics that would deny the deity of Christ, would deny the virgin birth. That is heresy. Okay, but you don't torture them and burn them at the stake.
No, yeah.
I mean, if they do believe that, well, then you should try to get them saved and get them born again.
Yeah.
I mean.
And it was the same. I know a lot of people use it as like an attack against Christianity now, but the whole like witchcraft trial thing where they used to like burn them at the stake and do all this stuff. It was actually they're doing it at the Catholic Church, but they like to try and blame that on Christianity now to show that it's hateful and intolerant. And,
actually, the witches, the so-called witches, were actually the born-again saints. That was who they were accusing of witchcraft, and they were being burned at the stake by the real witches, the papists.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So it was indeed a witch trial, but it was the trial that was conducted by the witches against the saints.
Yeah.
So that sounds like having
they try and reverse history now and try and make out that it was these New Age people who like rejected Christianity or whatever else. And,
and I'm sure there were some.
There probably were some who were involved in like the
but the point of the matter is you don't burn them at the stake; you get them saved. That's the big difference.
Yeah, because they try and use like it's interesting how all these people who hate the word of God try and attack King James to attack the Bible, which doesn't really make any sense considering it didn't even have that much to do with it apart from he authorized the translation. It wasn't even called the King James until they brought all the new versions.
But that's the thing you see is because it's all man-centered. Then they think that by attacking the guy, that somehow disproves the word God.
He was an homosexual. He was a Freemason. He was
even if he was. I mean, God uses wicked people. I mean, it's say he was for a second. Well, last time I checked, the king of Babylon was a pretty wicked guy, and God still used him to punish Israel. I mean, God can use evil people to do His will. I mean, I mean, again, when it's totally man-centered, then they think that somehow going after the person is somehow like disproving something.
He even used the Pharaoh in Egypt.
God can use wicked rulers to execute judgment upon it like a nation. I mean, he used again the king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar. He is like my servant Nebuchadnezzar. I mean, he was a wicked guy, but he was used to punish Israel.
Yeah, and the same with the Pharaoh in Egypt. He was used. His heart was hardened to punish Egypt. His heart was hardened to the point where he rejected God to the point where his heart was hardened, where he had to end up taking the firstborns. And I know a lot of people use that to try and say, bad things about God as well. He murdered children, but the Egyptians were.
I think we forgot about the fact that the Egyptians were murdering the male children. So I mean, they were doing
exactly the Israelites. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So, if anything, that's just a just judgment. And
and also should point out too that last time I checked, the Israelites weren't doing child sacrifices like the pagans were.
And another one they like to bring up to attack is with the Canaanites. They like to bring that one up because he commanded them to kill all the children, even though they were murdering babies. And
it's kind of funny too. Now I've seen this new thing that's coming up. I guess it's new in the sense of I'm seeing it more. Apparently, it's been a thing of. I'm not sure if you heard of the term Abrahamic religions. Have you heard of that term?
Well, my headphones are playing up.
Headphones acting up again.
Yeah, I didn't catch any of that. My headphones were being weird.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I was gonna say that if you've heard like the new attack that seems to be coming out, because comparing. I mean, I don't really like the term Christianity because it's not scriptural, obviously, but the faith of Jesus Christ or the Church of the Living God. What they have now is that the three Abrahamic religions is what they call it is Judaism, Christianity, and Islam.
Oh,
so now
Catholicism and Islam.
Yeah, well, I mean that's very true. They're all. But what they do now is they will lump all three together to like basically attribute the atrocities of one to this thing of that they call Abrahamism. So that's the new attack because like it's easy to show
Abrahamism and polytheism.
Basically, exactly. That's a new
categories. Abrahamic religions and polytheistic religions.
Yeah, that's the new. What's kind of funny too, because so-called. I mean, I've never heard of this term Abrahamism until very recently. I didn't know
Abrahamic religions. It's
apparently it's any religion that
Bible goes to
that
Well,
claims
because
descent from
before
Abraham.
Abraham was just the start of the foundation
Well, yeah.
of Israel.
I mean, Abraham was definitely a very significant person.
Yeah,
but he's not the
absolutely. Yeah,
he's not
because he
the
was to do with
father.
the foundation of God's land, of God's nation.
Yeah, I mean, Abraham was a very significant figure, but like, I mean, so was Noah, so was Moses. I mean,
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess, but it was funny too because the three. Well, the funny thing about that is that the three Abrahamic. There's actually other religions that claim descent from Abraham. So there's not just three. That's what people don't realize as well. Is there's also Rastafari. You know, the one that's like into smoking weed, Rastafarianism.
Oh yeah, like
People don't realize.
stuff. Yeah, like
people don't realize that that's also an Abrahamic religion because they do claim descent from Abraham. So like that's by that standard, and even by scholarly standard, like Wikipedia does list it as an Abrahamic religion. Also, there's what's it called? Yazidism, I think is what it is. That's also because like really any religion that would claim descent from Abraham or Abraham as like their patriarch is classified by dictionary standards as Abrahamic religion. So there's not just three. That's people don't realize. But like I've never heard of this term Abrahamic religions, but that now what's being done is that the crimes of Islam is now being attributed to Abrahamic religions. So now we are being pinned for
because Abraham was a significant part of
because apparently Abraham would actually have anything to do with Islam if he knew what it was. I mean, I'd imagine if Abraham actually were let's say he came alive or something like that and saw Islam.
I don't know how Abraham supposedly has a connection to Islam. Really looked into it.
Well, I mean, Ishmael was that connection,
Abraham's.
It wasn't it's not a good thing.
Abraham's son with the Egyptian servant, wasn't it?
Well, Ishmael was, I think, where the Arabs come from, which obviously was where Muhammad. And Islam is essentially Arabic imperialism. There is some stuff about on Jihad Watch where they actually do have some interesting articles about how it is essentially Arabic. It is Arabic imperialism, and they do believe Arabs are superior. Like Arabia is considered the Muslim land specifically, so it is Arabic religion.
Think that Palestine's obviously Islamic land.
Well, that's why my videos are referred to Islam as like basically the spiritual descendants of Ishmael, the spirituality of Ishmael, because it is essentially
Ishmael was the wild man who
was
because he was born outside of God's will because they tried to take birth into their own hands instead of waiting for Sarah to conceive when she was 99 years old or whatever. She obviously laughed and mocked at that idea because she thought it was impossible. But
so I mean, I guess in a sense Islam is connected to Abraham in that sense, but not in a good way. It's not connected in a way that God ordained.
No, because it was connected basically through Abraham's, sin with
polygamy. It was a sin.
Servant.
So it is Abrahamic in that sense, but not in the way they think. It's not. It's connected to him, but not in the way that it wasn't intended. Essentially, And same thing with Catholicism. I mean, if Abraham were to walk into a Catholic church, he'd probably be horrified at the amount of idols they have in that thing. I mean,
it's very similar to Ezekiel when he walks into the temple and they're burning all incense to idols, and it'd be a very, very similar situation. I should imagine.
Yeah, and just because Abraham is a significant figure, which he is, like Abrahamic is like I've never heard of that term. I mean, it's weird how but that's what they do now is they'll have Abrahamic. So now what Islam does or what Judaism does or what Catholicism does is somehow Abrahamism, which it's like absurd, I mean, it's like
Abraham wasn't the founder of wasn't the founder of the faiths, was he?
Yeah, and if anything, he would not be okay with the idolatry of Rome, or he would not be okay with that pagan Kaaba that they claim he actually started, which he did not at all.
No, exactly.
I mean, I always just kind of think like how would Abraham react to these so-called Abrahamic religions? What he would think about that and how he's associated with them? He probably wouldn't be okay with his name being associated with bowing down to essentially a moon idol. You know what I mean?
No, because he didn't find any of those.
Yeah, he didn't start the Kaaba.
Even before him, you had Noah. You had before the entire earth was obviously wiped out by the flood. You had civilization before that, so Abraham wasn't even really the the founder of
But even if he was, like as if he actually would be okay with all the Catholic idolatry. I mean, or as if any of them, like Moses or whatever else, I mean, or Noah or any of them would like actually approve of any of this. I mean, if they were to see it. I mean, I always like to say that that if Mary were alive today, she would be the first to take like a sledgehammer and smash all these Catholic statues of her.
Yeah,
I mean, it's funny too, like we're supposed to honor your mother and father. Okay, so let's just apply that to Mary for a second. Well, there was like one time where she gives a command, and it's to follow Jesus Christ. So if you're going to obey Mary, that means you follow Jesus Christ. You don't pray to her.
No, yeah.
Because she actually instructed the other people in John 2 to whatsoever he doeth, paraphrasing, of course. So if we're going to follow what Mary says, that means we follow what Jesus said, because that's what she told us to do in that verse. So
I mean, and there's obviously the whole thing they're trying to make out that Mary, remained like a virgin for the rest of her life and didn't have other kids, which is like not scripture.
Yeah, and then when you bring up the verses about Jesus' brothers, they have to just contort it like you wouldn't believe, to try to explain like how they weren't actually his brothers and everything else. It's like just read the verse. Yeah,
I've not actually heard the Catholics try to explain that one, but
you go on Catholic Answers, and it's just amazing how they just can't read what the verse says. They have to just twist and contort it into all kinds of ungodly, shapes to try to make it like fit their doctrine.
I have had some interactions with like Catholics in like your comment section. Where
they don't deal with any of. They don't deal with any of the scripture. They'll just parrot their verses.
They told me like, oh, the scriptures they aren't even relevant, and I wasn't asking you for your opinion or whatever they were saying. So to stay out of this, or they said to me,
it's not my opinion when it says there's one mediator between God and man. It's not my opinion. It's just what the text says.
Exactly.
It's in fact, when we talk about opinions, their church is the one that inserts their doctrine. See, that's what eisegesis is. They approach the Bible with a pre-commitment to Catholic theology, so they must make the verses fit with their doctrine, and not the verses tell them what to believe. I mean, Calvinists do the exact same thing. Calvinists, I've gone back and forth with them. Like, they have a select few, pet verses, and the entire Bible revolves around these little select verses. And they approach the Bible with this pre-commitment to Calvinist theology, and they can never really answer you properly from the scriptures. They'll just parrot the same verses over and over again, and just be like, well, it says it, it says it, that whole thing.
Yeah,
and it's funny too, because they parrot this thing like God is sovereign, and they parrot it as if it's actually a verse of scripture, when you won't find that wording, God is sovereign, in the Bible.
Yeah, it's why it's important, I think, to pray for the Lord to take any of your own personal biases out of the way before you read the Bible, because really you just need, the Holy Spirit to guide you, and the Lord to guide you into all wisdom. That's what you need, really. You need Him to reveal and open up the truth to you, rather than bringing in your own personal biases.
You approach the Bible with the prayer that God will show you what it says, not you wanting to make it fit your doctrine. It's vice versa. God will tell you what it says, and you just believe it. It should, and that's the thing too. The scriptures will define themselves. So when the Calvinists take verses out of context, you simply read the context and you see what it's actually saying, and it's not remotely teaching Calvinist doctrine at all. I mean, they read Romans 8 and 9 and ignore the immediate context. Dealing with the fact that after your salvation, your eternal destination is fixed. You're predestinated, for adoption.
You're predestinated. Whether you're saved or not before you're saved is.
Yeah, well, they make it seem like God predestinated you for salvation. Well, no, the context is it's talking about people already saved and how your eternal
go to heaven after you've accepted Jesus Christ.
Yeah, because you read the context of those verses in Romans 8, it's dealing with the rapture, how it's our blessed hope. And then it goes on. It basically saying how once it's basically eternal security, how your eternal destination is now fixed. You're predestinated for adoption.
There's no verses in the Bible that prove a pre-trib rapture. Apparently,
there's
I don't know what argument that.
There's no verse that prove a pre-trib rapture. and then they'll go to Matthew 24. It's funny.
Yeah.
That's what you have with these people. Once you refute Matthew 24, like all their other arguments fall apart because all the scriptures they go to, they must make it line up with Matthew 24. So once you tear down that foundation in Matthew 24, then all the other verses they try to use, they can't use now by extension because that's I call it a doctrinal solar system where the Matthew 24 is like the sun and all the other verses revolve around that. Well, once you get rid of the sun, the other planets die. You know what I mean? So once you refute Matthew 24, all the other verses they can't use anymore because they now like stand on their own. They cannot make them fit with Matthew 24.
Yeah, they seem to not be able to accept any other verses outside of Matthew 24. Like when you point to verses that contradict Matthew 20. Well, not contradict Matthew 24, but that are in a different dispensation to Matthew 24.
Well, verses they try to take the verses on the rapture because they will always compare it to Matthew 24. Well, once you show how it doesn't line up with what Matthew 24 says, then
no. Well,
that's usually when they'll run into the thing of it was only invented in 1830 by John Nelson Darby, which even that is a lie too, because there's plenty of writings before. I did my blog post showing writings from the second and third century that talk about the church being taken out before it. But even if that was true, okay, I don't care. We're dealing with what the Word of God says, not what someone. Not
well,
what
the Word of
God
believe. Crazy John Nelson Darby. I mean,
that's a lie. I mean, it was not created by John Nelson Darby. There's plenty of writings before it, but even if it was, okay, but that's not the point. What does the Word of God say? And that was always what Brian used to say a lot too when he was on Pre-Trib Rapture. He was saying too like how that does like the question is not what have they always believed. The question is what saith the Scripture. That's really what the main issue is. It's not what has the church always believed. The question is what does the Word of God say.
Yeah, he has a lot of really good videos on that. That's why I have a lot of the older ones from like 2013 in the place the Pre-Trib Rapture moment videos. Very good videos, and the ones where he goes through all the scriptures in every single Pauline epistle, proving showing every verse that proves
showing that you don't have one verse. No, there's plenty of verses that talk about. I mean, every Pauline epistle is full of verses that talk about. I mean, I think that like Ephesians 1 verse 10 down to verse 14 is a really good one. Obviously, Romans 8 is a really good passage on the hope, the blessed hope, and everything else. Which is kind of funny. If you're going to go in the tribulation, why is it a blessed hope? What do you have to hope for?
I showed all those verses to someone who was like turned out to be post-trib. I don't know. I was speaking to him a while. I didn't even know that he was a post-trib. I was just speaking to him like casually about about some stuff. It wasn't even relevant to like anything to do with Bob, to be fair, to start with. But I was just speaking to him for a while, and then it turned out that he was some like post-tribber guy who believed that Sunday worship was the mark of the beast. It's like, well, where did that come from? And I showed him. He said like, there's no verses that prove Pre-Trib Rapture. I showed him that, and he was like, that's not what the verse says. I was like, well, it does. What else does it say?
It does. I mean, just read it.
He was like, and then he was just like, show me the verse. I was like, well, I just did.
Well, it's actually funny too because. Oh, and by the way, too, speaking of, they're not just the Pauline epistles. There's actually some references in Jeremiah 8 that contain reference that almost kind of contain sort of like foretellings almost of a Pre-Trib Rapture. So even the Old Testament has
there's plenty of references as well. Matthew, always goes to Matthew 24, but if you go to the parallel passage, like Luke 21. I think it's Luke 21. Or
also Mark 13 is the other one. Parallel passage.
Luke 21 talks about the day where the Son of Man will come back won't happen until the fullness of the Gentiles has come in. So what's the fullness of the fullness of the Gentiles? Then?
Well, Romans 11 talks about that being
as well. Which also links into that. So it's funny they always go to Matthew 24, which is the one version of that passage that doesn't talk about the fullness of the Gentiles because it doesn't suit their agenda. So, but if they
it's also kind of funny too how it's not just
21.
Well, it's also funny too how it's not just Matthew 24, but it's 3 verses they take from Matthew 24. So even they even ignore other verses in Matthew 24, which clearly show it's talking to the. I mean, I wrote a blog post about this, showing how like Matthew 24, it's clearly to the Jewish people if they actually read the entire passage. Like for example,
Christ knew that they were going to reject him by crucifying him to the cross, saying they have no king but Caesar.
Well, like verse 15, Matthew 24:15 talks about the standing in the holy place, which would line up with Daniel 9:27 and Daniel 12:11, which talks about the physically rebuilt temple. But the holy place for us is our bodies. In 1 Corinthians 6 and 3 talks about that. So I mean, how does that work? I mean, Brian even brought this up. Like, is the Antichrist going to stand in our bodies? I mean, like, how does that line up? Or in verse 20, they have neither the winter nor on the Sabbath day. Well, the Sabbath was a sign for the Jews. It's not. We're not required to observe the Sabbath. And then also another point too that is not really brought up all that much, but actually further proves it is the fact that you have signs and wonders being mentioned throughout Matthew 24, like in verse 3, the sign of thy coming, verse 30, the sign of the Son of Man. Well, we don't need signs and wonders. We have the Word of God. We walk by faith. However, the Jews do actually require a sign. It talks about that in 1 Corinthians 1:22, Joel 2:28. Acts 15.
Corinthians 1:20. It talks about how it came not to give a sign or give the wisdom that the Greeks seek after. But
we don't need signs and wonders.
No.
The thing is about that is that the nation of Israel was actually built upon signs and wonders. Deuteronomy 4 verse 34 talks about that. Yeah. And the gifts of the Spirit, the signs and wonders in the book of Acts, were also for the Jewish people. 1 Corinthians 14:22 talks about that. So like the signs and wonders also in Matthew 24 further prove that's for the Jews.
Yeah.
We don't need signs and wonders. We have everything we need in the Word of God.
Yeah, but post-tribbers, don't deal with scripture, so they just take a few verses out of context, and that's it. That's all the scripture.
And they say after the tribulation as if it's a title. Well, it's kind of funny because it actually is. It is a title if you have a modern version. The NIV in Revelation 7:14. Says the Great Tribulation as a title. It says these are they that came out of the Great Tribulation in NIV. So if you have a modern version, it actually does make it into a title. But
that's part of they try and make out that the Pre-Trib Rapture was invented by the Jesuits, by the Catholics, or whatever. Yeah. But it's kind of funny that in the Catechism of the Catholic Church talks about a form of purification.
I love it. I love when they say it's created by a Jesuit. I've asked them just to find me one Catholic website that teaches a Pre-Trib Rapture. Just look up Catholic position on the Rapture. Yeah. Every website is actually saying the exact same thing they are. That's the irony.
Pre-Trib wouldn't fit into the Catholic ideas at all because how would that work? Because if you're working your way towards salvation or being or whatever, if you're
in Roman Catholicism,
if you're halfway in a state of grace, what would you not go up?
Yeah.
What percentage in a state of grace would you have to be for you to be raptured up?
Pre-Trib Rapture means it would mean that your salvation. It would mean that your salvation is in the hand of God. It means that God is the one who has power over your salvation. And if you're Roman Catholic, of course, we can't have that because you must work your way to heaven. God forbid that God would actually be the one who is the one taking care of your salvation. If you have work salvation, it doesn't work. Because the Pre-Trib Rapture just shows that God is the one who is, the one who gave you your salvation, and God's the one who will take you up when he's ready. But of course, if you're a Roman Catholic, you can't have that because you got to work your way to heaven.
Yeah.
But essentially, it's the thing where it's like, it's created by Jesuits. So it's like, but then they can't find any Catholic website. In fact, Catholic Answers, their articles on against the pre-trib, like when you have Sam Adams come out and say it was created by Jesuit, but then Catholic Answers will say all the same talking points as Sam Adams. It was created by Darby and everything else, and no Christian, no church member believed this before 1830. They have all the same talking points as like Sam Adams and other post-tribbers.
Yeah, and
but then we're told that a Jesuit was the one that created it.
When you actually show them scriptures to say, that's just you trying to understand it from your own understanding rather than what the Bible actually teaches, because the early church believed this and you're actually understanding it wrong.
Yeah, and here's the thing, even if the early church believed this, well, again, it's like, if there were some people back then who believed that, that just means they're wrong about it back then too. That's all that it proves. It doesn't
It
disprove or
proves
prove
that man has always had errors.
Yeah, it just proves that there's been heresies back then too. It's just like infant baptism. Yeah, there's definitely writings that promote it back then. It only proves that there were people wrong about it back then too. That's all that it proves.
Yeah.
I mean, just because something's old doesn't make it biblical. I mean, there are plenty of heresies that go back quite a ways. Doesn't mean they're not.
Well, there was I can't remember what it's called, but it was a pagan book that was similar to the Book of Genesis. It was actually released before the Book of Genesis was even like originally written, because Moses obviously wrote the Book of Genesis.
Yeah.
The Holy Spirit through Moses wrote the Book of Genesis, obviously, after Moses wasn't around when Genesis actually happened. But but yeah, there was actually one. But just because it predates that doesn't mean that it's the truth. It's just a fact of the truth being mixed with lies, being how Satan operates. So it's easier to deceive people that way. But Genesis adds up with the rest of the Bible.
Well, yeah, and it's just like when Catholics will say, "Well, our church goes back, this many years." Well, actually, I'd argue the church is indeed very old. It goes back before Christ. Actually, it goes all the way back to the Babylonian Empire. So they are actually right. It is. It does go back quite a ways.
Started with the crucifixion of Christ. So
it goes back quite a ways. And also they are right. Christ did indeed start their church, but you see, their Christ is not our Christ. That's the big difference. No. Their Christ is not the Christ of the Word of God. Well, so they are indeed right that their false Christ is
the New Age ascended master who has long hair.
Well, exactly. I mean. See, it's like people don't realize that they're false Christ. So they are indeed right. See, Rome's Christ is not the Christ of God's Word. So they are absolutely right when they say that Christ started their church, because their false Christ did indeed start their church. Absolutely. Yeah. But Jesus Christ of the Word of God has nothing to do with Rome.
No. And I was saying the Christ that the majority of the world know isn't the same Christ that we know. It's not some, well, we shouldn't make any graven images of Godhead, and in him, dwelleth the fullness of the body godly. So we shouldn't. I don't know what it's all about. These paintings of Jesus, supposed paintings of Jesus with this white guy with long hair, and But if you look at it, it's the same pictures of New Age ascended masters.
Well, I mean, because apparently a guy in the Middle East is a white guy. Apparently, okay. I mean, last time I checked, I didn't realize that people from the Middle East were white. I didn't realize that.
Well, Jesus Christ, when he was on the earth, obviously had Jewish complexion. He wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
I don't think he was this guy with long hair either. I don't know.
No,
why he'd have long hair? Because
if
a man has long hair, it's shaved.
And then we have pictures of God the Father. It's like, how do you make a picture of God the Father when it outright blatantly says
no man has seen God at any time?
No man has seen God at any time. And in fact,
no man shall see me and live.
You can't see him in your mortal flesh, because you'll die if you do. I mean,
the only time people have seen God the Father was
in Judges and everything else, where those who do. I mean, when Moses saw the back of God the Father, he had to put a veil over his face because his face was like so bright. I mean, God had to put his hand over it to block him out. I mean, it's the kind of thing where it's like, how do you paint a picture of him when if you just see him in your mortal flesh, you die? And it talks about the image of the invisible God. So apparently we can make an image of something that's invisible. I brought that up to Catholics, and you just hate icons and everything else. I'm like, no, I'm asking you how you draw a picture of something that's invisible. How do you do that?
Yeah, no, the Bible's clear. No man's seen God at any time.
Apart
from in the face of the only begotten Son, who's the bosom of the Father.
Jesus is the image of the invisible God.
He's not some separate guy with long hair and a beard, and then God the Father's this old guy in heaven with a grey beard, and then the Holy Spirit, some dove flying around. It's like, I don't know, but it's crazy how there's even a lot of genuinely so Christians who fall for all this Trinitarian graven image nonsense. It's crazy.
And, he's the image of God. So I mean, how does that work when God is basically God the Father is portrayed as Santa Claus in the Catholic images, and Jesus is a younger guy? How does that work? How is the image of that? And then the Holy Spirit's like a bird flying around. I mean, you can't help but laugh at it, to be honest, because it's like it blatantly says invisible God, but then we're able to draw a picture of an invisible deity, And even Jesus Christ, he was in the flesh, but like he's not walking around today. So how do you know what he looks like? Well, he appeared to them apparently. He came, Mary appeared to them and everything else. It's like, a devil appeared to you in the form of Mary. That's what happened.
Yeah. we don't even know what any of these people actually look like because they weren't posing around for paintings. I think they
and we're never told what they look like.
Yeah,
I mean, the earliest painting of Christ dates to like I think it was 5 something AD, like centuries after he walked the earth. That's the earliest known painting of him, and it looks nothing like. I mean, it looks like a Middle Eastern guy, but it's the earliest known painting centuries after. But now we have the white Jesus, which again I didn't realize somebody from the Middle East was white. I didn't realize that.
No, and then you have the people who think that he was like a black man or something, which is also another crazy heresy. It's mental.
Yeah, I mean, you look at somebody who's like, like sub-Saharan Africa. I mean, basically, he was not a white man or a black man, and he also, he wasn't like people say he was a what Palestinian. They call it a Palestinian. Well, he was definitely What?
I saw Sneeko say that he's like some Muslim guy or whatever. He was like, "Oh yeah, Jesus was a Palestinian."
Oh, I would agree with that in the sense of he definitely was from that area of land that is now called Palestine, but he wasn't called a Palestinian.
He was the king of the Jews as a title, though, so he was of Jewish ancestry. So he wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, he was from. I mean, it's only true in the sense of he was walking around in the area that is now called Palestine or the West Bank or whatever else.
Yeah.
I mean that is true in that sense, but the term Palestinian didn't exist back then.
No, Palestine was mentioned in, I think, is it Joel chapter 3? If you render me a recompense, I'll swiftly but surely turn that recompense on its head. And I like quoting that verse with this whole Israel-Palestine conflict because that just confirms God's thoughts about Palestine. So.
And the thing is too is that you have extreme opposites on both sides where just kill them all and everything else. Well, no, they both need salvation. That's really what it is. I mean, because you have the hyper Zionistic who want to just basically war everywhere. We gotta fight Iran. We gotta basically kill all these Muslims and send them to hell. That's pretty much what happens when you kill a Muslim, as they go to hell.
Yeah.
And then the other side, which you kill a Jew, well, they also go to hell. So it's like either side the devil wins. Either way.
Yeah, really, killing anyone doesn't achieve anything. We want them to stay alive so they can, see the gospel, see the truth.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's extreme opposite on both sides of that's why, again, from a third party perspective, well, no, Judaism and Islam are both of the devil, and it just again two forms of Satanism going at each other, and both sides need salvation. That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, it's just the same with. The same as don't take any side with the Hindus and the Muslims.
Yeah,
battling it out because at the end of the day they both need salvation and they're both false religions.
In the end, it's just basically two factions of Satan's religion fighting each other. That's all that it is. So you have something with these neo-Nazi bands who are into for some reason they like Aleister Crowley, even though Aleister Crowley was a flaming homo. I find that weird. But I mean, they're into occultism and Satanism, and then they'll attack Islam. These neo-Nazi bands. Well, again, it's just two sides of Satan's kingdom going at each other. It's but in the end, they both go to hell.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen the videos of people going to Aleister Crowley's old house, but some weird vibes from the place. Yeah,
well, the guy himself boasted about being the most wicked man on earth, and called himself the beast. I mean, the guy made no bones about it. I mean, and it's funny too because CCM. I've talked about CCM. I was kind of shocked at how many CCM people are fans of the Beatles. They have Aleister Crowley on the album cover of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely. I forget the exact title of it, but they have Aleister Crowley on the front cover of it. And Beatles. It's funny because back when America was much more of a moral nation, when the Beatles came out and said that they're more popular than Jesus, it was a public outcry. They had the shows canceled. They had protests and everything else, and I
remember the Beatles saying that. And I remember the Beatles. I do remember that cover of Aleister Crowley. They saw him as one of their biggest inspirations. I think it was on the "All You Need Is Love" song, whatever it was called.
Oh, that just sounds so fruity. But it's funny because back then America was very moral, and when they came out and said that we're more popular than Jesus, essentially the opposite was shown when essentially they faced so much backlash in America they had to cancel all their shows. They faced protests. Apparently, even the Klan came out and said we're going to stop your show and everything else for saying that. So even the Klan came out and opposed him for saying that statement and everything else. And they had, I mean, basically they were kind of showing that no, it's actually Jesus is more popular than you guys in America. But of course, that was back then. I'd imagine today if they said that, well,
the Beatles did play a big part in the decline of Christianity in the UK and the 96 in Christian morals in the UK, 96. So I think, if I remember rightly, they went out to India and they brought across like yoga and a lot of like New Age practices, which Aleister Crowley even wrote. It's like the best way to get possessed or whatever else.
Well, I mean,
the realities of that.
Well, to be honest, I mean, he is absolutely right. If you see the picture of these gory Hindus, he is absolutely right. It is a great way to get possessed, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, same thing with the charismatics, or the voodoo people in Haiti. There's actually a saying where it says like it's like what 20% Protestant, 80% Catholic, but 100% voodoo, because both the Catholics and the Protestants with their saint worship are able to reconcile that with voodoo, because when you invoke the lowest spirits, it's basically the same thing as praying to a saint.
Yeah, it's the conversation between the familiar spirits trying to make an event happen and trying to make a lie believable.
Yeah, and the thing is too, when these lowest spirits come to them, I mean, I do believe there definitely is a spirit that comes to them. Absolutely. I mean, when these charismatics say they've seen, when the charismatics say they've seen, Jesus or angels visit them, I believe they're telling the truth. I think they are being visited by spirits, or when these people say they hear voices in their head and they go do this thing, I believe them. I think they are.
That. I don't think actually like schizophrenia or whatever is a thing. I think that's just pretty much just devil oppression, pretty much.
But when you have a split personality disorder, I mean, I think a lot of these mental disorders are just simply you're possessed. I mean, how they behave, these symptoms are just basically devil possession. Especially when you see them with this like unnatural. I saw this one video where this guy was acting erratic on a highway. Like 6 cops had to pin him down. And they had to strap him to a bed with chains because he kept breaking out. It's like, that guy's possessed, and he has just basically unnatural strength,
Yeah. I've seen a lot of this stuff because, this is really what led me to salvation because, my dad, when he was alive, he got into the New Age stuff before he got saved. And, he got really bad because, he went through that whole deception of like the ascension. You're going to leave the reality and you become your own god and whatever else. He went through all of that.
Sounds like I just have to say this. It just sounds like something out of a weird sci-fi.
It does. Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like something out of a cartoon.
Yeah, and I don't know if you had like the whole New Age thing of like chakra openings and stuff like that, and basically start opening.
Well, it's like when the charismatics come and tap you on the forehead. That's pretty much what it is.
Open your the third eye and stuff.
That's what SSRI drugs do. Antidepressants is because the pineal gland is where serotonin is produced. Well, the drug stimulates that gland. Well, that's why. Because I actually have taken SSRIs back when I was. Starting adulthood, I was given SSRIs for various depressive problems, and I can definitely confirm they really mess around with your mind. I mean, for me, in my case,
it's a very bad thing.
I mean, in my case, when I was given these drugs, essentially, I became very zombified in my mood to the point where I could have basically walked out in the traffic and not faze me. But it definitely messes around. And you can take enough of it to where you're basically on a different spiritual plane, essentially, where you're much more open to the influence of devils with your zombie.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I think God obviously closed the pineal gland off for a reason, because we live in a corrupt world full of satanic and devil spirits that are roaming around. So he obviously he obviously closed that.
And the fact is. And there's the fact that you cannot separate drug use from witchcraft because these stimulant drugs, when you have enough of them, you get high and you hallucinate, which I think these aren't just hallucinations that the people are having. I mean, they are because the fact of their openness to their mind, it is very much, it's much more, it's more than just simply a figment of their imagination. I'll put it like that.
Yeah, when you open up that, when you open up your, feel like you're practically just leaving yourself exposed to, devils and,
you're essentially saying, hey, you're essentially saying, any devils, free, no root, no, You come in and you know you don't have to leave. You know that whole thing because a lot of these people who are possessed, you know, like a lot of the time, especially these charismatics, it's like you can't really get the devil out of them because they don't really want it out half the time. They like it. You know,
Yeah.
That's why with the charismatics, like their feelings, I've dealt with a lot of charismatics. You know, their feelings trump all. I mean, you can give them all these other scriptures about how you know devil spirits can mimic the gifts, and in the end, it's well, I like it. You know, it makes me feel good, so therefore I keep doing it.
Yeah.
Their experiences trump everything. I mean, Jason Cooling. I mean, I disagree with some of his post-trib stuff, but he has a lot of good stuff on the charismatic movement and like out in the street, you know, dealing with these charismatics. And he shows how he'll give them all these other scriptures about refuting their doctrine, and they just won't. They don't hear it. They just don't want to hear it.
No. Yeah. Yeah. Charismatic is basically just a new age sort of hybrid mixed with.
It's new age with you know. It's essentially new age because I know the new age they think Jesus is an ascended master. Well, the charismatic is basically just new age with just a stronger emphasis on their false Christ. That's all that it is, really.
Yeah. It's it's not actually much different to the whole Gnostic ascension.
Verses that talk about David Cloud has some good articles on how charismatic worship is like, talks about like, God's not the author of confusion, but of peace. And, how the worship, the gathering of saints is supposed to be an orderly, like mature thing. You look at those charismatic services, they're jumping around, they're like, running around, everything else are flopping on the floor. It's like, you think that's orderly. You think that's like, that's confusion,
Yeah.
Not to mention the fact that like they call it like the what do they call it? Like holy laughter. I mean, just laughing insane. Like, I mean, there's a funny video. Well, it's funny, but like, it's like the fact that they think this is holy. It's like just that everyone just bursts out laughing. Just this weird. They call it the holy laughter. It's like, wow.
Yeah. It's pretty much it's a straight up possession.
It's straight up possession. I mean, where do you find this idea of laughing? It's like this completely satanic laughter.
Yeah, people like rolling around on the floor and making like animal noises and just going insane.
I mean, where do you find that as the gifts of the Spirit? Well, I mean, they don't really care about the scriptures, but let's just pretend they actually did for a second. Where do you find the apostles doing that? Like making this weird sound? I can show you verses where devil-possessed people make weird sounds like that, but I mean, peeps and mutters and everything else. But I mean, I can't find where the apostles were making these weird, unnatural sounds.
Yeah, it's the same as speaking in tongues, all of this gibberish and. Speak. I don't know where the idea of tongues. I thought tongues were just another language. I didn't think they were.
Yeah, I didn't realize. Well, they try to say the unknown, angelic tongues and everything else, as if they're battling somehow like the same thing or whatever else. It's like, I mean, it's kind of funny. Like you can hear a death metal concert and the growling vocals they do. I mean, some of the animal sounds these charismatics do, like makes these death metal growling sounds sound more natural. It's actually. And the fact they think that's holy,
Yes.
Because I know with the death metal artists, there is like techniques you can use to like moisture up your vocal cords with water and everything else to like get them to where you can do these growling sounds, but you can't do animal sounds with those things. That's the big difference.
Yeah. It's clearly like I said, like a devil spirit speaking through them.
Yeah.
In order to make those, make those sort of sound.
Yeah. Or someone's wondering too if they just have them do this to the devil spirits, just knowing that they're going to make actual born again saints look like idiots because we get associated with these wicked people. So they probably devil possession is not like Hollywood, but then when it is like Hollywood, I think it's just simply the devil trying to make a mockery and trying to make like actual saints.
Yeah, look like idiots, it's not Hollywood. But devils, what they do is. I've seen them because obviously, my dad, lived in the Interracial before where he stupidly let one into him, but the Lord obviously didn't let it take full control before he got saved and whatever else, but he did still suffer with a lot of symptoms of that possession. Even know after he got saved, but at the name of Jesus, like his whole body would just start trembling, and that's how they react.
Yeah. And the thing is too is that in Hollywood movies, like, you know, the guy's possessed, and who comes to save them? A Catholic priest. You know, yeah, you know, the Catholic priest will come save you. No, he's actually the one. He's going to impart more. He's going to impart more devils into you. That's the problem. You know. No, I mean, the Catholic priest is not going to save you. He's going to give you more devils than you already have. You know, or if he does save you from the devil spirit, what essentially happens is the devil spirit will just temporarily leave you, and then come back later when you know all seems right. You know, that's pretty much what happens.
Yeah, I'm really not sure. You know, I'm really not sure where to stand on. Because I know, you know, I know what the scriptures say about, you know, after you're saved, about you can't have the the spirit of devils when you know you have the Holy Spirit within you. But also, I know the Lord can allow the devil to do what he wants because he's in communication with the devil. So I think it's possible you can still be oppressed by you know, devil spirits after salvation.
Well, there's verses that talk about God sending an evil spirit, like it talks about in like where Saul, like, you know, an evil spirit from the Lord. So God sent an evil spirit. You know, so it's like they're not doing anything without God knowing about it.
No, I think pretty much what God can do. He can allow them. He can give them as much power as he wants to give them.
Yeah.
So
But like, in all reality, they can't touch you unless he allows them to. Like if you're being oppressed by a spirit, and it's like basically because you have some sin you haven't repented of, and you know, and everything else is like chastening. Well, it's because God sent that evil spirit to afflict you. That's what happens. It's like, you know, it's not like it's not like, or you know, like it's the kind of thing where it's like people like to blame the devil for everything, but people don't realize that when it is the devil doing stuff to you, or an evil spirit doing things to you, you know, there's a chance that it's a chastening of God, and the devil spirit was just sent there to do that.
Yeah.
It's like Satan still has to come before God and present himself. It's like he's not like, it's like this stupid image of him having an arm wrestle with Jesus. It's like, no, he's like I mean, you might have that in Hollywood, but like not only is he not running hell, it's like even if he was, he doesn't
actually have any power. He just has what God gives him.
But the only powers he only has power when God lets him, pretty much.
Yeah. It's you know, he's been in the chat. You know, said the Catholic will spend hours, perhaps days, casted out demons, whereas Jesus casted them out instantly. Like, exactly. Yeah.
And also the fact is too is you don't have to have some special education to become an exorcist. You know, you prayer and fasting is how you get the devil out of somebody. You know.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to go through some special education. Or it's like, I saw one movie where it was about this Mexican like, water spirit, where it's like she wants to like take her kids and drown them like that, like whatever else. But like essentially it's like they go to the priest like, oh, we need your help, and he's like, oh, you know, I'll have to send out, you know, the message, and it may take a few weeks. It's like what? I mean, it's funny. It's like, oh, you know, we have to, it's like you're going to the police or whatever. It's like, oh, you know, we'll have somebody come in within a few weeks and everything else. We just have to get. It's like, no, it's like you know, I mean, it was funny how the movie showed that, but like, no, it's like, you know, if you're being tormented, you know, prayer and fasting, but most likely it's just you get saved and the Holy Spirit comes in and kicks them out. That's the devil's out.
Yeah,
you know,
that's the likelihood. But I do also think there's a likelihood that, you know, God would still allow devils to oppress you.
Well, I mean,
maybe even for his own purpose, you know, for you know, to use them as a testimony, you know, to show people the dangers of the New Age. And I think that's probably what happened with my dad.
Well, Job was essentially a trial of his faith. You know, God let Satan do things to him, and you know, but even then, it's like the devils can only do things to you to the extent that God lets them. It's like exactly, you know, I mean, God told Satan that, you know, like do things to his kids, you know, but don't do anything to him personally. And Satan, you know.
Because I remember my dad, before he got saved, he literally could barely stand up off the floor. He would literally come, because I was living with my grandparents at the time, he'd come to my grandparents' house, I'd be in the living room on the computer or whatever, and he'd be lying on the floor, and he literally wouldn't be able to get up because he would feel that ill. And then he got saved, and then all of a sudden, he still had like some of the symptoms of like.
Well, I mean, back when,
but he could like walk around, and he was actually somewhat like. Somewhat healthy, somewhat again. So
well, I mean, it flies
control at that point.
It flies in the face of the prosperity gospel that life is just happy, the best life now. No, I mean, No, it's not how it works. I mean, there are plenty of verses that show the saints of God, having depression and everything else and being worn out by the world. I mean, you have the verse where Elijah was just depressed and wanted to die and everything else. I mean, Job curses the day he was born in Job chapter 3. I mean, there's verses that really strongly indicate that David may have had like PTSD from some of the stuff he had been through. The Christian life is not one of just this happiness and everything else. I mean, you're still a human, and you can still be worn out. You can still have problems. You can still have combat fatigue or whatever else. I mean, it's just
You still have a lot of problems. Yeah, a lot of problems with sin and a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
really push down.
I mean, I'll admit that when I was still having problems with relapsing in my drug addiction and everything else, I was having very bad depression, and it's just part of this fallen life, really. I mean, it just. Like in some cases, it's not even necessarily a chastisement. It's just part of living in these crap bodies of flesh.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the result, and it's like, have your best life now. Yeah, because I'm sure the apostles were just living their best life as they were always under their lives were always threatened for going and preaching the gospel. Just living your best life now.
I mean, if you look at the history of the apostles, pretty much all of them were brutally murdered. So
and John, was basically alone on an island for the rest of his life.
And then he got murdered. I mean,
living your best life now. I mean, because I'm sure the apostles just loved, being thrown in jail for preaching the gospel. I'm sure they just enjoyed it so much. I mean, and I'm sure they enjoyed serving God, but like that was what they enjoyed. They weren't like living their best life in the sense of a mansion on the hill and servants and everything else. That
No, yeah.
I mean, it's they're enjoying serving God. They were enjoying to suffer for His sake. But when these prosperity pimps come out and say best life now, that's not what they refer to as you having joy in serving God. They mean it as in you're basically having loads of money and you're flying around on private jets and scamming people. Basically, you scam people to think that
always what it's like. Obviously, the Lord can bless you in that way if He, wants to, and if you ask Him and He, that's in His will. But it's not. It's not.
And then there's some cases where maybe you have inheritance. Maybe you were rich before you got saved. Because again, you don't have to have this broken life. You're a contrite. You're a sinner. You just don't have to have your life in shambles. Which but like you have somebody maybe rich before that, and then they start using their money to the glory of God. Well, that's perfectly fine. But then the prosperity gospel has you believe that sending them money will make you rich in return. That's the problem. It's like so then you have a grandma taking the last $20 out of her cookie jar, sending it into them, thinking that she's going to get rich from that whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the Lord doesn't have to give anyone money if He doesn't want to.
Yeah, I mean God's not some genie in the lamp. He's not at your bidding. No. You're there to serve Him. He's not some there to just do your bidding. That's not how it works.
No.
I mean, God blesses giving. I mean, God certainly does bless giving, but if you're giving because you want to get something in return, then that's not how it works.
No. So I remember actually, like Brian made a pretty good point. It was on some like Gene Kim video where he snapped his fingers at God. It's like, well, that's not how it works, because you just snap your fingers at God. You can't demand Him. You can't demand Him. To do. You can't demand Him to do things for you. It's all in His will, and you can ask Him stuff, and I ask Him stuff all the time. Lord, it'd be great if you can, if you could do this. And, but
in some cases too, in some cases it's not always God's will that everything be perfect. Sometimes it's God's will for you to go through some afflictions to strengthen your faith. In some cases, like there's some cases where somebody's faith is maybe lacking a bit because of all their luxuries. So maybe they got to bring them down a notch to help their faith a little bit and realize that don't forget that you're nothing without God pretty much.
Yeah.
Like you could have somebody who's really really trusted their money and kind of neglects their prayer life and neglects serving God, so they bring him down a notch. So God brings him down a notch to just remind him that you wouldn't be where you were without God. That's I mean that's like you don't have to make a 40-minute video complaining about only getting 41 donations in 1 month. I mean it's 41 people donated in the month of January. That's inappropriate. I mean, like what? And then they're threatening to like go get a secular job. It's like, well,
I'd really be happy if the Lord blessed me with 41 donations.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't gotten a donation since January of this year of PayPal, and this is the first time I've actually mentioned it publicly. I've never once complained about it, nor have I even mentioned it.
But I don't even have any donations because I don't really do this. I don't really do YouTube. I barely even upload videos.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I've actually stopped advertising. I used to have the PayPal on my video screen. I've stopped doing that just because of the fact that I mean, I'm not really in for the money. I mean, it's just the point.
It's just money for your God.
Yeah, it's I mean, I'm able to feed myself and everything else. I mean, God provides. I don't have to blast it all over the place. Send me everything. It's I mean,
Lord's blessed me in a very good position with that.
Because, I mean, I kind of take it as if you're not on the street homeless, if you can feed yourself and everything else, and provide your basic needs. Well, I mean, I think it's safe to say that God's providing for you. God's taking care of you at that point.
Yeah, He's absolutely taking care of me because He's provided me with a job, and while I'm still living at home, He's blessed me in a very good position where I can save some money, and hopefully at one point I can use it for His sake. So
yeah. Yeah. I mean, you don't need 3 different properties and everything else, and 20 different vehicles and everything. It's like I just kind of take it if you're you have good health, your spiritual life is good as well. I mean, obviously you're able to get food, feed yourself. You're able to just have basic needs. At that point, it's safe to say that God is taking care of you. God is looking out for you, and it's a kind of thing where it's that's really what it is. I mean, you count your blessings. I mean, at least you're not out on the street, homeless. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, it just really, it really just shows a lack of appreciation for what the Lord's giving you. Complaining about not only getting 41 donations in a month.
Be happy if people actually want to send you money. I mean, be happy if people are even going to send you money after that. After you lecture them for 40 minutes.
Some people who are living in third world countries, even finding it hard to come by, for food, they have to, they obviously rely on the Lord to provide food for them every day.
Yeah. Well, you notice how rates of belief in God are always much higher in these third world countries, just because of the fact that in our Western society, mammon has become our God now. Well, in these other countries, sometimes all they have to rely on is God. That's all they have. They really have. I mean, so it's the kind of thing where it's
in Africa and Pakistan and places like that. Yeah, we pretty much just have to rely on God to provide us food every day. Some days we even have to.
Well, you find as life becomes more convenient. Because even during the Middle Ages, the reason why belief in God was, it was Roman Catholicism, but you find that belief in you don't find atheism just because of the fact that you kind of live a life where you're more dependent on a higher power. Obviously, Rome's God is not
Yeah, the reason for the trend in atheism just comes from this sense of entitlement that
it's worshiping the government. The government will I get my social security check and whatever else. It's what happens when the account's depleted? Well, then what do you do at that point? Well, I don't know.
Yeah, what are they going to do when all their bank accounts are shut down and everyone's forced to take the mark of the beast?
Yeah.
What decision are they going to make?
Here's an idea. What would happen if your bank company that you use all of a sudden goes out of business? Well, what do you do at that point? I mean, if you're an atheist,
what if your bank what if your bank, like they've done to several other people, decided that they didn't like something that you said and decided to shut your bank account down? What are you going to do in that situation then? Who are you going to rely on then?
What's funny about that, Steve Anderson has had a lot of problems, and not that I'm trying to exalt him, but a lot of the stuff that Denlinger complains about, Steve Anderson has actually gone through 10 times worse than Brian, and never once has he complained about it. I mean, very seldomly does Anderson even mention his where he can send him a check. It's actually kind of sad almost, the fact that Anderson, even though he's a lost heretic, he deals with this kind of stuff, even though he gets it 10 times worse than Brian. He deals with it much more maturely than Brian does.
Yeah. He doesn't just complain about a video that someone with about 60 subscribers makes against him.
Anderson gets death threats from the sodomites on a regular basis, and he maybe mentioned it one time, and he was just laughing about it, saying, whatever, doesn't faze me all that much. Meanwhile, Brian Denlinger will have a nasty comment or some video about him. It's all of a sudden, here it comes, an hour-long live stream about it. That whole thing. It's
And then he complained about, like, if he ever did say anything about this live stream, not that like I'm expecting him to, because hopefully he doesn't, because I kind of got to deal with that. To be honest, I'm just somebody who wants to get on with my walk with the Lord and get on with my life. You know what I mean? But if he did, he'd probably try and make out this is some like 4-hour live stream solely about him, but it isn't. With
it actually isn't. And the funny thing about that too is that some of the attacks against Anderson actually could qualify as persecution. I mean, I'm not trying to exalt Anderson, but like, if the same stuff had been happening to Brian Denlinger, I could actually understand him saying persecution, because like there are times where Anderson will have prepaid hotel reservations canceled and he doesn't even get a refund. I mean, or the time they'll have their conferences shut down. We'll have like the song might stop them. He'll be like, he actually mentioned one time they would sign him up for magazines and like he would get like billed, and then he's like, I didn't pay for that, I didn't order this magazine. He would get like messages with white powder at emails. One time he got an email where they graphically wanted to like assault his kids, and they like name the kid and everything else, and he's had protests. They got bombed at one point. I mean, stuff they go through actually could legitimately be described as persecution. And yet you don't hear them complaining about it all the time.
I think there's even like just like secular lost people who have probably suffered worse persecution than what Brian's claiming to have faced. I mean, people have been thrown into prison for
atheists and like atheists face quite a lot of persecution in Hindu India and Islamic Pakistan. I mean, they face a lot of persecution. I mean, India is very hostile because, again, you insult Hinduism, you're basically now dead. You're basically now your life is threatened. Atheists do face, a lot of like would be classified as persecution. I mean, even John MacArthur has, been, at the receiving end of some of these nutty charismatics that would actually infiltrate his church and scream at him, saying, "The Spirit sent me to rebuke you," because, he doesn't believe in the gifts of the Spirit.
Yeah, basically, anyone who stands for anything will have their critics anyway.
Yeah, even if they're a minister of Satan themselves.
Especially if you're out there online.
Matt Walsh.
Yeah,
Matt Walsh. I mean, he's a Catholic. I mean, obviously, lost Roman Catholic. He's faced quite a lot of what would be classified as persecution for what he stands for. I mean, he stands for a lot of very conservative ideals. Yeah. I mean, when you go after the transgender mob, I mean, like you've basically unleashed like I don't know, Pandora's box or something like that. And I mean, J.K. Rowling has come out and said some things about trans that are not all that that were apparently offensive to them or whatever else, according to them. It's very mild said, and she like had her house like broken into or something like that, and everything else. It's
you look at like Tommy Robinson, for example, who's been sent to prison for exposing the UK grooming gangs. Yeah,
he's exposing like basically people who are criminals, and he's the one who goes to jail for it.
Yeah, and he does solitary confinement where he has next to no food. There are several examples of secular lost people like facing persecution. So
I saw an ABC News report where he's like reading out some of the tweets that he gets, and it's like blatant like threats against his parents, and we're gonna like I can't say I can't. Did you see the ABC News report?
Yeah, Hope Not Hate. Yeah. There's a group called Hope Not Hate who are like this.
Hope Not Hate, yeah.
Yeah, you heard of them. I don't know if you've seen the documentary.
I've heard of them. Involuntarily. I've heard of them involuntarily though, but I've heard of them because it's like whenever I research things about the EDL or research things about Tommy Robinson, just trying to find things about them that
it's just
see what they're up to. It's like a lot of times the sources is usually all these anti-hate groups who are like, oh, look at all the horrible stuff they say about Islam, when basically it's like you're now the bad guy for exposing people who are going after children.
Hope Not Hate. What they essentially do is they like blackmail people and they pay people to make up stories about people.
Well, they're essentially ADL and the SPLC.
That's what they do. Yeah,
I mean, and the SPLC has a map of hate map where it's just like the hate groups and where they're at. It's like,
Yeah, but a hate group is essentially just like anyone who says something they disagree with. So
if you don't agree with the latest, liberal trend, you're now a hater. So now even gays who don't agree with the transgender thing, like what are these new feminism, like trans exclusionary radical TERFs. That's what I'm thinking of. Trans exclusionary.
I'm following the page on Instagram. I I think you've seen it as well. The Gays Against Groomers page. That's an
Yeah.
example of it. That'd be considered
Yeah.
hate speech these days.
Yeah, because if
Which
you
is
don't agree
crazy
with
thing.
child sexualization, you're now a bad
Yeah.
guy apparently. Or you have these feminists who are trans. Apparently, they're called TERFs, called trans exclusionary radical. That's probably what J.K. Rowling is now. Apparently, basically people who are for all the same stuff as feminism, like abortion and even lesbianism, but they just don't agree with this idea.
Even J.K. Rowling is like relatively liberal, I would consider.
Well, she actually is supportive of same-sex marriage, and in fact, she actually recently came out and supported the Church of Scotland coming out and saying like we will now do gay marriages in our buildings and that whole thing. And so I
considered to be relatively liberal, so it's
TERFs is essentially all the same stuff as feminism, just simply rejecting this idea of men putting on a dress and that also makes them women. I mean, that's basically what it is. They're all for the abortion and the thing going on in Iran with the sexual revolution and everything else. And like now they're actually lumped in with like full blown neo Nazis and like Westboro Baptist Church because they don't agree with men putting on a dress and not making them women. But yeah, I am not kidding. They actually are lumped in with those people because of because they say that men putting on a dress doesn't make them a woman or something like that. Just because you think you're a woman doesn't make you one.
Yeah, it seems to be a common thing just being lumped in with crowds, especially.
Well, I've been called a neo-Nazi for saying things about Disney. I am not kidding. I've actually been called
no, that's what they do. Yeah, if you criticise anything about like white ideology or anything like that, you're automatically chucked in with neo-Nazis. It's like, hold on, I've literally not said anything to do with neo-Nazi ideology at all. I have no idea where that's come from.
Well, I'm Slavic, so how can I be a Nazi? They would have put me in the they would have put me in the camps.
I'm from the UK, who was one of the biggest opposers of Nazis in.
Yeah, I mean, Hitler. It's like they would. I mean, yeah, the UK. I mean, last time I checked, he bombed London. I mean, civilians. I mean, Slavs were considered subhuman by their racial standards. As far as they were concerned, I was just as subhuman as the Jews were. I mean, they would put me in the camps as well. But I'm a Nazi apparently for saying that. Hey, maybe we shouldn't be pushing this stuff in kids' cartoons. You know what I mean? Maybe we should just like not do that when a kid is not old enough to think for themselves. And now I'm somehow Hitler 2.0.
Yeah, or if you want to stop people coming into the country illegally on a boat, that's it. You're Hitler now.
Yeah. If you say something about Islam, which is actually weird because Hitler loved Islam. So how is I mean, today's neo-Nazis obviously are not very, very fond of Islam, as we know by the black metal bands. I'm just saying.
Weirdly enough, the neo-Nazis don't actually know that much about actual Nazism, which is why.
Yeah, I just find it really weird. Like the black metal Nazi bands, like obviously, like as you've seen, don't like Muslims, obviously, which is weird because Hitler loved Islam. He actually said that he would have preferred an Islamic takeover over current Christian Europe. So I mean, well, he's kind of getting what he wanted now.
He is now. Yeah,
but the only problem is it probably wasn't going as he would have thought. That's the problem because
Yeah, he might have had to take control and put him in there.
I remember one time. Yeah, well, I remember one time I was talking to a neo-Nazi on Gab, and they were obviously not. Again, neo-Nazis don't like Muslims, but and I was showing him pictures like. Okay, that's great. You're against the Islamic takeover. What do you think about the fact that Hitler actually was for the Islamic takeover? And we're kind of shocked because they didn't really realize that. It's like I'm like, but I mean, you're a Nazi. How do you not know this? I mean, didn't you research? The guy you're following, the guy you love so much, and like I always just found that weird. They're anti-Islam and pro-Hitler, which is, I mean, back then would have been kind of an oxymoron.
Yeah. But people support all manner of oxymorons these days. Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, there's kind of a thing where because the Wikipedia article for what's called NSBM, which is basically National Socialist Black Metal. Apparently, that's what the term is. Apparently, that's what it is. So it's basically like black metal, but just basically black metal for white supremacists is. Weird, I try to kind of funny, or like they'll put on black face paint. I mean, they'll basically dress like a Sith Lord and put on black face paint and a black robe, but we're white supremacists. I mean,
it turned into Darth Maul and paint their face red.
Well, like one of these bands wore basically a cloak and had a sword. It's like and I forget his exact. They always have these funny little stage names that are basically like Latin words, and it's like you could just put Darth in front of your stage name. And it's like you're basically a full-on Sith Lord. And it's actually kind of fun. I don't know if they just think that Halloween's every day of the year or something like that, but according to Wikipedia, says that National Socialist black metal is a political movement and subgenre within black metal music that promotes neo-Nazism, neo-fascism, and white supremacist ideologies. Which again, Hitler wasn't a white supremacist; he actually hated other white people. But talks about how they're ethnic European, they're into ethnic European paganism, Satanism, or Nazi occultism, or a combination thereof, and vehemently opposed to Christianity, Islam, and Judaism from a racialist viewpoint. So, like when they go against Islam, it's more kind of the fact that like Islam is kind of a non-white thing. So that's really what it's kind of centered around. Really, is like Islam being associated with non-whites. So like that's really more where it stands. But
Wikipedia will lump in anything to do with neo-Nazism. White supremacy though. That's just what Wikipedia's like as a source, because it's edited and I think a lot of it's moderators obviously very.
I myself have a Wikipedia account, so I could edit articles if I wanted to. I mean, it's anybody can
lock certain articles. I don't know they can prevent you from editing them.
Well, I know how if you repeatedly put like sources that are not allowed on the site, they'll warn you, and then eventually it'll like basically make your account like you can't have it, and then they'll actually blackmail your IP address to where you can't even make new accounts.
And they full on, because I know on Tommy Robinson's Wikipedia page, you can't actually like edit stuff. The account is locked, so you can't actually write anything.
Yeah, well, there's certain things there are certain tiers of like Wikipedia accounts. So like you have to like edit so many different articles to where you go up to certain tiers and everything else, or you have to have an account for a certain amount of time. So it's like the gray check mark is the one where I think you have to have it edited at least 500 accounts before you unlock the ability to edit those ones, and then I forget. It's like basically you go up different levels and everything else. It's like a game almost, but I mean, and then apparently if you want to create a new article for somebody, because I'll be honest, when I was kind of a babe in Christ, still kind of a dumb 18-year-old, I actually was like thinking about writing a Wikipedia article about myself. Like during the pandemic, I mean, again, just new babe in Christ, pandemic lockdowns, nothing else. I want to write an article about myself and just write an article about myself, and turns out you have to have at least 2 news articles about that individual from a valid source in order for you to write something about somebody. So, but so I get a little of this. How fitting is it that one of these black metal bands is literally just called Emperor? It's like, okay, like how unoriginal. The Norwegian black metal band formed in 1991, described as highly influential by critics, emerging in black metal bands and everything else, and I mean, weird. But then again, these people act like they just Halloween's every day of the year. So, they full dress up like Michael Myers. Yeah, well, they dress up, they put on like face paint and everything else, and it's like, I mean, it's like they almost like just, it's basically just cosplay. That's all that it really is. I mean, the only difference is I've seen some cosplayers who actually do put like thousands of dollars of effort into it. These guys seem like they just put face paint on once and then like therefore that's done. But it's funny, but
they
and then their vocals, it's like they scream and contort, and then you find, and I see interviews with them later in life where they sound like they're losing their voice and they talk normally, because I wonder if growling like that probably isn't good for your vocal cords, that whole thing.
That's like a full-on like form of mind control as well when they project a voice like that.
Well, the fast beats and everything else. Haven't you ever noticed how like the mosh pit and everything else and people are attacked here? Well, the fast beat, the fast vocals, and the rhythm, it gets you all pumped up. It really gets you really wind up.
Yeah, exalts your flesh like that. That's why.
And then when you combine,
in 3 parts.
Yeah, and then when you combine the drugs and the alcohol and the smoking, then it just makes it amplifies that really.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I've never actually been to a concert myself, but like you look at the videos of these things, and it seems like just smoke everywhere. I mean, it's like as if everybody has a cigarette almost.
Yeah, well, a lot of the times it's more than just like a cigarette as well. A lot of the times it's like marijuana and stuff like that. It's a lot of them are heavily drugged up. So yeah, they're definitely influenced by like because I know a couple of people who I work with who go to a lot of raves and stuff, and I think they do take a fair few drugs.
Well, you look at pictures of Ozzy Osbourne, and like, there's no way he's not on drugs. I mean, again, I used to be a drug addict, and I know one when I see one, and there's no way that guy's not high on something.
Yeah.
I mean, just my past as a drug addict, even if someone is like behaving in a certain way, I just know instantly they're high on something. I mean, that guy's clearly high on something, just the way he's acting, because I acted the exact same way when I was, high on something, so like there's this one instance where I watched this speech. It was kind of a panel / speech type thing, and the host was clearly high on something. Like the way they talked was like, there's no way they were not high. I mean, I just could tell instantly, like, they were clearly high on some kind of powerful stimulant. Like, they had a level of energy that was like essentially like akin to some kind of nuclear reactor. Yeah, they probably were high on a stimulant. I mean, because I was the exact same way when I was high on some powerful stimulant. So, because there's what's called enthusiasm and everything else, and then there's what's called over enthusiasm from a drug.
Yeah, kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier about how it opens up doors to satanic spirit, devil spirits basically. And if you take drugs and drink alcohol, of course it's going to channel them, and it's going to give them a doorway into the Lord's going to allow the devil to send his minions to attack you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as if rotting all your internal organs wasn't already bad enough.
Yeah, you've also opened up doorways to a lot of devils to come in and oppress your life.
Yeah, and it's the kind of thing where
that's why schizophrenia, or whatever it's called, aka devil oppression, is is one of the long-term effects of a lot of drugs.
Well, I think most of these so-called mental disorders are just, they have a problem, but it's not a brain disorder. It's they have a spiritual problem. That's the real issue.
But they're being attacked by Satan, basically.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing too. Is that like, and plus too, it's a great money making business because there's a Wikipedia page about mental disorders. There's like 420 different mental disorders. I mean, it's big business for the pharmaceutical industry, making lots of money off that.
420, that's an interesting number.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like mental disorder, I forget the exact numbers, like 420 something, but it's like, yeah, I can see why. I mean, sure is not big money for the pharmaceutical industry.
Yeah, I was going to say 420 would be an interesting number because isn't that the number like associated with like weed and stuff?
Yeah,
that'd be like an interesting.
But what's kind of funny is that like I was prescribed a lot of drugs when I was diagnosed with ADHD, which it's not ADHD, it's just called being a child. But like exactly. I'm dead serious when they say they have a drug for everything, and they even have drugs to make the other ones work better. I'm not kidding. I was actually given that at one point. I was actually given one to make the other ones work better. I'm not kidding. So
clearly, if you need a drug to make another drug work better, the drug didn't work in the first place.
Yeah. So they also have drugs to help the other ones have less side effects. It's like, it sure is big business. I'll tell you that. And there's a good documentary. It's called Marketing of Madness. And it talks about how they basically will make a new disorder and create a new drug to make more money. Essentially, there's a drug for everything, and if not, they'll make a new problem and have a new drug to sell it, or sorry, have a new. They'll create a new drug and make a new disorder to sell it. That's pretty much what it comes down to. So they'll give a kid, he has ADHD, when really the problem is he probably is having too much sugar and not enough exercise and needs some more discipline. Really, that's probably what the issue is. Or somebody has you have road rage. No, you've got a bad temper and you need to get born again so that bad temper comes under control.
Yeah,
you don't have road rage. Or it's intermittent explosive disorder is what they call it. You have a bad temper you can't control. That's your problem.
Yeah, you have Tourette's. That's the other thing. No, you just use a lot of bad language, and you need to get it saved. So the little things.
You don't have alcohol abuse disorder. You have problems with giving into the temptation.
Yeah.
That's the thing too. You don't really struggle with sin the act of sin is a willful choice. You struggle with the temptation, absolutely, but
Yeah.
you don't struggle with giving in to the temptation. You just struggle with the temptation. In some cases, it can be more stronger if someone has a past, a past in that sin.
Yeah,
but it's like you don't have. It's like Alcoholics Anonymous. Oh, it's a disease, So it's like apparently you're born with this, thing. It's like And even some people say, like, you even have some psychologists who would classify homosexuality as a disease, when really, no, it's you weren't born that way. You weren't born attracted to anybody. The sexual hormones don't kick in until teen years.
Really, yeah. This whole argument, oh yeah, you're born gay. Really, if you were, born with a homosexual gene, surely the homosexual gene would die out because you wouldn't be able to pass it on because you can't reproduce.
Yeah, you can't reproduce. How does that?
Yeah. So how is it passed down, or is it just random?
Yeah. Plus, I mean, it's a gene, so it's like Well, I mean, they now are wanting kids to think that they're gay at like age of 5. Apparently. Yeah. But it's the kind of thing where it's like you don't have a disease. You have a problem with alcoholic. So that's why I don't call it alcoholic abuse disorder. I just call it alcoholic temptation. Yeah. Because you're tempted to if you're born again, you get passive drinking.
If you think you're a whole other gender or what, you're attracted to strange flesh or whatever. No, you're not born. You're not born in born gay. You're
babies aren't born.
You just have a problem with the sin. You just have a problem with the sin of sodomy, and you get temptation.
Of sodomy. And when you get born again, well, the Holy Ghost can help you get that cleaned
up. It's the lust of your flesh. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and when you're born again, you don't need to go to a doctor and get amped up on more drugs to help you allegedly get rid of it. Then you see to get born again, the Holy Ghost will help clean it up for you. See, here's the big difference: is the medical industry only treats symptoms, but meanwhile, like God actually deals with the root cause. That's the big difference.
Yeah.
Because the Alcoholics Anonymous doesn't realize that the problem is not drinking per se. It's you have a fallen nature. That's the big problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's easy to give in to sin because of our fallen nature. Yeah.
Yeah, and when you're saved, the temptation can still pop up. The big difference is you have the Holy Ghost to help you resist that, and that's the big thing too. Is that especially when you're busy serving God, it's much more easier to resist those temptations. Your mind is. I mean, that's why I can say from experience is that the best way to break an addiction is to keep your mind occupied and keep your mind doing stuff. So when the temptation does pop up, it's much more easier to resist it.
Just keep
yourself busy. Keep yourself doing stuff.
Keep studying the Bible.
Just do stuff.
Because when you're out of the Word and you're not reading the Word, it's a lot easier to give in.
When your mind is passive, like a passive mind is basically the devil's outhouse. That's pretty much what it comes down to.
Yeah,
even when you're on the internet.
When you first wake up in the morning after going to sleep.
When you're groggy or disheartened, and you kind of want to. Well, that's why I do. When I first wake up in the morning, I actually go for a walk because And also the other thing too is also to
when you first wake up in the morning.
It's also good too to remove the temptation. So it's like at one point when I was really addicted to coffee, I actually basically threw all the coffee away, because I like in order to break it, you have to remove the temptation as well. There didn't be a temptation to relapse. So or in some cases, if I didn't buy it, I can't just throw somebody else's away. So I basically spent the entire day, out and about. So I physically cannot, it's the kind of thing where, like, the only way to really break it is to remove the ability, and but the most important thing is to keep your mind busy and keep your mind occupied, so that the temptation is not as strong. Because when you have a passive mind like that, it's very easy to to pop up and everything else and think, oh, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Just one more cigarette, and then one more cigarette turns into the rest of the package.
Especially as you say, when you're on the internet as well, it's very easy to get pulled into looking at something that you shouldn't be looking at.
Especially if you have a past, especially if you have a past in that in lost life, and then you maybe just trying to look at a news article and some filthy ad comes up that could cause a temptation to pop up. I mean,
and then you can end up clicking on something and ending up going down a whole rabbit hole.
Yeah, you go down the rabbit hole and everything else, and or even if you're just out and about, some of these filthy magazines or everything else, or someone could just be dressed in a way that I mean, I go out to I can't even go to the beach that much because everyone's just dressed like
bikini.
I mean, some of these bikinis are basically just full on nudity. Really, I mean, it's like I mean, it's no different. So it's like in some cases, especially when I was an 18-year-old, still having some of those problems with some of the youthful stuff I did when I was lost. I would often wait till the end of the day, later in the day, when it's less people to go down, just because of the fact that I didn't want to, relapse. And it's just very vexing as well too. So
Yeah.
I mean, that's another thing too, is that like I don't agree with the whole counter jihad thing of these horrible hijabs and horrible this and that. Well, to be honest, I'd rather be on a beach full of hijabbed women who are modestly dressed in a bunch of pornographic bikinis. That whole thing.
Yeah, I would rather that, because at least you wouldn't have so much.
At least you have modesty and decency. You don't have essentially women, and then they complain about some guy gawking at them. Well, if it ain't for sale, don't advertise it. If you don't want to be treated like a hooker, don't dress like one.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not condoning the filthy, perverted guy. I mean, obviously he's a pervert himself. I'm not condoning what he does. Obviously, he should learn to control it.
It's funny how they always complain about being hit on or whatever else when they're literally just dressed like.
Well, the truth is that young men are perverts. I mean, not defending.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, if a guy does act on it, he should absolutely face the consequences. I mean, I agree. He should be locked up and behind bars, absolutely. But like, he should still learn to control his because people think that I'm somehow defending it. No, I'm not defending it. The guy obviously can't control it, and he should be locked up till he does. Because he's obviously not able to control it, and that's the whole thing. But it's just the thing where it's like modesty is not some like, oh, it's horribly oppressive. Well, it's kind of funny because a lot of these Muslim women who oppose like what they have in France is ridiculous. Essentially, they actually force immodesty on you. It's basically the exact opposite of what's in Iran. Is they basically make sure your skirt is not too long. That's what they do.
What?
I'm not kidding. I've heard of cases where, like, if you have a skirt below the knees, you're now out of school because apparently it's like against like Western secular culture. So they literally have the exact opposite. It's like you basically must have forced immodesty. That whole thing.
That's crazy.
And to be honest, I mean, I have a hard time really sympathizing with France at all, because the fact that they're a very filthy nation and they have open nude parks in France. They got all this other stuff. I mean, like, they're a very wicked nation. In some cases, I think it could just be a punishment from God, Yeah.
Well, I know France was always a very Catholic country.
Yeah. I mean, well, they were Catholic and then they became militantly atheists, which out of the frying pan.
French Revolution, didn't you, with Louis XVI?
Yeah, the French Revolution is just so one Antichrist and then another Antichrist takes over. Just it's like out of the frying pan into the fire.
Yeah, pretty much. Catholic who murdered.
Yeah, I mean, Satan still holds.
Was overthrown, and then it became an atheist country.
It's like Satan still controls that country. It's just his means of control changed. That's all.
Yeah.
Now you have rabid militant atheism, to where now it's like, they give lip service to free speech and freedom or separation of church and state, but really it's like, if you speak against, like, it's funny how they free, like, and again, that's why I kind of have this idea of the counter jihad, France, free speech. There's no free speech in France whatsoever. You can make cartoons about Muhammad, but that's pretty much about it. If you say something about like Judaism or something about like some of the videos I make would actually get me arrested in France.
Yeah, France has even like the code. I remember some of the code rules in France were absolutely ridiculous. Like
there's actually a guy who got arrested for insulting Macron in the free speech, sanctuary of France. I mean, they don't have free speech whatsoever. I mean,
no, France is probably even worse than I'd say it's worse than the UK. I mean, Germany is pretty bad as well.
Well, most of Western Europe has all kinds of problems. I mean, Eastern Europe is obviously still in the back pocket of Rome because of the Eastern Orthodox, religion. But when it comes to
more freedom of speech, I think.
Yeah, there's more freedom of speech, and there's also better morality there too, because you do have a lot more socially conservative norms and everything else. They don't have you won't find any open nude parks in Poland. I'll put it like that.
No, I think I'd rather live in Poland or Hungary or the Czech Republic.
Well, I mean, in my home country of Russia, I mean, just recently, in fact, just 2 days ago, they passed a law banning what they call international LGBT movements, essentially LGBT movements that are from other countries from going into Russia and creating a ruckus. They recently banned that, and
Well,
I mean, good for them. Good for them. We don't. They don't need any outside Western liberalism creeping in like that.
No, But yeah, I know there's in Russia they've in Moscow I've seen it as well. There's a lot of like Islamic immigration into
I mean, there's that whole aspect too. They got like, I mean, Putin is. I don't really know what to think of him because, like, obviously I'm not a supporter of him because if you bow down to the Pope, you kind of lose my respect. Yeah, I mean that's the problem is that I can't really support any world leader because all of them serve the Pope.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
it's kind of hard because how can I support you when you basically serve an antichrist? But essentially, it's like when it comes to some of his morality, he definitely has valid points about like Western decadence and how a lot of what they accuse him of is stuff the West has been guilty of for like decades.
Yeah.
Like warmongering and everything else. And
don't believe the Western media that Zelensky's this wonderful guy either. And he's in Ukraine.
Zelensky he's so wonderful that he has neo-Nazis fighting for him. That's wonderful.
Yeah, and he has Marina Abramovich, who's a self-professed Satanist, coming over to Ukraine. I mean, that's I'll never fly a Ukraine flag, and I'm not going to buy into the whole support Ukraine. And people are getting
it's just another. I mean, and you'll find Jesuits on both sides because they always will play both sides. So I mean, it's another one of those things where just like with Israel versus Palestine, the Pope controls both sides. So I mean, in the end, it's simply the civilians who suffer the most because they don't want to get caught up in the middle of all this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I mean, it's a thing where it's like the leaders, they get their marching orders from the Pope, and I mean, when Israel was created, there was like some audio transcript where the Prime Minister was caught saying, "As I promised the Holy See," in reference to giving Jerusalem to them. So, the Vatican, they've controlled, and they've always had an interest in Jerusalem. There's always been this because the hand of God is on that city, so there's always been this interest in controlling the city of Jerusalem. But,
they've always, which is why they initially, sent the Muslims in the 7th century, obviously, to gain control of the Holy City, and then they actually turned on the Vatican. So that's why the Crusades happened.
Yeah. They turned on the Pope and called him an infidel, which I'm sure just sent him sent him to.
I don't know. Richard.
I'd imagine the Pope being called an infidel, which is basically the same thing as calling him a heretic. I'd imagine when he heard that, he probably got really mad after that. I mean,
Richard Lionheart, who was King of England. Obviously, this was at the whole time where England was conquered by the Normans, who were heavily Catholic and obviously supported by the Pope. King William the Conqueror he was supported by the Pope, and he basically brought Catholicism upon the nation of England. And this was at this time, during the Crusades, King Richard I, Richard Lionheart, he actually spent more time out fighting the Crusades than he actually did in the country. So he was supposed to be the king, but he devoted more time to fighting the Vatican's war.
When you start Pope in Rome, the kings of Europe, their loyalty was first to the Pope above their own nation, so they would have no issue massacring their own people if the Pope told them to. All the Pope would have to do is just say, "Hey, if you don't do it, I'm going to take away your salvation."
Yeah, he was never even in the country. I'm pretty sure Rich. I think he married like an 11-year-old as well, or something. He had a child marriage or something.
I'm not surprised considering the fact that the Pope's, the Catholic Church. I kind of look at it like this: it was a common tradition in the Greco-Roman religion, and the Catholic Church just simply continued that. That's all that it did. That's why I'm always laughing when these trad cats actually would liken the Catholic Church with morality and decency. The same group that has had a long history of unmarried priests diddling boys. This is the same group that's likened to morality. I remember. I'm not. You may have heard of Nick Fuentes. Him.
Oh yeah, I've heard of Nick Fuentes.
I saw a funny video of the Orthodox Jewish podcast host Hal the English, where he's debated all these alt-right guys, and he actually doesn't have an issue with the idea of white nationalism. He thinks that he's actually consistent. It says that I think everyone should have the right to their own self-determination, which that's good of him. But he debates all these alt-right guys because of the fact that a lot of them are frauds. And at one point he brings up the fact how he says to Nick, I love how you compare the Catholic Church with morality because this is the same group that has unmarried priests. In fact, he says they have unmarried priests, touching boys all the time and everything else. But it's kind of funny because he actually notices a lot of the things that they accuse the Jews of are actually things the Catholic Church is responsible of. He actually points out the fact that he actually is very much he's not really into the whole Jesuit thing, but he does notice the fact that the biggest voice in favor of migration has always been the Pope, and he points out, he actually pointed this out in the live stream with some of those neo-Nazis, that like, you know, they accuse these like random no-name Jews of doing are things that everything they accuse them of doing are things that the Pope and the Catholic Church has been doing openly for years. You know,
Probably
he points that out, and he points that out, and you know, says that, you know, we're talking about a Jewish question. Well, why don't we have a Catholic question? Because they're the ones who really are pushing for a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, it's probably one of the reasons he's one of the only people banned from.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably one of the reasons. He's one of the only people who I'm pretty sure is still banned from pretty much every platform. So.
Oh yeah, but it's funny because in the speech, or not in the speech, but in the debate, you know, it brings it up and says how, you know, that like Judaism is very fractured and, you know, very, very divided, and there is no visible head of the Jewish religion. But with the Catholic Church, have a visible head who, like, official doctrine says that he is like God on earth, and he is the biggest advocate for pushing all these Muslims in. You know, so like a lot of times these random nobody Jews are doing things like the Catholic Church is doing it all openly. So, you know, he definitely sees a lot of the papal, you know, links to this mass Muslim takeover of Europe.
Yeah.
And he points it out, and, you know, says that really we should, instead of a Jewish question, we should really be saying about a Catholic question, you know?
Yeah.
And even a lot of these Jews who are like big into this promotion stuff, like a lot of times you'll find them, you know, bowing down to the Pope. So,
yeah, exactly. So it's not really the Jews who are in control of the media. It's the Catholic Church who are in
the Jews who control
Jews
anything would not control anything if the Pope didn't let them, you know? I mean, essentially, I've heard I like the way that Jason Cooley put it, that like that there is no billionaire Jew telling the trillionaire black Pope and his henchman the white Pope anything. It's vice versa. They wouldn't be billionaires if it weren't for the black Pope and his henchman the white Pope. Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing where it's like, and it was actually in his sermon. It's actually funny because Anderson did a funny video. It was called Steven Anderson Exposed, where he was actually reacting to some of one of the sermons by Jason Cooley against him, and he was saying, you know, he was actually laughing at this idea of the Jesuits controlling everything else, which, you know, like, I know Eric Phelps mentioned that a Jesuit co-adjutor will deny that, but Jason Cooley brings up the fact that, like, you know, that we often, because Cooley isn't like replacement theology. I mean, he is post-trib, but he actually doesn't believe in replacement theology. He says that he acknowledges that God has a plan for Israel in the future, and that, you know, you know, so, but again, it's kind of weird because how does that line up with post-trib? Because, you know, but
has Jason Cooley always been post-trib?
I think he's always been post-trib, but he is actually dispensational. He doesn't believe in like dispensational salvation, but he does understand that like that there are different time periods in the Bible where God dealt with people differently. He understands that really the only part where he would differ from us is like the post-trib issue, because he is post-trib, but he's like not replacement theology, and he's actually, you know, said, you know, that like essentially a lot of us were once quite fooled by basically this Jesuit idea that like that Israel like just controls everything and they just own everything, and, you know, that's not true. I mean, you know, these billionaire Jews are not telling the Pope anything. They're not telling the Pope what to do. Yeah,
which is what seems to be denied by a lot of the truth movement and a lot of neo-Nazis. Like Eric Debay, for example, is someone who seems to blame a lot on, you know, Zionism and the Jews or whatever else.
Well, there's definitely a lot of wickedness in Israel, but again, who's the one who controls? Who was the one who promised the Holy See the rights to Israel? It was the first Israeli prime minister. So, you know, there is definitely a lot of wickedness in Israel, just like how there's a lot of wickedness in Rome. You know.
Yeah.
That's the thing too, is that, you know, that a lot of times these high level Jews, you know, like, because people don't realize that the Catholic Church will use anybody. They don't care if you're Catholic or not. As long as you're going to bow to the Pope, they don't really care. I mean, you know. So they'll use Hindus, they'll use Muslims, they'll use, you know, atheists and whatever else. I mean, they don't care. As long as you're going to submit to the Pope, then, you know, they'll use you. Yeah. It's just like it's similar to how Satan doesn't care what name you call him. You can call him Allah, you can call him Krishna, you can call him Buddha, just as long as you're not worshiping God and serving him by extension. That's pretty much what it is.
Yeah,
you can call him Allah, you can call him this, you can call him that. Just don't worship God.
Yahshua.
Yeah, you can call him Yahshua. You can. Yeah, I mean, heck,
Yeah.
you can call him the government. You know, if you're a communist, just as long as you're not worshiping God, that's pretty much what it is.
Yeah, I saw something earlier. Like the start of it, I thought the start of the tweet was strong. I was like, yeah, Judaism doesn't lead to God, but yeah, which is true.
Amen to that. It doesn't lead to God. It leads to hell.
Yeah, the entire false religion is based on rejecting. But then they start to descend. The entire false religion is based on rejecting the second member of the Trinity, Jesus Christ, the Messiah. If you don't worship the Trinity, you don't worship Yahuwah. So that just steadily went downhill.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, he is right that.
They're right to a degree, but. You know, they deny Jesus Christ, who is God the Father. They deny the Father himself and his eternal power and Godhead.
Well, we don't deny
Jesus
that.
And not you or whatever you call it.
I mean, that's the problem is that like they kind of act like when we say we support Israel, we like deny that Judaism is false. No, wait, we acknowledge that Judaism is it's a false religion. I mean, we don't deny that at all.
You can support Israel's right to exist, but not support the Israeli government, and not support Judaism.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't. Eric Phelps has the exact same stance. Like he's the one that would he'll emphasize, we support Israel racially. That's what it is. We don't support their false religion, and we don't support their blasphemous Talmud. Absolutely not. We understand that's the spirit of Antichrist. Their blasphemous Talmud. We don't support that, but we support their right to be physically in that land. It doesn't mean we support everything their Jesuit-controlled government does. In fact, a lot of what the Jesuit-controlled government does is very wicked.
Yeah. But when they're seven COVID jabs.
Yeah, 7 vaccines. allowing for homo rallies through Jerusalem and everything else, and and people, and it's not very popular, but Israel is indeed guilty of war crimes. Plain and simple. They shoot on civilians. That is a war crime. Very much a war. From a biblical standpoint, they do all kinds of bad stuff over there.
But that tweet that I read out there was like that started off well, and then
I wouldn't disagree with that. Judaism does deny God's Son. Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, but the problem comes when they start talking about the second member of the Trinity or whatever.
The Trinity. It's like
that's just. I'm biblical.
I don't know what he's even trying to say there. He just went on like a tangent there. Like what was he even trying to? Like you say, it started out great. I agree with him. Judaism does deny the Son of God.
It does,
absolutely, and it is of the spirit of Antichrist because it denies the Son of God. But there's no second person of the Trinity. Jesus is the Son of God. But like where do you find the Son of God as the second person of the Trinity? It's like, and that's what they do. They make it seem like if you deny the Trinity, you reject Jesus as the Son of God.
Yeah,
we don't.
We
acknowledge he's the Son.
Yeah, even a lot of genuinely saved people are fooled by a lot of this Trinitarian stuff. It's infiltrated the church.
Yeah, it's like this. Jesus is the Son of God. We believe that. But we don't believe we don't believe he's the second person of the Trinity because there's no verse that says that.
No, exactly.
It's like they just can't comprehend that the Son of God is not synonymous with the second person of the Trinity. They don't seem to comprehend that.
No,
but just like how God the Father is not somehow synonymous with first person, or Holy Spirit is not somehow synonymous with third person. No, it's like you realize he can be the Son of God without being this unscriptural term.
Yeah, but also, you'll get accused of these people will accuse you of being like a modalist, oneness person. But then the thing is, if you say what we believe, the biblical stance that
we believe the biblical stance that Jesus is the Son of God.
Jesus is the Son of God, and that Jesus and God the Father are the same person. Jesus is God the Father, but there's distinction and separation and authority within the Godhead listed. As in, Jesus can, the Son can be separate from the Father, but they're still the same person.
And it's the kind of thing
we're not supposed to understand how that works, but we're not supposed to.
Well, I mean, the thing too is that if God wanted us to understand it, He put it in His Word. The thing is that there are things about God that we don't understand, and it's because of the fact that God is beyond our finite comprehension. I mean, there are things about God that we just can't explain. I mean, how do you explain the fact that God has no beginning? Our minds just cannot comprehend something like that. No. It's just it's called having faith.
We can't explain how the Son couldn't be separate from the Father, but be the same person at the same time.
The Son can. Yeah, I mean, you can't explain it, and if God wanted us to know exactly everything about it, He would have put it in His Word. Maybe just I mean, what we know is that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, and he does have conversations with God the Father. But he's still the fullness of the Godhead. I don't really understand how all of that works, how the mechanics behind all that works, but it's there, and I just believe it.
But then that's where the modalist oneness people try and accuse you of teaching the Trinity repackaged.
If you actually suggest that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, then that's you're a Trinitarian. Well, no, He is the Son of God. That's what the Word of God says. Yeah. I mean, He is the.
Then if you say you believe that He is the Father, you get accused of being a oneness.
If you believe, the fullness of God, then you're a modalist. If you affirm the fact that the Son of God does have conversations with God the Father, well, then you're a Trinitarian. Well, it's like, no, it's a Hegelian dialectic. I don't support either side because both you have some truth. The Trinitarians are right. There is distinction in the Godhead, absolutely.
Yeah, and there's authority.
There is no second, third person, first person of the Trinity. And then the modalists are right when they say that God is one being, but they're wrong when they say that there is no distinction. So I mean, they have elements of it's just like the Calvinists versus the Arminians. There's elements of truth on both sides. The Arminians are right that you have a free will choice in salvation, and the Calvinists are right that that God controls your salvation, but both sides are like extreme opposites of each other. That's usually what the Hegelian dialectic is you have your two extreme opposites, and you're made to choose from either one. And then when you look at the third party, you realize that both sides have some elements of truth, but also error.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's exactly the same when it comes to lordship salvation and the people who believe, and the easy believers and people who believe in no repentance and no conviction over sin.
Yeah, Jack Smack 7-7 versus like these street preachers. Well, I mean, Jack Smack is right that you have eternal security.
Like Ray Comfort, someone like that.
Yeah, Jack Smack is right that you have eternal security. He's right that that you don't lose your salvation, and that salvation is it's easy process. It's basically it's a free gift. Where he's wrong is when he thinks you can just do whatever you want and there's no consequences. He has one. I'm not kidding. He actually has a video. I'll try to see if I can find it. And this just shows the fruit of his. And it's funny because he actually takes easy believism to such an extreme that even the new IFB consider him heretical. I've seen posts by the new IFB condemning him, saying that he takes it way too far to the point where he's outright just condoning sin. Because even the new IFB actually does preach against sin, and they will rebuke you if you're involved in sin. And even he's so extreme, even they find him heretical for that. But he has a funny video actually attacking the new IFB for rebuking homosexuality. Here's what he calls it: the homophobe's false gospel. I'm not kidding. He actually calls it in the video that title. Like, I am dead serious. I will send you the link. Then another funny video he has is called "A Stupid Homophobe's False Version of John 3:16."
That's comedy.
It's funny. It's like, and those are against the new IFB. It's like using that term homophobe. It's like that's just funny.
I wouldn't use any word like that because it's a made up word just to send some free speech. Yeah.
These stupid liberal terms like anti-Semitism.
I wouldn't even. I wouldn't even use the term I wouldn't even use the term racism. Racist. I wouldn't use that term because that's not.
Or like Islamophobia. Part of the problem is these terms are so often misused that they basically just lost all meaning.
Yeah.
Like if you don't agree with sexualization of children, you're a homophobe. If you think
transphobe,
you're transphobe. If you think that men aren't women, you're a transphobe. If you think that basically you point out the fact that Islam is bloodthirsty and basically
Islamophobic.
You're an Islamophobe. If you point
xenophobic,
you're racist for talking about Islam.
You're xenophobic.
Or the new thing that's coming up now is Hindu-phobe. I've seen that since 2020. That's the new thing now. So if you say something about Hinduism, you're a Hindu-phobe now.
And Catholic-phobic.
Yeah, you're it's anti-Catholicism and everything else. It's like But the problem is they accuse you of it so much that like it's lost all meaning.
And then I'm surprised there's not a Satanophobe.
They actually do have that. I'm like that is actually a way.
I've never seen it, but
well, apparently it's referring to like irrational fear of Satan, which I agree. It's irrational.
It's irrational to fear Satan.
It's fear when you have God on your side.
When
you have God on your side, you really like he doesn't stand like you have nothing to fear from him. So it is irrational when you're born again. Absolutely. You know, you're not supposed to fear anybody but God. Because Satan can't do anything unless God lets him. And then when he does do things to you, it's only to the extent that God lets him do.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'll be right back. Cat and the dog going at it.
Oh, it's getting late here now. 1:31. We've been going for over 4 hours. It's been a great stream, some good topics, and it's good to get some truth out and just it's just been good to speak about the truth just for a long period of time. It's something that's needed. It's just annoying having to bottle it all up constantly. It's been a good stream. I'm feeling a bit sleepy now, but probably we'll reach the 5 hour mark. We'll try and go another 40 minutes. And we'll see how it goes. I'm trying to keep myself awake now. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Thanks for tuning into the stream, Air Drury. Yeah, it's literally 1:30 in the morning. I don't know. I've been streaming for hours, but it's been a very good stream. It's been a very good talk. I'm gonna try and probably put stay on for another half hour or so. We'll call it a day at the 5 hour mark because, I really did not expect the stream to last this long. You're UK too. Yeah, okay. All right, yeah. No, thanks for watching. It's been a real blessing that the Lord's provided people who are actually listening to our conversations, and I hope this was edifying to you. It'd be great to stay in contact. With you. It's important to have fellowship, considering there's not many of us over here in the UK. It's great to know that there's still some of us over here. So but no worries for the 2 months uploads. That was God bless you as well. Just have a good night's sleep, and I'll keep you in my prayers. Have a good night.
cat and the dog are the best of buddies,
Right.
aren't they? They're like the best of buddies. They just swipe at each other, bite at each other, and just typical things that friends do, right? The mic's still on.
My headphones are being weird.
Oh.
But yeah, probably not going to be on for too much longer, considering it's like 25 to 2 in the morning here. We've been on
It's only 8:36 p.m. where I'm at, but I've actually been up since 3, so I'm already getting kind of tired just because of that.
Yeah, we've been on literally like 4.5 hours though. That's like
4 hours and 28 minutes now.
Yeah, that's great.
As they do, when you chat with people, it can go on for quite a while. I mean, that's why you have the 8-hour stream, which I didn't even join till like the last 4 hours. But
Oh yeah, and then Jake
because it was on my channel. I had Brian's name, and he just did the entire thing about Brian. It's like and like I was in the entire thing. It's like no, I just re-uploaded it. I didn't feel like cutting it up that one time. Yeah, and then it's like JT. JT does like something where he like tries to like it's like. It's funny because I messaged that to him on Skype. I said, if you're not a hypocrite, then you'll be consistent and not take money from a lost person, which is me. So send it back. And all I was trying to do is see if you actually would be consistent, which he actually was. Surprisingly, I was expecting him to not be because that's the consistent theme of the Denlinger rights is they never follow their own standards. So I was quite impressed when he actually was consistent for once.
Yeah, I mean
he broke with their long-standing custom of just simply not following their own standards.
Yeah, I mean, he did have a good whine about it for a while.
And that's funny. Brian actually commented on that video. Just like he just comments unreal because like he just can't stand the idea of another person, who once thought he was great. Like in his words, probably thinking like, oh, another guy once thought I was great, and and now stabbed me in the back. It's like, well, you want to see what it's like. I'm thinking like you want to know about what preceded me supposedly stabbing you in the back. It actually was I got stabbed in the back by your group when I voiced disagreements. So it was actually the other way around. I looked upon Brian until I basically was treated the same way they treated any other person who commits some kind of sin of like just saying they don't agree with them.
Yeah, well, they got Aaron Deering to come after you.
Well, Aaron Deering was he was once like that, and then of course he actually left and actually did some pretty interesting videos rebuking Brian.
Yeah, I remember. I think you re-uploaded them. I
re-uploaded a few of them, and Aaron was basically telling about the abuse he faced by the group, and also he did a video response to Brian's video about like Proverbs 24:17, how like people are misapplying it.
Yeah,
and he was saying how was that?
Rejoice not when thine enemy falleth.
Yeah, rejoice not when thine enemy falleth, and he actually reads the first 2 verses where it talks about the heart study of destruction. He's like, well, that's what you do, Brian. Look at your videos. It's all about just the nasty things and everything else, and just all about the wicked, about God's wrath and everything else. And it's like not any different what you see from like the Westboro cult over there in not Tempe, but Topeka, Kansas. Or the other group over in Tempe, Arizona. The same thing.
Yeah. His videos do seem to focus on a lot of like wrath, and obviously, that is something that that's in the world that we should look at. But when you're focusing on that constantly, rather than spiritual comfort from the Holy Ghost, and
well, that's why I stopped doing some of those videos on Disney, because it's like it was kind of getting into what I did in the past, the whole truther thing. So it's like I mean, 1 or 2, not once in a while, it's not bad, but like like a call for an uprising, 7 videos a day, or or you could be like JT and just multiple articles each day with big donation links at the bottom. At that point, it can become a bit excessive, and it's like it's really spiritually edifying at that point, or you're just doing it because you want views and you want clicks and you want the money. Because nothing will ever convince me that JT doesn't do what he does for money. Like
it's the money thing again. It's always about the money.
He's like banging his chest every single time they bring up the money. It's like, why are you so angry? Why are you so angry about that, huh? Why are you so angry? Why does he get so angry after when someone suggests that that news reporting is not ministry. Why? He loses his mind when someone says that. Just off the rails, 3-hour video ranting and raving about it.
Yeah,
you know? And I love it. I didn't have to do this. I didn't want to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. It's like, yeah. It's like,
yeah, but then he comes like us for making a live stream or for you doing
it's
a
like
couple of videos against
Yeah.
like two,
yeah. I'm
5-10 minute videos.
Yeah, I'm nitpicking Brian. Then he attacks me for wearing glasses. Meanwhile, he copies Ruckman. He copies Ruckman on multiple aspects. Like all he did was just basically reword a few things here and there, but it's still just copying it. The entire book is just mimicking the sarcastic, kind of condescending, humor of Ruckman. The entire thing is that he's just basically Ruckman Jr. The only difference is Ruckman wasn't as prideful and arrogant as this little kid is. I mean, Ruckman had a lot. I mean, Ruckman, his writing was, obviously just condescension, but that condescension was more reserved for like people that deserve it, not people that just disagree with him over stuff like that.
Yeah, well, even his book on the Godhead. I
remember. It was funny. I showed my mom the book, and she actually was like kind of step out, like, "Whoa, what is this?" Because like the front cover kind of like shocked her to the point where she kind of took back a little bit, and she's not the only person who's reacted that way to the front cover. But like what is that? That whole thing. I'm not joking. I showed it to one of my other family members. I even showed it to one of my friends, and she just like, "What the heck is that?" That whole thing. It's like just the front cover just really like stands out in all the wrong ways.
Yeah, well, I think Aaron even said it looked like a Southern Light Pride flag. So
it honestly does. Well, I mean, I point out the fact that okay, it's the Lion of the tribe of Judah. Well, it's still a graven image. If you're trying to make a picture of Christ, how is that not a graven image? And
yeah, exactly.
Of course, JT got mad at me. That was one of the things he brought up in the videos when I pointed out it was a graven image. He, of course, blew up at me for that because I guess I was affecting his income there. But Aaron During, I mean, but it's not all about the money, right? That's why you make books and sell them for ridiculous prices. Or now Denlinger is selling T-shirts now, apparently, with basically his logo on it. I mean, how is that any different than what any big YouTuber does? How is that any different?
It's not. It's still
making merchandise. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's funny how one of his proteges rebuked John Davis for doing exactly that, selling like bits and bobs with scripture on it.
I've met John Davis in real life a couple of weeks ago, actually.
Yeah. Well. It's funny because one of John Davis's newsletters about Brian was it was just funny because JT, of course, had to respond to that because, of course, he mentioned JT in there as well, which of course, we have to do that. So, but it's funny because in that newsletter back in 2020, John Davis actually brings up like my story of how I apparently he actually watched some of my videos and sent used some of the images of my Pope Brian images in his lose it. It was kind of interesting actually, but he brings it up and says how like I was the latest edition of the Exodus away from Denlinger or something like that. But that was back in 2020. He does like a screenshot of all the videos I made. He's like, I'm the latest edition of the Exodus against the group.
I've met John Davis in real life at like a conference the other week because I know someone whose dad does a few videos and organised the whole conference. So yeah.
What was he like? Was he actually as bad as the Denlinger say, or was he actually like a nice guy?
No, he seemed sound. He seemed like a nice guy.
That's the big thing. That's the big thing. When you actually meet the guy in person, it kind of destroys the narrative that the guy thousands of miles away.
I helped him fold a table down.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing too. Is that like who do you believe when you actually meet him in person, or some kid ranting on his computer thousands of miles away?
Yeah, exactly.
What is it, like 4,000 miles away from UK?
I've met John Davis, and I know people who have been to stay with John Davis, and they've not had a bad word to say about him. So,
yeah, I mean, I'm sure if Phil Rendon were to actually meet me in person, he probably would have a different opinion about supposedly me being a reprobate, because I said something about bad about his idol, But it's a thing where it's like, and this is exactly the problem with internet only ministry when you don't actually meet people in person. You don't allow visitors. You hide in your little fortress in the woods somewhere. And it's very easy to form some kind of opinion about somebody based on a few videos that they've said or whatever else.
Yeah.
it's it's just a thing where like, and I find it weird too how Brian has an internet ministry, yet he doesn't really allow comments or won't let you contact him or whatever else, but he has a worldwide internet ministry.
Internet ministry. I remember he turned the comments off at one point or something because he went over to Rumble and then come back to YouTube.
Well, he went to Patreon and everything else, and I mean, if you're paying to have him preach, how is that different than Joe Osteen? Really? How, what's the difference? I mean, but remember when Brian Denlinger does it, okay. So John Davis is wrong for selling, in the words of divisive inerrantists. What an interesting name, because that's all they do is cause division. But essentially, he says that he sells bits and bobs to make verses on it to make merchandise. Well, now Brian's doing the exact same thing, and he's actually in the comments praising Brian for doing that. Divisive inerrantists. So
yeah,
apparently it's okay when Brian does it. Apparently, basically making the T-shirts and with the scriptures on it and everything else, and basically make these little bits and bobs with verses on it to make money. And it's wrong when John Davis does it. When Brian does it, it's okay, because remember, he's the man of God. He's the holy man of God, and he can't be questioned.
But yeah, I don't know how much of John Davis I've watched a few of his videos occasionally, and he seems to his videos.
I've read a few of his. I've read some of his newsletters, and he I mean, doctrinally, he's relatively doctrinally sound. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I definitely have not seen any evidence that would convince me he's some kind of lost devil or something like that. I definitely have not seen any evidence that would convince me even remotely of that. I mean, I disagree with them on some stuff here and there, but
yeah,
I've seen the comparison to good versus bad. I've seen way more good things from him than I've seen bad.
Yeah,
I mean
yeah.
And the thing is, the only reason the Denlingers are attacking him is because he basically mentioned Brian. I mean, they'll deal with doctrine only when he brings up Brian Denlinger, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing, is that I mean, if I had left the Denlinger Group and I just went my own way, they probably would still attack me for basically disagreeing with them. But even when I say I'll stop making videos on Brian, they still attack me. So it's when you go against Brian, it's they just that's when they go. That's when they want to go after you.
Yeah, I mean, I know on his featured channel he has the Real Bible Believers channel on there, which I'm not 100% sure on that channel, but
to be honest, I mean, since being kicked out of the group, just seeing how so easily they call people lost, it really has made me reevaluate some of the preachers they've signed as lost. Considering the fact that a lot of these preachers are very doctrinally sound, they just maybe disagree with Brian or maybe were open about it, and now they're lost. So it's just because of how easy they call people lost, I personally would not be shocked at all if half the people they call lost are at the judgment seat of Christ with them.
Yeah. I would
not be surprised too if a number of Denlinger's followers are actually not saved, because given how they act, they have no fruit of the Spirit whatsoever.
But yeah, I don't know. I can't remember. I do remember, actually, ironically enough, I think I remember Jacob Thompson accusing John Davis of emulating Ruckman.
Yeah, well, coming from JT,
I think I remember that.
Projection much, aren't we? I mean, JT is the epitome of emulation. He dresses and acts like Brian. He copies Ruckman. The reference. Ruckman. I have Ruckman's reference Bible on my bookshelf, along with JT's blasphemous book with the graven image on it. And basically, it's there was one part where he actually copies Ruckman's reference note on John 1:18, almost word for word. The only difference is he changes some of the wording here and there. But on my blog post, I just show examples where he's plagiarizing Ruckman, and then he calls me a leech minister. Meanwhile, he's leeching off Brian and Ruckman. I mean, nobody would know about the Wine Press News if Brian hadn't promoted it.
No, but but Jacob Thompson's the only person that Brian actually.
He's the last among the holy inquisitors of His Holiness from Maine. That whole thing. He's the only guy left he has to send after anybody who says something about him. Well, I mean, I guess he can't do that now because he doesn't have a YouTube channel, so he'll just write a bunch of nasty articles about you.
I mean, doesn't bother me because that go on his website anyway. So
I don't go on it just because of the fact that I mean, I might as well just go on. I might as well just go on Infowars, or I might as well just go on any other site that's conspiracy news. I mean, and again, it's nothing wrong with being informed, but it's like, it's fear mongering. I mean, a lot of it promotes it brings up a spirit of fear because it's like, oh, look what's happening, look how bad this is, and everything else. It's like, World War III's on the horizon. I mean, I can just go on right now. Just the front stuff is going to be all this other fear mongering that's no different than I mean, like I go on. First thing that comes up, Italy flip-flops again and bans lab-grown meat, citing threat to Italian culture. Okay, that's great. What does that have to do with scripture? Yeah, that's the first thing that comes up. NY Governor Hutchell admits to collecting data from surveillance efforts on social media, adds staff to Joint Terrorism Task Force. This is on a Christian news site.
No, that's just the standard
US
news site.
but it's basically just Infowars with a few Bible verses put in here and there. Or is it U.S. Army desperately begs for discharged soldiers who refuse to get COVID vaccine to return? What? Okay, but how does this affect the Christian life? Okay, I mean that's great. I mean, vaccine. A lot of people know the vaccine is bad at this point. It's like, I think the work is. What else they got? World's largest biometric digital ID system. India's Andhar gets activate 10% of data stolen. Israel's cruelty in Gaza is fulfilling Bible prophecy. Well, there's one article that mentions something about the Bible that even has the word Bible in it. Escalation. U.S. House presses resolution that suggests using force against Iran by all means.
We'll even do some live show like Infowars does.
The
Jacob Thompson show rather than the Alex Jones show.
Get his own panel on Fox News, and here's another one. Israel's War on Terror 2.0. Sorry, War on Terror 2.0. Israel's foreign ministry parrots George Bush. You're either with us or you're with the terrorists. Well, again, it's just the whole. I mean, I don't disagree with that. That there's that whole Hegelian dialectic of you either with us or with the enemy. Well, no, I don't support either one of you. You both are lost, and you need salvation. So, I mean, I don't support papist, George Bush saying he sees God in the eyes of the Pope. Nor do I support the Muslims. It's both you guys need salvation. But I mean, it's not that I disagree with what he's promoting. I just don't agree with this idea of promoting it and calling it a ministry.
Nah.
I mean, it's one thing to do it once in a while. When you're doing it every single day for multiple times a day. I mean, here's another one. Germany vows to massively expand war efforts in Ukraine as their economy melts down. That's wonderful. It posted 2 days ago. Immense hypocrisy. U.S. and UK oppose UN anti-Nazi revolution to combat extremism. Well, okay, that's. I mean, not really surprising that those Jesuit nations would oppose an anti-Nazi resolution. I mean, but again, what does this have to do with the walk with God? Zelensky says he feels betrayed by the West as support for Ukraine erodes. Well, again, in the age of the internet, it's hard to really keep these narratives going, because then anyone can research and say no, Zelensky is kind of a shady character. Here's another one. Treasurer Jen Yellen says the U.S. can fund Israel and Ukraine's war, simultaneously claims the economy is doing extremely well. I mean, from out of context, you wouldn't even think it's a Christian ministry. You think it's just you think it's just a news website. I mean, you wouldn't even think it's
Infowars.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't think it's Infowars. You just think it's just a guy reporting on the news.
You might as well go on the BBC website.
Yeah, I could probably log on to BBC.com, or I could go on CNN, or I could go.
Load it up side by side, BBC and
the exact same thing. Yeah,
or Russia Today.
I like how Accountable KGB reads that verse from Deuteronomy, like the wine of the wine of the venom or something like that. I forget the exact paraphrasing, obviously, but he's like, yeah, they're wine. The wine that comes out of that wine press is the the poison of asps. It's like, yeah. I mean, that's pretty much what it is. It's all fear-mongering. Russia restricts diesel and fuel exports to control domestic prices, will force prices higher in the West. It's like, okay, that's great. I mean, does he kind of realize, or does he remember the fact that none of this is happening, and that God's up in heaven, and he doesn't know about this happening? I mean, it's like everything he's reporting on, God already knows about this. It's like God, it's like we kind of get this idea.
He already planned all of it. He already knows what's happening before what's going to happen before it happens. So.
Yeah, It's like as if God's up in heaven, just like he doesn't know about any of this. Like,
biting his fingernails. Oh no!
Yeah, it's like
Russia's invading Ukraine.
Yeah. Oh no! It's like God's like thinking, oh no, FEMA's going to launch national security tests on October 4th. What am I going to do? I mean, God's all knowing. I think he already knew. Yeah. He knew about this before.
He doesn't need Jacob Thompson to be a watchman for him.
It's like I mean, God knew this was going to happen before JT, like before it even happened. I mean, it's just like God. It's like, I mean, we kind of forget the fact that like if God wanted it to not happen, it wouldn't happen. I mean, it's only happening because he's he knows about it happening. It's like that's the problem too with this constant like news. You kind of get very fearful, and you end up losing memory of the fact that God is going to control stuff, and that if God didn't want some of the stuff to happen, it wouldn't be happening.
Exactly, because
there is sovereignty is kind of true in the sense of like God can intervene and stop it from happening. It's not this kind of thing where every little thing that happens is the will of God, but it's also the thing where God knows about it, and and if he didn't want it to happen, it wouldn't be happening. The Illuminati is not doing anything that God doesn't know about.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, even the Pope in Rome, if God wanted to stop the Pope, if God didn't want the Pope doing something, he could, do something, I mean, so it's kind of thing where it's like, it's like,
yeah.
Plus, I mean, we get the fact that Satan runs the world, or is controlling all this stuff, or Satan's like behind all this stuff, like we kind of get it, but we also kind of forget the fact that Satan is not doing any of this outside of the knowledge of God. I mean, that's the problem. It takes away focus from the fact of God, up in heaven and everything else. It's like,
yeah.
Again, entire page, like one article even had the word Bible in it.
No, yeah, exactly. I'm trying to think of the verse we're talking about. God obviously knows everything that's going on with the Illuminati and the secret societies and everything.
And also the verse talks about the kings of the earth have conspired against, or the Satan's rulers have always trying to do stuff against God. That's the thing.
I'm trying to think of the verse about the things that are done in secret. Yeah. I can't remember.
But it's like like God's not in heaven just biting his fingers, like, oh no, Russia's going to invade. Oh no, Anthony Fauci was about to do all this stuff about vaccines. It's like, well, I mean, like JT, you forget that if God wanted to stop it, he could just snap his fingers and it wouldn't happen. I mean, like, none of this is happening without God. Of course, I repeat myself, but none of this is happening without God either ordaining it or at least knowing about it.
Yeah, there you go. For it's a shame even to speak of those things, which you've done of them in secret. So God really knows the things that are being done in secret. So
I mean, and I was thinking to you about Calvinists. They also don't realize that just because God lets something happen doesn't mean he preordained it to happen. I mean, there's definitely God letting. There's definitely God letting the Jews and the Muslims to fight. And him preordaining that. I mean,
well, Calvinists even try and say that he preordained abortion. That's
I mean, they don't not to say that, but the historic Calvinist teaching actually would teach that as doctrine.
Yeah,
like I did an article showing like writings from prominent Calvinist theologians in the past where they were saying that God not only preordains but actually forces people to sin. That he actually forced Adam and Eve to sin. And I even have comments from Calvinists where I did that video showing the clip of James White outright admitting that if God didn't preordain the child molestation, it would basically be a meaningless act. So he basically was admitting that he believes that God did. And I did a video saying like if you're a Calvinist watching this, do you think that God essentially is causing children to be assaulted? And of course, I got to watch my terminology for the YouTube censors. And I can show you screenshots of Calvinists admitting that they believe that God preordained that. So when a priest assaults an altar boy, that was actually God making that happen. So Calvinists. That's the other thing too, is that when Matt Slick, I did a video about Matt Slick versus Jesse Morrell and showing how Matt Slick isn't really, he's actually very mild when it comes to Calvinism, because like he actually says that we don't believe that God like causes sin or forces sin. Well, that's great if he doesn't believe that, because which actually would make him distinct from most Calvinists, because historic Calvinism makes God into the author of sin. Now, they won't outright say that, but if you're saying that God forces people to sin, you're basically making him the cause of sin. So at the judgment seat, you can blame God for what you do. I mean, that's pretty much what it comes down to. I mean, Calvinists love to just deny that. They say, we don't. There's still a personal responsibility. How is it personal responsibility if an outside force is making you do it and you have no control to act otherwise? How is that any sense of personal responsibility there? You know.
Yeah, Calvinists, crazy people. I mean, it's Calvinists. Yeah.
Westboro Baptist Church is like just an example of what historic Calvinism has been. Just like this. Like God actually preordains some people, and they'll bring up they'll bring up some examples where it does, because you see for them the exception proves the rule. So they'll bring up the verses in Acts 2 and Acts chapter 3 and Acts chapter 4 where it talks about how God ordained the crucifixion of Christ and how it was a sinful thing that the Jews did to kill God's son like that, but God still ordained it. Well, but that doesn't prove that every single sin is God's preordained will.
No.
I mean. And it's like they take that one verse and ignore the numerous other scriptures that talk about how, like in Genesis chapter 6, verses 5 to 6, where it talks about how God saw the wickedness of man. And, it talks about he saw the wickedness of man. And verse 6 says he repented to the Lord that he made man and grieved him in his heart. It shows that it was not his ordained will for man to be that wicked. Why would it grieve him in his heart if he preordained it? Why would he be grieving at his own preordination, pretty much? I mean, you want to talk about schizophrenic, that's what you have with the Calvinist God.
Yeah.
Or another good verse to refute this whole thing is Ecclesiastes 7:29, where it totally refutes this idea that God forced you to sin. This really is the one really most one of the best verses to use against it. Ecclesiastes 7:29, lo, this only have I found, that God hath made man upright, but they have sought out many imaginations. Like God made us perfect. We are the ones who did it to ourselves. We were the ones who sinned by our own doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Even the verse Ezekiel, even Ezekiel 28 talked about how even Satan was made perfect, but he fell by his own doing. You know.
We fall by our own doing. We fall by our own and doing by our own flesh.
It talks about thou was perfect from the day thou was created until iniquity was found in thee. Well, if it was found in him, it means that it wasn't previously there. It means God found it, and the fact that he's shocked about it kind of makes you wonder how if he preordained it, why is he expressing shock that it was found in him? How do you find it if you already preordained it? That would mean that you didn't know it beforehand. As Ecclesiastes 29 talks about that, how God made us perfect, and but they have sought out many imaginations. It's our own fault. And you have the verses like trying to think, Psalms 106 verse 29. Thus they provoked him to anger. It was their own doing. There's numerous other verses where essentially you don't get the blame. It's like you have people who blame the devil. Well, these people blame God for their actions. Well, no. If you want to blame somebody, if you want to play the blame game, it's yourself you should blame.
Yeah, exactly. The only person to blame, is our own flesh and our own sinful nature. Yeah,
even James chapter 1 verse 13 to 15 shows that we can't get to blame the devil, and the devil can. Again, it talks about how our own like James 1 verse 13 to 15 is another good one, where essentially. The devil can put temptations, he can put stumbling blocks, but ultimately you choose to give into that temptation. So it's the thing where it's but Calvinists will, whether they like to admit it or not, they're basically able to blame God for what they do. Because if you have no ability to act otherwise, then you can basically blame God. Or the person talk about choose this day whom you will serve, or talks about I've set before you life and death, choose life, as if they could choose otherwise. Numerous scriptures talk about that. Where God bemoans Israel for sacrificing their babies to Baal, as if they should have acted otherwise.
Yeah.
If God preordained sin, why even bother condemning it then? Why even bother going? If Calvinists go outside abortion clinics, well, it was God's preordained will. Why are you going out there rebuking? So God ordains abortion and then also ordains you to rebuke what he previously ordained.
If you read the new versions, is it in Numbers where they change the verse about the fire rotting to the womb miscarrying or something like that? They have God performing an abortion. Yeah, it's really bad. I don't know if you've seen it before.
Well, all these modern versions have all kinds of weird stuff they push.
Yeah.
Like the NIV in Hebrews talks about like the new world order or something like that. It's like,
Oh
like
yeah.
everything else, and I mean all kinds of even like a lost person like acknowledges that the KJV just for literary value is very significant. Like Richard Dawkins even said that he actually thinks that the KJV should be read to school children just because of its literary value.
Yeah.
I mean, even atheists acknowledge that, and then even those who are false converts, can just know that like there's something about the KJV that sets it apart from these other versions. That like there's something about this that the new versions don't have. There's like kind of a power behind it, like in the good sense.
Well, yeah, because obviously it was inspired and it was actually from the correct manuscripts, not some Sinaiticus and Vaticanus manuscript that was thrown away and then that has about 3,000 contradictions between the two manuscripts, and then they've decided what they want to put in and what they don't want to put in based on man's own choices rather than...
I mean, in Roman Catholicism, you're basically the final standard. The Pope is the final standard, and it's the kind of thing where it's like, like, were some of the translators, were they Freemasons? I don't know. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. I don't really care because it doesn't change the fact that God's hand is clearly behind this book. I mean, and again, it's like we kind of forget the fact that God can use evil people for his will. I mean, it's like he's God. He can do what he wants. I mean, he can use Satan to do his will, I'm pretty sure that Satan is more evil than the Illuminati. I mean, it's like I know Brian brought that up, how it's like, who's more evil, Satan or the Illuminati? It's obviously Satan, and yet God can still use Satan as a useful pawn,
Yeah.
I mean, so it's the kind of thing where it's like God can use evil people to do his will. Why? Well, because he's God. And for you to question that is already a problem.
Yeah. And he can, use evil things. He can use evil spirits and, allow them to do evil things to you.
He can use evil rulers to, execute.
If it's like for a witnessing opportunity or whatever else.
Or in some cases, he can use, he would use evil rulers like Nebuchadnezzar, when he was obviously a lost man, to punish Israel when they were in all kinds of wickedness. I mean, and there's other historical examples where God clearly used, certain wicked politicians to execute judgment upon, certain sinful people. I mean, it's just well, why? Well, because he's God, and it's like you're his creation, and you can't question what your creator does. I mean.
Yeah, no, that's why we can't understand it because it's...
I don't understand why God would, like some people say that God, use certain rules. Well, I don't understand why he would do it, and I'm not meant to understand it because God is, beyond my comprehension. So I mean, he did it, and he did it for a purpose, and it was for. I mean, if he does it, then it's for a good reason.
Yeah,
that's the other thing too. Is that why did he do it? Well, he did it because it was for a good reason. He doesn't do it if it was not for a good reason. I mean, and the other thing is too is that the Freemason translators and this and that. Well, the fruit that's come from the King James Bible proves that have God's fingerprints on it. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
All kinds of revival and everything else. I mean, had the UK still been very KJV oriented, you probably wouldn't see this. I mean, think about it like this: like a couple hundred years ago, back when the UK was much more of a godly nation, the idea of the Anglican Church actually supporting Muslim migration would have probably been like anathema back then.
Yeah, but these days you have Anglican priests going live on telly, basically calling everyone a racist because they don't want complete open borders.
You actually have them protesting against the activists fighting the Muslim migration. But I mean, a couple hundred years ago, they would have probably marched side by side with them. Now it's like they're fighting against them. It's like, well, and they'll even fight against other Anglicans who say, because there are some Anglicans who do buck that trend and come and say stuff against it, and they're no. But a couple hundred, I've read about the Anglican Church, and a couple hundred years ago, they would have probably been condemned as a hate group by the SPLC a couple hundred years ago.
No, they would have been, yeah.
A couple hundred years ago, they would have probably marched with the EDL against Muslim migration.
Yeah, they would have done, yeah.
I'd imagine they would have probably had an Anglican priest probably maybe start off with a prayer before the rally or something like that. I could imagine that. Or like the Sodomites and everything else, and you would have the Anglican Church coming out against England legalizing that stuff. Saying like, don't do that. It's I mean, I even saw a tract where an Anglican bishop was like rebuking some politician for using profanity and you know, something back in the 1700s. You know, I mean, now you actually have Anglican bishops doing gay marriages, which would have been like unthinkable 100 years ago. It's like, I mean, it's
that. But this is
I mean, a couple hundred years ago, they would have been outside protesting against the gay pride rallies.
This is why Islam's taking over and becoming so popular, because people just look at, you know, the Anglican Church today.
It's the face of Christianity in the UK.
Yeah, and they just look at how weak and pathetic it is.
Yeah,
and how
a couple hundred years ago.
Backwards.
Yeah, a couple hundred years ago, the Anglican Church would have like militantly fought against, well, not looking at like armed conflict, but like basically, you know, I mean, essentially, if they were around today, the way they were a couple of years ago, they would have probably been seen as some kind of far right, you know, extremist group from the some stance they take. I mean, I read enough about the Anglican Church to know that they would be considered some kind of far right extremist if they were around, like if the original one was around, if the original one was around today.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like you know, like, but now it's like they and I think it's the part of the problem too when you have a state church, like when you are basically in bed with the government like that.
Yeah,
like that's because that's not the only nation that does have a state religion that is like that. I mean, Sweden is like basically the same thing.
Russian Orthodox and
well, I mean, Russian Orthodox is like that because of just the culture of Russia has always been very conservative.
Yeah,
really, I mean, Slavic culture in general has always been like, even before, you know, Christianity took over, even some of the Slavic pagans were very, very conservative. They, you know, wouldn't, you know, have premarital acts and everything else. They would not accept, like, there's actually records of them drowning men who were caught in sodomy and everything else. So, I mean, you know, they've always been very conservative. Like, I mean, if Russia was ever like the UK, you'd find the Orthodox Church probably having gay marriage in the building.
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, the patriarch of Moscow, I forget what his name is, but he's basically good buddies with Putin, and he called his like thing, and he called it a holy war in Ukraine. It's like, you know, and then the Ukrainian Orthodox Church called their thing a holy war against Russia. It's actually kind of funny how that whole thing, because I think their thing is the state religion of Ukraine. But I mean, so basically, he came out and you know, condemned Western immorality and everything else, and you know, which I wouldn't disagree with, but you know, over in the UK, it, you know, because the government is like basically the devil, now the Church of England has to follow suit of promoting all this stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy. Anyway,
it's just crazy how alien the UK of today is compared to like, you know, I mean, it was a very godly nation. I mean, a lot of good fruit. I mean, it used to be the UK that would send missionaries like all over the place and everything else. Now it's like, you know,
all over the world. Yeah.
Now those same nations are sending missionaries back to you guys because they see how bad you guys. I mean, well, not, yeah, it's like it's actually funny. I mean, it used to be like the UK and America and some of those other places that would send missionaries all over the place, and you know, now those same countries are essentially returning the favor and sending missionaries back to us because of how bad we are.
Yeah. Well,
it is kind of a tragic. It's kind of a tragic, you know, but also kind of a somewhat happy story too, because it's like they're almost kind of returning the favor, you know. Like, hey, you gave us the gospel a couple hundred years ago, so now we're going to return the favor and, you know, give it back to you guys because you guys have clearly forgotten about it.
Yeah.
You know, thank you for showing us the light of Jesus Christ. Now we want to remind you of it as well because you guys have forgotten about it, which is, you know, is, you know, there's something about
exactly.
There.
Yeah. Anyway,
because the UK used to be the one, you know, I think the UK was outside of Rome Catholic dominated Europe. The UK was kind of a hub of biblical Christianity for
quite a long time. Well,
yeah, I mean,
after the release of, you know, the authorized version for a couple of years,
it was very much a hub of. I mean, some of the saints of God, you know, what was William Tyndale and everything else, they were in the UK. I mean, the UK has always been a very strong. I mean, even when they were controlled by the Catholic Church, there always was a very strong, you know, like number of born again believers in the UK.
Yeah, there always was, but now there's very few over here.
Yeah. There's very few, and if there ever was, like, you know, like Islam takeover, and if you don't agree with Islam, you're now like basically going to be like beheaded. You would see a lot of professing Christians just caving in and converting to Islam to avoid being beheaded.
Yeah,
but like a couple hundred years ago, like there's, you know, the saints of God were, you know, even when the Catholic Church, would burn them at the stake, they were not like silent about their faith. So
yeah, there was someone in the chat here from the UK earlier, so that's another one. And I already know a few and have met a few because I was at a conference the other week and there was about 80 people there. So yeah,
here in Canada, it's actually, I think it's like 51% Catholic, but it's funny because now Islam is actually taking over because of
yeah.
It's actually funny. There was a poll that was saying that within the few decades, Islam may actually become the dominant religion in Canada, which we're not really surprised with one bit. It would honestly not surprise me at all. I mean, our wannabe Marxist clown that we have running our country. So it's funny. So I was in 8th grade when he was saying all stuff about taxing the rich and everything else, and I thought, okay, whatever. I mean, I didn't really care all that much. Now it's like I'm like years. I mean, I finished high school like almost 4 years ago, and we're still stuck with him. It's like when is this like? And then he gets reelected. I'm like, no, when's this nightmare going to end? Seriously. I mean, it's like 2 terms, and I'm like, okay, maybe this 3rd term won't be one that he wins, and he wins again. I'm like how long is this going to go on for? Like how long are we? How long is the Pope going to have us be stuck with this guy? Because I don't buy new elections. It's already controlled. They already decide who's going to win.
No, I remember the alternative in Canada, the Canadian Conservative Parties, like our Conservative Party, they were still pushing
our so-called Conservative Party is like basically just liberalism of 10 years ago. That's all
that's what ours is as well.
Yeah. I mean, the Republican Party used to be like that, but I think when you have Dementia Joe in power and he just pushes all these weird policies, like the military recruitment in America is at an all-time low because of Biden's weird policies of like just excessive sexualism and everything else. And the military should be the kind of place that would attract young guys, not unwilling to get their hands dirty, rough and rugged, not a bunch of Fruit Loops who don't know what gender they are. So of course Biden pushing that on the military has caused not only mass resignations from actual hair-legged soldiers, but also other people who normally would be attracted to that kind of position are now just like, no, not really for me, not really, no, and now it's not we, but over there in America they're a laughing stock because China and Russia's like now mocking them, saying like, you guys think you can defeat us? I mean, some of your soldiers don't even know what gender they are. How are you going to defeat us?
I think that's the case for all of the West as well.
Yeah, I mean, and the idea of America being some kind of superpower, I mean, under Biden, it's like that's just a sick joke at this point. I mean, Biden can barely even stand up at this point. I mean, I even saw something where it's like he's like can't even walk now. Because here's the thing: people don't know about dementia is that because my grandfather had Alzheimer's, which is a form of dementia, is that it's a neurological disorder. So your central nervous system is progressively getting worse and worse and worse. Hence why the end of the stage is you're either in a bed or on a wheelchair. And, the fact that Biden keeps falling over so many different times, makes me think I mean, it's bad. I mean, he really shouldn't be in the office of president, but like he should actually be in a wheelchair really at this point because his dementia is clearly I'd say like close to the maybe like middle to advanced stages. It's to the point where walking does become difficult,
Yeah, I remember him thinking he was 210 years old or something.
Yeah. So one of the funny things was I did a video showing where he was he's like, when I joined the Senate, back in 1910. So he referenced some event in like 1910, and he says, when I joined the Senate, it's like that was 120 years ago. That you weren't even born to that end. And then another time he mentions like something about like something that happened in 1830, and then mentions like him being there to witness it. It's like, so apparently you're 210 years old. It's like, And that's the other thing too is that that's the thing. And also the funny thing too is that like he'll have all these stories about stuff he supposedly did that never happened. And that's another thing too about dementia is that what's called gaps in your memory, where you'll have these memories, but you'll have these kind of gaps in the memory. So what happens is your brain actually will fill those gaps with other unrelated events, or will even make up new events to fill those gaps. So that's why you'll have him have these really incoherent sentences to where he'll just go off topic all of a sudden. Because it's basically the memory issues of dementia, you'll have these gaps, and then your brain fills these gaps with other unrelated events. So he'll have these stories about how he taught some Catholic school, which never happened. He drove a truck. He drove like a 4-wheeler, which again, there's no record of that. Or he You know, I mean, all that's next. I mean, I'm waiting for him to say something like, "Oh, I want to, you know, the moon" or something like that, just something ridiculous like that.
Well, if you actually believe anyone went to the moon.
I mean, I'm starting to wonder too if it's really even him on the stage, or if they're going to have like a body double at some point.
Yeah, is he just like a puppet?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's a puppet for the Pope, absolutely.
No, anyway, yeah.
But like an actual puppet
He's
as
just
like
ventriloquist dummy.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's nothing dementia too. Is that like in the later stages? Because again, my grandfather had it, so I witnessed kind of his slow decline into eventually being a bedridden, you know, forgetting how to swallow and everything else. It's a I mean, that's why I kind of cease from like laughing about it, because it's a very tragic, debilitating neurological disorder, dementia and everything else. It's like, you know, but there are things you can do to speed up how fast it spreads, and being in a high stress job definitely will speed up the progression of it. And because I think when you get dementia, you can maybe live between 3 and 9 years after your diagnosis, and within the past 3 years, Biden has just gotten worse and worse and worse every day. Like, I'm not claiming to be a doctor, but I've just seen my grandfather and how he progressed, and it's like Biden is progressing the same way, only much faster.
Yeah, it's not fit to be a president of a.
He's not fit to be running anything. You know, he really. I mean, I think it's kind of almost cruel to keep him in that kind of position, given the fact that, like, you know, like it's only making the thing spread worse. Because when you're in a high stress job, it will only make the condition worse. It will make it spread faster and everything else. I mean, because there's no cure for dementia because there's no money in cures. That's the big issue. But you know, there are ways you can slow down the progression. But and one of the ways is, you know, basically doing things that are not stressful all the time. I mean, such as like keeping yourself, you know, your mind happy, you know, regular physical exercise and that kind of stuff is ways you can slow down the progression. And Biden is doing none of that. I mean, it's like he falls up the stairs. You know, he's
off his bike and over his dog and walks the wrong way around the White House.
He falls. So and that's the thing about too. You know, I've never feeling. I mean, there's what's called normal aging, and then there's dementia. It's not uncommon for somebody to fall over when they're older, but the amount of times he's done it is not normal even for aging. I mean, he has his bike, he stops the bike, and then it falls over after anyway. That's not normal. I mean, even my grandfather did. My grandfather was able to run in this. He was a World War II veteran. He was actually in really good shape. He was able to run in his late 80s.
Fought in the Marines.
Yeah, he was able to run when he was 89, so he was still in really good shape. But so it's not a normal part of aging to be that frail, because there have been 80-year-olds who have ran marathons. I mean, with proper physical exercise, you can do wonders when you're older like that. But for him, he stops the bike and falls over anyway, or he'll be seen shaking hands with nobody. You know, I mean, it's like I almost had to feel kind of bad for him, because it's like, because the problem with dementia patients is that, you know, sometimes they are able to know that there's something wrong with them, but overwhelmingly, most dementia patients don't really know that they have something wrong. I mean, there have been some cases where the dementia patient knows they have dementia and knows they're getting worse and worse, but other times, like most of the time, they don't really know they have anything wrong with them, because again, their mind doesn't really look and process that. But one of the big signs of dementia is actually the family members kind of not really wanting to come to terms with that. So you see where his wife, Joe Biden, will kind of try to coax him through, try to do this and that to try to, you know, cover up that fact. And that's actually another sign, is the kind of denial of the family members to accept the fact that, you know, their granddad has this debilitating neurological disorder, which, you know.
Yeah.
Like, there's one thing where Joe Biden forgot the national anthem, and, you know, every time he forgot to say God bless America, it's like, you know. Yeah, I mean, anybody who's had a dementia patient or been around people with dementia just knows that that's blatantly like not normal aging. He forgot, or at one point he like forgot like where to stand on the podium or something like that, where he, like, you know, he'll have a teleprompter and he still can't speak even with a teleprompter. And or at one point he had to have a flashcard that actually tells them how to enter a room, how to address the reporters, and how to leave after. It's like he actually has to.
End up walking the wrong way around the White House or something.
Yeah, I did a funny video showing that where the doctor lists off dementia symptoms, then a clip of Biden displaying that exact symptom. So it's like one of the symptoms is getting lost in familiar places, like your house or like a park or whatever else, just a place that you should be familiar with, and getting lost in that. And a picture of Joe Biden forgetting where the White House entrance was, So it was, and the Secret Service had to like direct him to where it was and everything else, and I mean, it was, and they mentioned the thing of how like another symptom of dementia people don't often know is like you have kind of a quick temper, you can get very mad easily. So you show a video of Joe Biden just blowing up a reporter over a small little question. I mean, there's definitely that. Because your chemical hormone is totally imbalanced when you have dementia, so you can have you can have very, very erratic mood swings. It's like it's almost I'd almost say it's kind of abuse, like elder abuse, to keep him in that kind of position, just knowing how every time he gets in front of a camera he's going to make a joke out of himself.
Yeah, he's definitely just not fit to be the president.
Well, I mean, it's like I mean, if Donald Trump had displayed like a fraction of this stuff, they would say he has dementia and he can't be in office.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw a funny clip of Robin Williams. Not saying I endorse the guy. He was, he was mocked God all the time. But he had a funny comedy skit where he was talking about Joe Biden back in 2008 and was saying how we have we still have some fun comedy in the White House. We have bumbling Joe Biden, and he says he's that uncle who they keep getting the prescription wrong on his drugs and everything else. I mean, if that was true back in 2008, imagine how much more material he would have today.
Yeah,
every single night,
so much worse things.
Yeah, I mean that was back in 2008, and also the fact is too that Biden had at least 2 different strokes and something like that. So there's a possibility that the strokes, like this dementia, may actually be a long-term effect of the stroke, but. I don't know. Either way, the guy shouldn't be in the White House. He should be in the nursing house.
Yeah.
And receiving proper care for his condition. I mean, because the guy clearly can't function on his own.
Exactly.
I mean, when you fall, he gives a graduation speech at the airport and rambles on about the environment. It's like, what does that have to do with Air Force graduation? So anyway, it's I mean, I would say it's comical, but given my personal experiences with a family member with dementia, it's kind of a not what's not really laugh about easily.
Yeah.
It's kind of something that's hard for me to laugh at, just because I witnessed it personally. How my own family member kind of just how they went from being kind of friendly and vibrant and outgoing to then by the end of life they're basically confined to a bed. They end up not being able to walk and everything else, and so it's.
Yeah,
it's not really anything to laugh about because it is very tragic.
It is quite sad. Yeah.
It is tragic, especially when the later stages have you in a bed all the time and you can't really eat on your own. You can't do anything on your own. You can't walk on your own. You're basically essentially you're in bed sleeping all the time. That's pretty much what it comes down to.
Yes. Yeah. Not good. All right.
So
it's like 1:30 in the morning now. Anyway.
Yeah. I should probably let you go to bed.
Get some sleep. Yeah. Anyway, it's been a great chat. Like, obviously, praise the Lord for this. It's been a really good chat. But hopefully, I'll do another stream again soon. And hopefully, I'll make this more of a regular thing because I think it's just good just to get everything I want to say off my chest because it can be a bit difficult at times. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna leave the stream now and see you soon. Good chat. See you, man.
Good night.